Welcome, everybody, to day 2 at the Trials of Avalon, where all of our creators have been put through their paces as they dove on into Black Ops Royale on the map that is Avalon. My name is Veracity. I am your host for this event, and I am joined alongside the lovely Bryce, Ton, Infinity, and Enigma. Come on in, guys. I want each of you to tell me, how would you describe the Avalon action that took place yesterday for the folks that might not have tuned in?
I'd say fast-paced, realistically. A lot of these teams are using some of the mechanics of the game to move around pretty quickly. We see grapples in the end game basically flying everywhere. So, yeah, keep up, especially when those circles get small.
I think I would say aggression kind of on the same side of things as Bryce there. I mean, some of the teams that have went on to succeed have been very, very aggressive. They've been finding plenty of kills. They've been rotating around the map very, very quickly. And that has been the name of the game. Some of the top teams at this moment in time looking extremely aggressive.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, those that are mechanically skilled at regular Warzone are just as good here on Avalon. You add those grapple hooks into the mix and things get even faster than they normally are. It's been a ton of fun to watch all the little kind of minute differences that are in Black Ops Royale play out over the last day or so, and I think we're going to see more of it today.
I think I'd round it off with educational. We thought we knew a lot coming into Black Ops Royale, and a lot of our players probably thght the same thing. They know how Warzone breaks, they know BR, they know how to shake it all down. But a lot of teams were kind of seen chasing the pack a little bit on various strategies, how to upgrade, how to path in. So I wonder if a couple of those are going to make changes today.
Well, speaking a little bit more about the archetypes that we had, Enigma, were there any specific ones you think stood out more than others?
I think there was a lot of the ones that we expected in the sense of the heavy metals for the LMGs. Those things are firing bullets downrange, recons for the ARs, but we did see a couple of flexings. We saw like Stalker ARs start to appear more, which beforehand we weren't sure if they were going to, but they were propping up a lot in those mid-range fights if we get those circles appearing in kind of close quarters environments. So yeah, a couple of different things coming in, but it's the pros. If they shoot it like that, I know I can't, so I don't know if I'm going to be any use with that either way.
I have to ask though, Tan, how much does the archetype of your weapon actually change up your play style? For example, if you're usually a very aggressive player, if you end up picking up a AK covert, what are you going to do with that?
Well, honestly, I think for some of these players at the top end of things, it's probably not going to change a great deal of how they want to play their game. Weapon to weapon, absolutely. But I think when it does come down to some of these archetypes, as long as they're getting a hold of that good weapon, they're probably going to do solid with it. It's when it comes to the end game and you're going up against some of these other teams who have had time to obviously continuously wipe other players and find those better archetypes. It's really more about that early game. Sometimes it's better the devil you don't know, to be honest with you. Picking up what you can get a hold of and try and rock with it where you can. It's not going to affect them too much in the late game. Early game, though, it might cause some surprises.
Well, we have 192 players taking part and forming 48 squads, which have been hand-picked by their team captains. We saw them begin their group's journey yesterday, and today they keep on fighting for a share of the $10,000 just for group play. And by the end of today, we will have the top 25 squads who will go on to the final trial tomorrow to play for an additional $50,000 prize pool. And boys, I'm super excited to see how the solo YOLO goes down, because we're going to have 150 players competing for a share of $5,000 as well. What do we think of Infinity? Are all of the eyes going to be set on the solo YOLO? Because, you know, you'll be taking home that money out for yourself.
Listen, I know tomorrow all the teams, they'll be prepped and stuff. They'll be ready to go for the final day of action down to our final 25 teams. But there's something special about a solo YOLO. It's always really fun to start the final day of any given event. You separate away from your team. Everyone is totally all on their lonesome, and all those mechanically skilled players that we were talking about, we get to see what they're like when they don't have to worry about communicating with their teammates and they can just play the game as fast as they possibly want. So yeah, solo YOLO I think is going to be real fun, and I think all the players are going to have a great time when we jump into that. Tomorrow.
Well, Infinity, we actually, given the fact that there's no loadouts this time around, in regards to the attachment kits, how much has that really been impacting the group play here, working as a team? Have we seen any cases of, you know, kind of gifting your teammates, helping them out in instances where they might be struggling?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, go on, Brody. Go on, Brody.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think you know, ultimately, I think there's kind of a part of that for me that's just like, yeah, you're sitting there, you're gonna help out teammates if you kind of already got yourself in a good position with weaponry, right? I mean, I think ultimately all of these players are more or less the same level, so it's more of a case of, all right, let's just make sure everybody's on some kind of even playing field with any team. Like, nobody wants to have like 2 or 3 players on the team with exotic weaponry, for example, and then one player sitting there with like level 1, the lowest, absolutely 0 attachments on the weapon. So just making sure everybody's competitive.
Brycey, what do you end up doing though if you end up with a weapon that you don't necessarily favor? Do you use those attachment kits to upgrade it anyway, or would you rather hold off and wait until you come across one that benefits your playstyle a little bit more?
Well, that's where I was going to kind of disagree a little bit. I think realistically, a lot of these teams, and I'm sure people have done it as well, you talk about what you've ended up finding, right? Like, if you've got an AK Recon and your teammate's running like a Dravik Mantis, and they're like, well, maybe I take the upgrade for my gun, you can look for something better still, right? That's kind of the way it works. So communication in the teams is very important. So I think we've probably seen not only a lot of that, but it will continue to be the case as people try to optimize their loadouts.
Well, visiting all of our groups and all of the teams we have participating. And Nigma, I want to ask you a little bit about Team Decky. You know, given the fact that him and his roster have played together in a World Series, how do you think their synergy compares to the other teams in their group?
Incredibly well. This is an Austrian in Decky and then 3 Germans, but Decky, Stukex, and Lays, they have a lot of chemistry together for sure, having played through last year. Came 4th at the World Series, an incredible performance where Europe took home that major, and they were a big part of that, real force out there. It was 12th at EWC, however, they were being landed on by the team that eventually won the tournament, so this could definitely have been a top 5 performance, and as such, a lot of people rightfully respect them. It's been an interesting year. They didn't qualify straight through to WRS Birmingham this weekend. I am told that they will be there playing through the open. So they've got a couple of things to right, a couple of things to correct, but they're always a team in the picture playing for the big money. And Lipton alongside them as well. That is a man that can shoot very bloody straight. So I think this squad are a real force to be reckoned with throughout this entire week.
Well, on the other side of that, we have Group B, Infinity, Team Chow, you know, the 3 players that have qualified to Birmingham. Do you think it's a little bit of a balancing act for them to both prepare ahead of Birmingham, or does this technically count as a little bit of a warm-up for them?
Yeah, I mean, there's always an element that, obviously, you know, there's a very different kind of gravy over in Birmingham. That's going to be Resurgence series, so it's kind of a totally different game mode, and obviously this is 4v4 as well, so there are definitely differences, but ultimately it's nice to keep your gunny warm, get yourself going before that weekend begins. Obviously, I don't think those guys need it, let's be perfectly honest. Chow has put himself a hell of a roster together. The amount of times that we're sitting there watching Swizz and Sariel and Authentics play and going, oh my god, these guys are absolutely incredible. I think Sariel in particular is so fun to watch as a player, just the way he kind of beams across the map. And these guys have been doing very well. They finished 3rd in EMEA qualifiers for the the Resurgence Series, excuse me, for Birmingham. So they are an incredible squad. They've done so well so far. But I will say, I want to say they're like flirting around like 10th or 11th, something like that on the leaderboard at the moment, maybe around there. I think we could see a little bit more out of them today.
All right, and moving on into Group C, we've got Huskers, the World Series champion himself. He's obviously coming into this with the Falcons roster. Tan, how do you see his experience kind of lending itself to the way the team looks to approach this game?
I mean, look, it's a help, but the trio that he has alongside of him is probably a bigger help, to be honest with you. I mean, look, these guys have been tearing it up, and it's kind of not too much of a surprise. We obviously haven't had a chance really to keep an eye on how they've been doing them from our POV. They've been playing off stream, but I'm imagining we're going to get to see plenty of them tomorrow. And when it comes down to those final 25 teams, they've been above and beyond the highest scoring team by some distance, by the way. Curious to see if they can keep it up, though. I think it's one of those scenarios. They're already pretty much qualified. I'm looking for some other teams in these groups to really try and catch up if they can. But right now, they look the favourites for the tournament. They may well have been beforehand. They absolutely are now.
I'm super excited to hopefully see them play things out today. And last but not least, our Group D. Brycey, Enkyo, you know, obviously we've got the gentle makes amongst them as well. How do you think they're going to be finding playing with their coach on the team for this event, though?
I think pretty well. I think realistically, you know, I mean, Group D is actually a pretty good team. I mean, Enkyo and Vortex's team, obviously, they're coming in the top 5 here, but they step up a little bit. They're around about that 200-point mark, so definitely not out of the realms of possibility. Huskers at this point might be too far away, but Group D is definitely representing well. They don't have a kind of a bad lineup in there. Obviously, they'll be looking to find a few more moving forward to really try and push themselves into that top 3, but there has been a bit of delineation with these teams here. Realistically, the top 2, 3 are putting themselves well above and beyond.
Well, yesterday we saw our groups A versus B and B versus D on the broadcast, and today we're going to continue with Group B and D, followed by B and C. There's a lot of letters there. Anybody would think I was reading off the alphabet. But speaking a little bit more about the strategic, gameplay we've been seeing throughout, I had a chat with FIFA Kill a little bit earlier on, and he said that, they're very much in the resurgence 2v2 scrim mentality at the moment. And that's solely like the reason why he feels that they haven't necessarily been performing to the best of their ability, saying that they need to work a little bit more on trading and things like that. What do you think, Ton? Do you think it's viable for them to come into today looking much stronger than what we've seen right now? Because they had some high kill games.
I think if they're saying that they can improve, that's a scary thing for the rest of the competition. They looked really good yesterday in some of the games that we've seen them. As far as improving, though, I think realistically through the groups for these guys in this tournament specifically, it's about getting into your rhythm, kind of understanding where your landing spots are. And I'm sure they would have had an idea before that, how that's going to be working in your groups. Is there anywhere else that you can kind of fall back onto for them now? They're in a position where they are absolutely going to be going through in the top 25 anyway. And ultimately, as long as you do that, it doesn't really matter. So for them, I think it's about just maybe trying some different things today. I wouldn't be too worried for them whatsoever. If they can step it up a level, though, it's a scary thing for the competition tomorrow, at least.
Yeah, Ton touches on a couple of good points there, and I think the experimentation is going to be important. It is a very fair point to say, look, we're competing in the Warzone Resurgence series. We've kind of got all these splits to our season. This is a new thing for us in Warzone. It's an incredible year that we've got ahead, but you can understand why they're locked in on that. We're playing for $65,000, though, at the same time, so that's a lot of money on the line. They're going to want to make sure they're up towards the top end of that picture. And for me today, you want to make sure you're as familiar as you can be with the entirety of the map, the mode, and everything that's going to be thrown at you in those finals tomorrow.
Well, our teams have also had the opportunity to be enticed to hit bonuses along the way as well with our Scuff Bounty Challenge. For everybody that is joining us in the chat at the moment, either on Twitch or YouTube, you have the opportunity for today to vote for squads to try and be either the team with the most assists in a single game or the team with the most kills in a single game. I'm quite intrigued by the assists one, Bryce. You think team play is going to be a big factor in this one?
I mean, team shooting is always the best way to get the shooting done, and you do pick up quite a lot of assists in this game, especially when you're calling out the 4v4. So, yeah, a lot of teams will be getting these assists anyway. I mean, if you can, you try and take a shot, especially if a team hasn't noticed you yet. You kind of trying to line up and get it done. It's, a lot of these players, once they start getting those high-level armors as well, can be quite difficult to take them down before they manage to dive into cover. So, team shooting is desperately a way to get that one done. Whether or not it's something that teams will prioritize on the fly, I don't think so. I think it's just kind of a situational play where they will try and get it done if they can.
Bryce, speaking a little bit more about the different armor tiers, what are our thoughts? Would you favor, in an ideal world, rather have the weapon attachments or the armor tiers? Which one would you favor?
I'm going to go armor tiers. I think realistically, and it really kind of goes the higher you go, right? Now, so when you talk about armor tiers, right at the top, the exotic is 50% damage reduction. That means that it is difficult to take you down regardless. On the other side of it, I can run a gray gun and take somebody down with like purple armor. It does work. So I would go armor first. Survivability is key, and then you go up the tiers because it's just more attachments. And don't get me wrong, some of the best attachments are at orange level, but you can kind of make do.
What are we thinking, Ton? The cradle breaches. Do you reckon that's a viable method of trying to loot out better items, or not necessarily worth, a group effort or as much time as you dedicate to it?
100%. I think it's one of those things, though. It's the risk reward, right? I mean, if you're going over towards that side of things, you are then going to be inviting the pressure on for other teams coming in. But it's the same thing as any other game, right? If you're dropping into it, we know ourselves. If we are, and everybody at home, if you are dropping in, trying to get your exotics as quickly as you can from that, other attention is going to head your way. So yeah, it's just that risk reward. If you fancy yourself to be able to defeat a couple of teams heading your way, then absolutely go for it. It's a nice quick way to get yourself looted up.
And Enigma, I know we had a chat a little bit earlier on about the archetypes. What is the best case scenario as a team? Having a mix of different archetypes heading into it, or as a team very much sticking to the same?
I think if you're able to, kind of looking ahead to where the end circle might play out, because I would argue a very different set of weapons for something like a resort circle at the end to one that's in an open field. I think you definitely want to make sure you've got them heavy metal LMGs. You come across them, those things are invaluable at the minute. You definitely want your recon ARs because they give those scopes. They can still work at mid-range, but they are still very effective over the longer range. Everybody, though, regardless of what you're carrying, I want you having a burner SMG in your back pocket. If there's a close-up fight, you're shredding anything within that kind of range. So yeah, that's kind of like what I'm looking at. It might come though more down to, if we're talking about sharing between the team, the tacticals. You want sensor darts, you want smokes, you want grapple hooks. Those are 3 things. You can only carry 2. You want squads that are rotating those between and stacking up on Muni and plate boxes. They're going to help you stay in the fight and keep your economy strong throughout the entire map.
How about Infinity for early game, though? If you, let's say you got the full auto weapons, obviously a little bit more recoil, given that you'll have no attachments earlier on, does this mean we should expect closer gunfights early game, as opposed to, you know, the sit back, relax, and try and pick off players one by one?
Yeah, I think if you're going to get that loot early on, the best thing you can possibly do is just totally fly at whatever teams you can in that early game, right? Because if you're fully looted out, other teams more likely than not are not going to be at that stage, right? And you want to try and take those teams down a peg as quickly as you possibly can, and then obviously that kind of snowball effect happens where you're garnering all of their loot, whatever they have, and you're starting to get that perfect setup that Enigma was just talking about in the late game, where you have those, you know, smokes, you have the sensor darts, you have the grapple hooks, you have pretty much everything that you want. Just if you're in a position where you can take fights, I think especially in these kind of formats where kills matter more than anything, I think just getting as aggressive as you can, getting in close quarters as you can, probably the best thing you can do.
You mentioned it perfectly. Kills mean everything given this opportunity. And Team Husker's the perfect example of that. With 3 wins under their belt yesterday, they had a total of 185 kills, obviously putting that multiplier to very, very good use. But Enigma, I want to come over to you because you'd mentioned Team Chow yesterday. You know, Chow had previously tweeted, Enkyo, you're screwed heading into this tournament. What do we think? How screwed is he looking right now?
I mean, it's been a phenomenal performance from Chow and the crew, of course. You're sitting comfortably inside the top 25 to qualify through to tomorrow. But, yeah, taking swings at the French Prince, his general, the glue guy alongside him, and Cord on top, that's bold for anyone. And you're going to see them sat in 5th right now. And honestly, Enkyo's team won't be happy with that either. They want to be a part of that top-end conversation. They will want to be winning this entire tournament. It's not just enough to be walking away with prize money. So I think they'll get better. Chow has had some incredible highlight moments, thinking that helicopter yesterday, but you're going to have to do a little bit more if you're going to be riding it alongside those guys.
Brycey, how much do you see kill streaks affecting play either from yesterday or heading into today?
Well, I mean, they massively affected the game yesterday. We saw, I believe it was FIFA Kill's team get taken down by a sniper drone, or at least 2 of them got taken out in the final couple of circles. And truth being told, if we're being honest, that you should be saving them for these final circles now. That's where they will be the most effective. That's what will not only get you out of some trouble, anything from a dog to a sniper drone to any kind of bombardment. If you can keep it till late game, you're almost guaranteed to pick up kills with it and maybe get yourself a little bit closer to the win.
Do we have any predictions heading into today? Which team do we think is really going to start to pop off? I'll start with you first, Enigma.
What I'm going to do is try and pick one that maybe underperformed a little bit yesterday that I'm expecting more from.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Juki's roster, not necessarily because they're doing bad. They're in 10th. Top 10 performance isn't bad at all. I just look at the foursome on that lineup, and I think you guys have got it in you to be a top 5 team here. So that's the squad I'm thinking is going to make the biggest jump, especially what Juki's has been doing himself in the Black Ops realm. This guy's been going for world records. He's alongside some incredibly talented players that he's got chemistry with. So, yeah, for me, I think they can go and have a barn burner day, lift themselves to that top 5 position.
I'll jump in. I think, honestly, for Team Chow as well, I would like to see a little bit more out of them. I think if we're talking about teams not quite on the bubble, but teams you would be expecting to maybe do a little bit better than they have been already. Look, again, we kind of reiterated that for some of these teams, you will absolutely make it out of the groups. And, well, you just want to make sure you secure that and then play your best card when it comes down to day 3.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to take Team MZ. They're currently in 48th place. I think they get up.
It's only up one.
They kind of averaged 1 point a game yesterday, so they've got to beat it. I think they can beat it. I'm going to put my faith in them. I think new tactics for them. I think you hide in a room, you wait for somebody to walk in and jump them, and then you get at least 1 point per game. You go up. I think that's what we're going for. I'm going to go for the underdog.
To clarify, they're getting top 25.
Yeah, I think they got all the way up here.
All right. Okay. I like it. I'll just jump in and just very quickly say I think Team Zyro is the team that I would say I'd like to see a little bit more about today. I think we really saw him at all yesterday, but you look at that roster and there's just so many good names in it, like Lennon, Louis CM, and King AJ, and Zyro himself obviously is an absolute demon. I want to see more of those guys today.
Well, I can proudly reveal that the Scuff Bounty challenge for today is going to be the team with the highest amount of kills in a single game. And I'm super excited for this one. Team Decky in particular, they had 135 kill game yesterday. If only this was the bounty for yesterday. But what do we make of the beautiful controller, boys? We thinking it's going to give you a little bit of an aim buff?
I have one. It doesn't help me necessarily get that much better, but it'll help a lot of people. No, there's nothing saving me, honestly. No, they're absolutely fantastic. Used them for years. Scuffs are the best in the business.
Yeah.
Love them.
Yeah.
Do you think yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was fortunate to be sent one last year, and my previous one, I'm like Ton, I've had one for years, and my previous one, it needed putting in the graveyard, needed a retirement home. It had seen better days. Scott very fortunately sent me one out, and it's how far they've come along as well. It's the sticks, it's the tension, it's all that kind of stuff. Beautiful to use. Like Tony, it's not really done much for my personal performance, but if you are a far more capable player, you're going to enjoy these things for sure.
I love to hear it. Boys, we've spoken a lot about the archetypes, you know, the weapon upgrades and what have you, everything in between. What about Avalon as a map? Are we enjoying it? I was loving it, seeing it play out yesterday. I think the grapple wingsuit combo lends itself very nicely to the entire map design. Just thoughts and feelings.
Yeah, I mean, I'll jump in here and just say, I think this is just exactly what we were saying yesterday about it being so similar to Blackout, right? I mean, just kind of the map design philosophy between what was kind of Blackout when it first came out back in, 2019, versus what Warzone has kind of been since then. I think just the sparsity of the buildings, right? The POIs, there's just so much more open space. And I think it adds a lot more variety to the gunfights you see compared to what you might see in some of the Warzone maps that we've seen over the last few years, where there's just so many buildings you can just sit and kind of hide in.
Is there any words of wisdom you boys want to give to our creators before they head into today's games? I want you to put on your coach's helmet.
The blind leading the blind here, if I give any suggestions.
Rotate. Yesterday, we saw so many teams kind of just win by being rotated in early. I'm surprised a lot of teams didn't do it. We saw, I don't know, like, for example, Shifty's teams very early on, they were just setting up center zone, picking off people as they rotated in, and we kept seeing the same mistakes happen late on. Sometimes you're going to be at the mercy of the circle. Get yourself set. It's far easier to defend and attack, especially if you've got all the different tools that these teams have. So yeah, that would be the one bit, but we are also taking liberties by trying to advise pro players. I absolutely agree with you.
I think the one thing I found that was missing from yesterday was probably smokes. And truth being told, there is a reason for that. I mean, smokes are very, very effective, right? The problem being is that you've got two things that are technically better in that slot, right? Grapples are basically a must-have, and sensor darts can win you a fight. I don't know whether it's worth having somebody prioritize smokes just for those positions when you get caught. If you have smokes and grapples, you can probably escape almost any fight in the game. But like I said, most teams aren't taking them because there are better options. But it might be a case, especially late game. If you have them, it could turn the tide for you.
Tony, we'll go on, put your coach's hat on.
Honestly, for me, I think it kind of does go along the lines of a lot of teams kind of playing for that center. So positioning is just absolutely key. I don't think it matters what guns you have. It doesn't matter what armor you have. If you're in a terrible position, you will get dropped quickly. You're not in a spot to be able to answer back to that. Positioning has always been the biggest key for a lot of these teams when it has come down to a lot of success. So yeah, for me, it's just making sure I'm kind of with Andy on this one. You're getting that rotation in. You're getting that high ground. How many times did we see it? We've seen it. I was the mountain in the middle of the map. It doesn't have a specific call out at this stage, for me at least anyway. And we've seen teams literally rotating over towards it very, very early. I think it was Shifty and Co. got there, won the game out from there, and they were able to slay everybody coming up who was there very, very late. So yeah, look, it's all positioning all the time.
Infinity.
Yeah, I'd agree. Just make sure you rotate properly. Honestly, we're all kind of just talking here. We're definitely not going to help these pro players in any capacity. But, I think just making sure you're positioning in the correct way, rotating correctly here. I think if you're going to drop to a place, just knowing who's in front of you as well. I think at this stage of the day, that might start becoming important. I know that the groups are shifting a little bit here, but having a little bit of knowledge as to who you're going to face on your path inwards towards the zone is probably something that we should be thinking about at this stage of the competition. Again, it's very difficult here. This is not like your bog standard Warzone event where they'll have weeks and weeks of practice knowing exactly where everybody's going to drop, but you are starting to get a little bit more knowledge, and that might be something that these teams want to think about now.
Well, yesterday we saw a mixture of different strats heading into Avalon. We had some teams that were very much grouping together, moving together as a unit, and others that were playing a little bit of a 2-2 split. Team Decky was one of the ones that did exactly that. Ton, what do we reckon? Heading into today, are they better suited to move together as a unit or split apart?
I think for some of the teams who are at the very top already, moving together is absolutely fine. But for some of the teams who are lower down, maybe splitting could be the player, but it's a risky one. It's a risky one to say the least.
Well, on that note, let's make like a banana and split. Bryson, Tan, you can take it from here.
All right, thank you very much. Well, looks like we're about to go into our first drop of the day. Not the first drop for some of these teams, of course. They've been playing all day yesterday, so some of the lines have already been established. But I wonder now that they're rested and have had a rethink how they will readjust to some of the strategies that might work a little bit better for them today, Ton.
Yeah, but I don't think there's necessarily been any trees being pulled up, if you like, right? It has very much been standard, kind of what we would have expected. Some of the top teams are really pulling themselves in different directions, absolutely, and they're going for that 2-2 split. I think the thing is for me today that I really want to keep an eye out on is these teams in and around that bubble of the top 25 squads, how they are starting to hit some sort of form, because they need to. There's some who are pretty safe. I'm kind of less bothered about what teams like Huskers, FIFA Kill, NQ, etc. are doing today for the most part. They're already signed, sealed, delivered in and around that top 25. There is no question of that. For me, it's about the teams who are around the bottom half, who need to be able to make a push. What are they going to do to solve that problem? We'll be finding out very, very shortly.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, for me, realistically, one of the teams I do want to kind of take a little bit of a look at today is Huskers, and I would like to kind of follow along with that team more than we have everybody else, because let's face it, it's the top team. We haven't seen that much from, or at least me and you haven't seen that much of them. And they're putting up an incredible amount of numbers. Not only do they have the most kills, but they've also got 3 wins under their belt, Ton. So they are certainly performing basically at the very cutting edge of what you can probably achieve in this. And it's put them almost, 80 points ahead of the next nearest team? Just sort of a clarification. After 8 games yesterday, there are currently 24 teams below that amount of points that they are differentiated from second. It is a monumental task that they have managed to achieve here, and just being told, as long as they're not terrible today and play out the rest of these groups okay, they should walk away with this.
I honestly they could probably get their feet up and have a couple of 0-point drops and still probably finish first. But look, that's the level of the players on this roster. I mean, it's of no question. How Huskers has got away with it, to be honest with you, is absolutely insane. But of course, a few of these guys have been over in the UK for a little while, getting some good practice in before we go over towards DreamHack this weekend. So yeah, no, that's a big thing for them to come into and give themselves that opportunity to get themselves warmed up and adjusted to the time zone. And they are adjusted, Brycey, absolutely cruising at this moment in time. I am curious to keep an eye on them, as mentioned, but we're really going to be concentrating on a lot of these storylines and some of these teams who are trying to make it. But let's see what kind of numbers that Huskers and Co can get themselves put up. I would expect pretty much the same. They're not going to probably change anything what they're doing right now. Again, I think kind of leaning into what me and Enigma were talking about, maybe it's a case of exploration. How well versed are you with Avalon at this stage? Seemingly quite well, but look, I think for them it's about just making sure they know their POIs, making sure they know exactly where they want to be going in certain situations. They are pretty much just dotting the I's and crossing the T's now. They are very much the team who are favourite to go on to win this whole thing.
Yeah, 100%, and we'll find out just how they kind of jump into today's game. But some of the other teams who had a really rough game yesterday is their chance to bump themselves up here. Of course, we've been talking about this, and realistically, it's like average points per game. And as I was looking over some of the statistics, some of these teams have actually doing pretty well in the kills, but just haven't got those high finishes, right? Like that's kind of the issue going through. I mean, here's an example. I mean, you look at team, like if we won here, Team Natasha, right? 103 kills. 180 points, right? They're only a few points above, a few kills above teams like Team Rocket, and yet they have 60 to 70 more points than them simply because of the finishing place. You know, so it's going to be difficult. I mean, they've got their 2 wins that has bumped that up significantly. So some of these teams not only need to get their kills up, but try and get a few more points from those end zones. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do, of course, but hopefully they'll make that adjustment and kind of get into it.
Yeah, well, let's see how it is going to go down. It's kind of picking your poison, though, isn't it? We've seen some teams who are going for placement, but you don't have many kills. So, I mean, you kind of have to get a good balance. Good amount of kills, good placement. It's better than, like, a bad amount of kills and good placement, or good bad placement and good amount of kills, right? I think it's striking that balance in the middle somewhere for some of these teams. But as we head into drop number 1 for today in day number 2 here at the Trials of Avalon, very excited to see how things are going to go down. And for some of these teams, it's just a case of, well, doing the same thing, but we're going to be keeping an eye on some of the teams who are more around that bubble of that top 25. That's what you have to place into to get yourself into that day number 3. Go into that, what is always an incredibly tense situation when we get down to these final moments. But 24 teams dropping in now. We'll be keeping an eye on how some of the top teams are doing, but I'm really concentrating on these bubble teams, Brycey.
Well, this is going to see where they get to here, of course. I mean, for these. A little bit of a fight already going down, and they're trying to stay alive here. Might end up getting pushed and taken out very, very quickly, and will do so. Even the guns at the low level, if you don't have the armor to cope with, they will drop you like you wouldn't believe.
Good effort here, though, from Team Nano. Finding their way through, and Stephanie and Co being dealt with very, very quickly. And get their teammate back in very, very fast as well. That's going to help out as well with the redeployment. Nicely done. A little bit of armor as well to kick things off. You don't hate to see those starts. And now they have a really good look at the rest of the snake post and be able to really get themselves in a good position as far as loot is concerned. Back over though towards Low Town. Going over to see how Team MZR are, well, going up against Team Prince Razo. For Team MZR, we'll need to see maybe just a little bit more. Let's see if they can bring something to the table.
Trying to have a little bit of a fight here already, you can see. Team MZR are a bit surrounded here. They are compressed. Hey, they might have heard me. Just all get in a room, wait for somebody and jump them. Can't survive 4 people shooting at you. It works very, very well. But, well, the issue is they have been found. They've already lost one here. This might be a symbol that they can start to jump in.
Aggression coming through. Yep, that's just being dealt with. So we're going to have to back on down. What I would say for Team MZR is they will actually manage to find a couple of kills here. It's quite a mixy place typically as Lowtown when you do head into the general game, as they are actually managing to deal with these fights. Let's get some of these kills secured, but Crims is there to then pick up the pieces and finish things off. Lowtown can be quite mixy. It's quite central map. It's hard to rotate out of. So for me, I think for quote-unquote, and no disrespect, some of the teams who are on the lower end of things, some of the weaker teams, a little bit of an outside circle and then being able to pivot around as best you can is maybe the play to make, instead of dropping in the center and then finding yourself maybe surrounded.
Yeah, very true here. Although I'm just very happy that, you know, the team that I said we're going to do a lot better today, they all got in a room, they won a bunch of fights, that's 3 points on the board ton. So they're well above their average at the moment. I'm telling you, you know, a little bit of coaching from me, absolutely nailed it. So they're doing way better today. On the other side of this, team's already doing pretty well. Team Flex, they're trying to go hunting. Team Bash Shark trying to get out of there, haven't managed to, and they'll be hitting that respawn early.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Real tough one to take. You're going to have to get out of that one and go for the respawn if they possibly can, but still alive and kicking. Again, how often we talked about yesterday, for the starts for some of these teams that are so crucial. If you can get away and maybe find yourself uncontested, find yourself a couple of gold guns, maybe get some exotic armor, that all of a sudden you're in a sensational spot to cause a lot of problems to some other teams. On board now with a different fight, though. Seeing Team Nanu still alive and kicking from their initial gunfight, going up against Team Anaja. And now what can they do? Team Anaja not in the best of positions, especially if you're Vizidi here, going to kind of get pinned in. And Tibbs now already seemingly found themselves some decent upgrades. And now getting aggressive as well. Grapples across the board. But they may well get third party here. You can see Team Angelica going to start getting involved in this fight a little bit later than they maybe would have liked, but they're here nonetheless. So 3-way fight going down. Team Angelica trying to spot the party.
I see Grapple's going in here. They're trying to get through it as quickly as they can. That's going to be an MX-17 full gold. That's going to be Wiz. Exeunt already going in as well. Just going to take that wipe out. Happy to have it at the same time, but more aggression. Another MX-17. Oh, in a good position. Cracking them as well. There's going to be a trophy down here as well, but it is going to go down. Person on the outside. Wiz will be taken out of this game. And these two teams now scrambling. Realistically, this squad here has a bit of an advantage. They are on the upside.
And I think that's one of the hallmarks of Wiz, isn't it? It's pure aggression, but it can catch you out in certain scenarios like that. Very central zone, though, as we are starting to head into the second one, at least anyways. The circle will start to pull. Teams will have to start to make their move. And I'm curious, it's just above Pierre District, the mountain over towards that side. That was the area that Shifty and Co managed to pick up a position. That's looking relatively central zone right now. Height is very, very important. Trying to find a wrap round and get control of that is easier said than done. Been on board with Team Nano FPS here for quite some time, and they've had a relatively decent start. Looking over towards where they are actually sitting in the overall. Not doing terribly as far as I am aware. We've seen them a decent amount. I might have been talking absolute rubbish there. They may well be doing terribly, Bryce. I'm just having a bit more of a look through here.
Oh my goodness, look at the kill feed. Apparently 300 fights have just broken out. Squad have been wiped out of the game as well. I think that was squad 22, Leono Hero. They've been taken out completely, and, well, I don't need to know who this team is because E-Thug I've been seeing on my scoreboards over and over again. FIFA kill. Trying to go to work once more. Going to probably be trying to overtake Husks today, which is not going to be an easy task for them, but they've already got things like center darts out, and that's an absolute laser of an MX-17.
Yeah, good shots coming out from Spam. And just to further reiterate, actually, for Team Nano, they are not necessarily sitting in a terrible spot. They are very much on the bubble. I think they're currently 26. So for teams like that, 30, 40-point games are just crucial. It doesn't need to be, you know, a ginormous first place with 40 kills between years. Right, a 10, 15-pointer, a 10, 15 kill game with like a top 5 finish gets you up that leaderboard. It doesn't have to be anything ridiculous. Just a relatively decent average across the rest of your games, and you'll be all right. And here, though, with squad number 6 on our roster list, it is Team Skyros. See what they can get going here. Not a bad start from them either. Still, every team alive and kicking. Circle number 2 is on its way in. And as mentioned, very, very central. So teams don't need to make any ambitious moves just as of yet. Everybody's still feeling it out, getting their loadouts up and running.
Well, some big fights have gone down to this game. And, well, since the Scuff Bounty today is going to be the highest amount of kills in a single game, we'll be keeping an eye on that all day. At the moment in this game, we'll have Team FIFA kill. They're on 11. I think the nearest to them is going to be Team Nano with 9. So already a couple of high scorers there for them. We'll see if they can continue that. It's not going to be the easiest thing for them to do.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of pace is relentless. This kind of looks what kind of loadout I end up with, Brycey, to kick off the game. And that kind of looks like how I usually die when I've got it in my hands as well. Kill going to come through for Jama. H1 and Co are not necessarily having the best of starts today. Curious to see how Team Rumi's going to do. A couple of decent players on there, ones that we know plenty about. See how quicker the boys can manage to get something potentially over the line with Rumi. Let's see how the fight's going to go down here, though, over towards water treatments. Very much a mixy one, this, though, isn't it? With the Gentlemates boys involved. Vortex and Co are here as well. So this is a battle of the Titans somewhat, Brycey. Forcing them away, and Gentlemates doing what they typically do, and that is scare teams off. Freddy getting the hell out of dodge.
He's trying to. I don't think he's going to make it, though. There are going to be some grapples, and teammates running it down. And, well, Team Enkyo said, nope, absolutely not do you get to escape. They do manage to save Hallow as well. So they come out of that 1-3 to the good, and we'll see how that continues forward. But that's a big scalp to take as well. I mean, Enkyo, they're one of the favourites for it. They haven't really been putting the kills down so far in this one that we can see, but they're slowly climbing.
Anxian now in a really good position, but some decent armor on the other side of things here. That's an ambitious shot. Anxian just getting himself out of that. Wiz now has to be careful, because I think on a couple of occasions they have actually managed to drop, so the redeploy will have to come back through. Angelica back into the game, but Team Nano having a really decent start here. I think for them, it's one of these scenarios where, again, just a relatively decent game. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. I mean, don't get me wrong, if you can win it with 30 kills, then brilliant. But we have to have realistic expectations at some stages. There are some beasts in this lobby. Nano with 3 kills to his name, and now an opportunity to loot up as well. Yeah, you take those all day long. And this is the point, right? When we talk about the meta and how the upgrades are kind of working for some of these teams, what you want to be picking up is all very well for the initial fights. But if you can find a couple of gunfights and a couple of squad wipes, you're going to start to accumulate that better loot. And that's exactly what happened there for Nano and Co. But a different fight going on here. We've got Team Anaja going up against Team Shucks. And this should be an interesting one as well. Shucks and Co trying to get something going here. Had an okay day yesterday. We'll want to see a little bit more.
Waiting for it as well. 3 players in there. That center dart's going to be helping out. Trying to pin them in with the LMG. A couple of their teammates already doing very well here. You can see in the kill feed, they've managed to knock a couple. Unfortunately, they're about to be third-partied. Team Enkyo has arrived into the vicinity, so whoever wins this might be in some serious trouble.
Aggression will come through, that is of no doubt, but if you can win it and find the squad wipe, it's better than not. Here come the gentlemen. So the sniper drone now coming through. And how often were we talking about this and how well it's been utilized yesterday? I mean, look at that through the windows as well. It's quite literally fish in a barrel for Enkyo. Incredible work from him. And there's just zero auto aim with this thing as well, isn't it? It's not the easiest thing to shoot. It's not the easiest thing to find kills with. But he could have done with it there because Shucks has just had his pants down and he's going to get the hell out of dodge as well. Can he find anything more? Unlikely. Enkyo will be there to pick up the pieces in the end. Incredible work, though, from Shucks. Just to even find that. The redeploy will come back through very, very quickly, but relevant of that, good cleanup there from the gentlemates. They'll take that all day long. Sniper drone usage on point.
A little bit of anti-aircraft going into effect, but not the easiest to hit here. They are getting a couple onto it, but that bullet velocity doesn't make it the easiest to trail down.
How to torture ammo 101.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a problem, especially if they don't find a little bit of replenishment at some point. In fact, I think that's what he's looking for here. Upgrade the armor. Not too bad. On the other side of it, though, just keeping an eye on our teams. We have lost a couple, but on the other side of it, we are seeing teams start to pump it up here a little bit more. Team FIFA on 18 now. I think Team Nanu are on 13. That's the closest. Team Enkyo on 11.
Those 19 kills must have come out of nowhere. We've kept an eye on them. But they're starting to find themselves over towards Lowtown now. And that seems to be where the zone is really starting to peak towards. That may well be center by the time we do head into 5, 6, 7, of course. And it's just about the setup for them now because a 19, 20 killed game times 1.5 gets you a very decent amount of points, and they're starting to add to those points as well. Echo finding Shucks, him and Prodigy found their way over towards the side. Wars and Gabs are going to have to continue to survive. They went for a reposition after losing that fight to Gentlemates, and well, they've run it very much into the belly of the beast, from the frying pan into, well, the volcano by the looks of things. War's still trying to find something here, but look at everybody converging on this. 3 teams just pretty much within the firehouse. This could get mixy.
They're jumping in. They don't want to give this one away at all, and as they fly through the windows and doors, all of these players, all of these teams, it's orange versus orange. It's a bit of a friendly fire effect going into it, but right now trying to drop the kill streak onto his own head.
It's one of the scenarios, maybe trying to pick something up, give yourself a little bit of cover. It's going to do neither one of those things. Popular drop spot, actually. I'm a big fan of this straight off the rip, to be honest with you. Quite often towards like the tennis courts, etc., you will find quite a lot of upgrades. I've typically found, at least anyway, in a successful spot for your boy. But as things do continue, once again, you can see kills starting to get a little bit silly now for FIFA Killing Code. They're on 28, Pricey, and there is 19 squads remaining. You doing the math, this could be a massive game for them.
Well, we spoke about that Scuff bounty before, and this might already be one of the games that very seriously wins the day. I'm just going back and forth here, looking down their position. They've been moving very, very mad. It does mean they are looking for more victims, essentially, onto this one. Exotic Armor there will definitely keep that player alive. They're not letting them go down anytime soon. I believe that's Team Jukies. So, former teammates some time ago. And they are not looking to engage here. They have wisely backed off.
Yeah, and I think Team Jukies, where they are in the circle right now, not in too bad of a position. Looks like it is likely going to head over towards Lowtown, though, so it's something they're going to have to, well, come up with a solution for very, very quickly. But the team you don't want to be held by are probably these guys, to be honest with you. They're looking very, very solid across the board. Of course, when you have found 20 kills between you, it does make things easier to find a good loot. Just about the start, realistically, for some of these teams. Just having a little look, gonna be careful. Well, I was about to say to not waste much of their ammo, but with the control over towards Firehouse and Police Station, ammo cache is gonna help you out tenfold.
We'll see how they play it here. I mean, resource management towards the late game is important. It's just not as much on the floor as there has been in kind of previous times. So if you've got a munition box or an armor plate box, it's certainly worth keeping in the back pocket.
Pandagon's team's just been wiped, I think, by the looks of things there as well, Brycey. That's not ideal for them. They have not been having the best of times, and if they are going out around top 20, not a good game at all.
Oh no, Prince Rezo has just basically delivered themselves into the arms of FIFA Kill. Might be able to get one away here. It's got that Peacekeeper, but there's already a player hunting them down. You don't get to shoot at this team for free. Team Vivico actually retreating back up the hill here, really not looking to take on Leo No Hero. I mean, they probably will eventually. That's all they've been doing. But so far, so good as we get into our next circle. There's a big fight going on around the marina.
And this is a lot of teams just trying to find their way into the middle of Lowtown. And, well, it's a bit of a dance-off to try and find your way there. Keep an eye on the circle on the right-hand side. Oh, my word. It is going to get mixy in these buildings towards the last stage of this game. And for the teams now down towards the marina, you need to keep yourself moving up that hill. Havoc now just trying to find a route through, but this is just one of those situations where the grapples are going to be needed tenfold. The luck, the fortune, the opportunity to make a move. Oh, the gaps might be narrow. The water is absolutely going to help you, no doubt. But these teams down towards Marina are going to be in a really, really sticky spot. You can see who is setting up over towards that top side. You got Team Vortex there. You got FIFA Kill and Co. kicking up alive as well. Team Jukies have managed to make it down from the hill, so they're going to be involved in this fight. But for Team 15, Havoc and Co, let's see what they can bring to the tables. Just finding some shots through the water, trying to get the shooting squad involved. Not quite able to get it done. That circle doesn't close for a minute and a half or so, but you are going to have to make a move through this water.
Waiting for it. There are a couple of, I'll say sharks swimming here, but they're outnumbered sharks. Sniper also in hand. We haven't seen too much of it, but turns out can be very effective in the right hands. Not too much to break one. Vehicle going to take a bit of a slap as well. There's a dolphin in the water trying to be taken down. That's going to be Team Move Mind of the last player on the other side of this. Skyros, I'm not entirely sure where they're going to go. There's a lot of teams with very few players alive.
I think it's just been the circle pull out. It's been very, very central, but heading into places like Lowtown, etc., when teams are already established towards this area of the map, life becomes very, very difficult. Especially when you see some of the teams that are here. I mean, we have got pretty much everyone you would expect, to be honest. Team Jukies, Team Enkyo, Team FIFA Kill. All the ones who are going to be vying for that top spot tomorrow. Very much leading the way as far as the overall leaderboard is concerned as well. Yeah, just not who you want to be pushing in any stretch of the imagination. Enkyo continuing to find some kills. They're going to run into Team FIFA Kill and Co. very, very shortly. They're just on the edge of Lowtown here towards the tennis courts, etc. Plenty of loot available to their name, Bricey. That circle's about to close down again. Which way is it going to go? Bang over towards where they all are as well here. This has worked out perfectly for them. All those teams over towards the marina need to get a move on very, very quickly.
This is basically perfect for Team Vivico and Team Enkyo, both of which not only high up in our leaderboards, but have all of their players alive. It's all going to be a bit compressed here. Team's already kicking off. You can see Team Rumi trying to stay alive into this fight. They're doing not too bad, but one player on the outside. On the inside, though, we're going to see Team Vortex. Again, another one of our top 5 teams. Everybody trying to really stretch this out now.
And this is where the game will slow down, especially with so many buildings. This is a really nice move, though, from Woodsy and Co. I really like that play, just making sure you found a gap, and while still trying to keep it going, maybe they bit off more than they could potentially have chewed. Resolve may well find a way through, though. 7 teams remaining in a very, very condensed area. And honestly, this is going to kind of come down to which teams have that height, which teams already have a building, which teams have the setup, the utility to make this work. Already, though, for Team Vortex, that's a nice amount of kills to try and find. You're right on the edge of the circle here, just looking to secure as much as you can. But a difficult position here now as the push is going to come through from another team. Team Rocket have been dealt with, and all of a sudden you're going to continue to survive, but not in a good position to go that much further if you're Team Vortex. Look at everybody stacked over towards this end of Lowtown, though, Bricey. It's a scary spot to be in. Team FIFA Killer managed to find their way towards the middle of the zone. Everybody else trying to find their way there as well.
Let's take whatever space you can and try and hold it here. Funny enough, Team Vivico are the only team that's really split out here. They've gained ground. Fights erupting along the rooftops. Nobody really can give up any ground here. A couple of teams being picked off. Nobody surviving clean as they're looking for them here. You cannot get into this one as they just get taken down, making that move. That was Team Vortex desperately trying to get into a better position in the circle. Hasn't worked out for them the way they would have hoped. Team Vivico have been alive here for a while. Their slowdown has worked. On the other side of it, Team Enkyo looking to try and make the difference. Everybody kind of on the outside of this circle, Ton, except for Team FIFA Kill.
difficult one for all these teams. I think Gentlemates will just be about all right. Number 23 that you can see on the map. Showstopper and Vision are still here for Team Jukies. But this is where it gets tense. This is where it's going to make the difference. Let's see where this circle does make a move to. We can see in the top left corner. Oh, it's making the move over towards where Showstopper and Co are, actually, so they can make their move, but you can already see FIFA Kill and Co on top of the rooftops, just looking to try and punish anybody who's trying to make that transition. Hallow will find Vision. So Gentlemates here looking for a square off on Piketty and Nala, all dropped, but here are the shooting squad on the roofs already. 33 kills and counting for FIFA Kill and Co. 3 teams remain.
Here they go, straight into it, Team Viva Kill. They saw the blood in the water. They go through the doors. Players going to be in the corner as well. It's a turn. It's a bam. They just took out Squad Wipe 7. The other squad on the side of it is going to be Team Enkyo. They're alive here. They've struck back themselves. It's a third party on a third party. And now they're running for their lives. 3 versus 3. Still a fight erupting inside. Players going down on both sides as bullets fly like rain in these corridors here. Who on earth has come out the victor at the moment? I think it's going to be Team Enkyo in a 1 versus 2. Echo is going to try and win this for his teammates, but he is outnumbered, Ton.
Yeah, outnumbered, outgunned, and killed. Cord will clean this one up, and Gentlemates will get the win, and a nice one at that as well. Incredible amount of kills from FIFA Kill and Co, absolutely, but the win will go the way of Team Enkyo. What a game that was, and it worked out so perfectly as well. We've seen it was collapsing in towards Lowtown, and so many of these teams just trying to juggle for position so consistently. But how often are you seeing the same teams come out on top, and how often are you seeing them in those good positions? Have they got shooters on them? Absolutely. We've seen the kills that are being put up on our screen. It's going to be incredible when you see the end of this game. But how often do you see the same teams in those final few teams? It's because of positioning every single time. They manipulate it so well. That fight towards Lowtown was intense, but it will be Gentlemates who come out on top. I don't think, though, Bryce, they'll end up with the highest score after that one. That was a huge game for FIFA Kill and Co.
It certainly was. I wonder if they're kind of regretting their dive in here. They did get third-partied and took away their roof control, right? That's what they kind of played for there in the end, and just weren't able to get it. But huge score from Enkyo, and then maybe a more kills from FIFA Kill. How that works out with the multiplier, we'll have to find out.
Yeah, we'll find out very, very shortly. Incredible work, though, from all these teams. Another intense game ended here on Avalon. Let's go for a quick break. We'll be back with the other game after this.
This is day 2 of group play here at the Trials of Avalon. Boys, what a fantastic showing from Team FIFA Kill. 37 kills under their belt as well at that, Bryce. How do you feel like this version of Team FIFA Kill compares to the one that we saw yesterday?
I think it's almost the same. I think the only difference we're really going to find here is that maybe they try and be even more aggressive today, because they know they're already going to be in the upper echelons, right? They just kind of got to chase Huskers, and maybe that means taking more of a risk or getting to the end game. The only thing they're really going to be annoyed at is the fact they didn't come first.
Well, we ended up seeing a Lowtown circle. Tan, from your opinion, what was their best bet of survival? Because there were so many teams, and so many of those teams were sitting around the edge of the circle as well. What's the best case scenario for them?
Getting there early is always helpful. I mean, we've seen Team FIFA Kill kind of set themselves up there. We talked about at the top of show, getting there early, getting yourself set up, and find yourself in a position, especially for them when they were over towards the fire station and had that ammo cache available. Massively important. They can start to put shots down and say, oh, if we run out of ammo, no, we can just replenish. And also a big thing as well for me, when it does come down to those ammo caches, replenishes your grapples, which is never a bad thing. Or just replenishes your tacticals overall, but more importantly, your grapples, of course. I mean, look, it's kind of where we've seen Team MZ kick things off here down over towards Lower Town, and it's where we really did stay for quite some time. Look, it's early rotation, though, for a lot of these squads. I think that's really what it comes down to. Of course, if you are able to find those kills, and if you are looted, absolutely helps to the nth degree, but realistically, getting here early is always going to help out, especially when it's a place like that, when there's so many buildings, so many different positions that you kind of set up from. You can get a good idea of where everybody else is then pushing in from. You can start to get eyes on, and you can communicate with your team. Okay, well, there's a team up on that ridge over there. It looks like they're making a move around left. Looks like there's a team just below us. You can start to communicate that, and if you are remembering that later on in the fights, you have a bit of a read on everybody else and where they're coming from if you're there early.
Well, taking a peek at our AMD moments of the match just a little bit more. We had Team FIFA Kill, as you did mention, set up in the building. But what I was really interested by, Brycey, is the fact that they weren't necessarily taking shots, taking fights at some of the teams at the edge of zone until they had to move out of the building. Would that have worked better to their benefit to try and take those fights of the teams that were sat around the edge of zone?
I don't think so. I think realistically, sometimes it is better to hold, but most of these fights, it's not just about exactly where you are. It's where you are in relation to your team and how easily you can either engage or disengage, right? It's not something that's easy to quantify a lot of the times on the map here, but basically it comes down to basic math. If you can get more bodies into the fight, you're going to win. These teams are all very, very good. They all have the ability to win these gunfights. But 2 players against 1 is always going to work, and 4 versus 3 will definitely give you a massive advantage.
And how do you think Team Enkyo kind of went about strategizing in those final moments against Team FIFA Kill? You think it was a little bit hectic in the comms?
Oh, it would have been massively hectic. I think when it comes down to those kind of moments, it is just very much in the here and now. It's about your situationals and how you manage to deal with them. It's not necessarily about having that tactic to be able to get it down. They just kind of kept their height. It was a bit of a mixy fight in the middle of the map, and they just ended up having more numbers towards the end. Honestly, they kind of did catch them off guard. I think FIFA Kill and Co. kind of got third-partied after they third-partied. So it's about the last team to engage, and if you have those numbers, they did have those numbers, they made the most of it.
Well, let's go ahead and revisit some of our standings to see how everybody has been placing up and shaping up so far. Anything really stand out to either of you fellas?
I think for me,
jumping above Team FIFA Kill will probably be the big one.
Yeah, that's a big one in terms of the Group B and D standings, at least anyway. But ultimately, when it comes to the overalls, that's what's the most important. But to be seeing this from some of these teams, I'm looking over towards some of them that need to be having some good games. Team Bashak for Team Chow H1, not necessarily the best of games. 24 is okay, but you wouldn't mind be pushing 30 or 40. You can see some of the other teams who are trying to make that top 25 are starting to put up some points. That's a good game for Team Angelica at a 53. That'll start to solidify a little bit more confidence. Team Chukis with the 66, not too bad at all. But yeah, I mean, this is obviously after drop 4 for all these teams. Kind of moving your way forward. You want to be in a better position, but yeah, this is what it's really about, isn't it? The overall standings, those top 25 is very, very important for some of these teams. You close that gap. For some of them, you've fallen further afoul.
You did mention, Ton, that Team Nano, all they really needed was to have a pretty decent game. Nothing outstanding, nothing too flashy. How did you feel they did in this game? Because they're pretty much at the cutoff point. Are we still of the belief that they don't necessarily need to try and feed into getting some more kills?
I mean, look, obviously everybody could do with getting more kills, absolutely. But when it does come down to it, if they can just have average games across the board, that's all you need. The problem is with a lot of these tournaments, when you typically see teams start to struggle, is when they drop in one of the first hour time 1 kill. That's when you can't have those games when you're on the bubble. You need to consistently be a middle of the park team. That will get you through to a better position, but it's never that easy. It is a BR, it is Call of Duty. Anything can happen on the day.
Well, I'm curious to see whether or not Team Nanu can bounce back swinging. So, boys, you can go ahead and take it from here.
All right, thank you very much. We are going to take a little wander into our next lobby here, but I was actually running the math for the last one we just saw, and I think the difference was, I mean, Team FIFA Kill actually came out of that with more points by just under 3, I believe. I think it was something like 59.4 to 56 something. So, I mean, Team Enkyo, obviously, they are kind of doing very, very well in terms of this group, but still actually losing out overall in that one in terms of points going forward. What it did mean, though, if you looked on the overall standings, is that Team FIFA have caught up to Huskers a little bit, or at least closed the gap. Seems like Team Huskers didn't have the best possible run they could have done. So, a lot of fights going on at the top here, and of course, down the bottom, the bubble is certainly going to be worth fighting for.
Yeah, that bubble's going to be ever important. I think for Team FIFA Kill and Co, like for them, it's about trying to catch up towards some of these teams and sort of say, like, okay, Huskers and Co, we are going to fight you for that. I think it's probably just an ego thing, to be honest with you. You really want to finish as high as you possibly can. Even though they're going to advance through to tomorrow anyway, I think it would be absolute disaster if they weren't able to do so. We're nearly ready to jump into the next game, though, Brycey, and I'm interested to see how this one's going to go down as well. For some of these teams, as that day does go on, that's when things become really that a little bit more intense. Are you able to break that duck to find FIFA Kill and Co, find the gentlemates, get rid of them, and stop them causing you problems, and maybe putting up a decent game that gets you into that top 25?
Well, we will see. It will look like it. You can already see the teams warming up into the lobby here as everybody gets ready for another drop. If you're on one of those teams at the top, well, maybe continue on doing what you're doing. It seems like teams like Vortex, Enkyo, FIFA Kill all have their routines pretty well locked in. Seems to be numbers for FIFA Kill. I mean, they're definitely going to be very disappointed they weren't able to win that one. It would have given them a massive boost. It would have put them quite significantly closer to Huskers, maybe even coming close to tying, but didn't quite get it. It does seem like with some of these teams here, they're going to have to really focus on those multipliers towards the end, because that is going to be the difference. We already saw that Huskers has won 3 so far in this tournament, and that has given them the advantage, doubling your money essentially and getting into it.
Oh yeah, no, it's a massive boon to take, of course. I mean, we know that these teams are going to find plenty of kills, but if you can find the win on top of that, always a bonus to have. As we fall back into Avalon once again, Circle this time pulling a little bit more to the southwest, so Fire and Ranger's potential finish, Hightown's a potential finish. That's where teams are maybe going to start to set their stall out, but we will not know until, around Circle 2 or 3, I should say. Just get my words mixed up there, Brycey. Whether or not things are really going to be heading in a certain direction. But here we go. The gentleman is immediately under pressure, and that pressure has been relieved. Kunboot already taken down, and Kyonko picking up the pieces. Thank you very much. You're going to contest this. Absolutely no problem. We'll have these kills all day long to kick off drop number 5 here in this specific matchup.
Still a fight going on here. I mean, they've got a couple down. You see Team Flex also in the area. There's a fight going down, and they managed to get a couple of bodies inside here. Gromlock did manage to take down one when he was heavily outnumbered, but the rest of the team now reinforcing. Everybody flying in. They're a bit compressed, but Alex is throwing bullets and drops one. That's massive. Team Enke will now be in a bit of trouble as reinforcements start to fly in for them as well. Come and drop it, and, you know, of course, they managed to get away with winning that one. So many times they had a disadvantage. This comes down to a 1 versus 1. Enkyo! Oh, he's trying to put the bullets in. Doesn't have the opportunity. Everybody reset. Everybody slap new plates forward. I don't think either of them have full resources.
No, it's not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. Enkyo could do with surviving, but these are ultimately kills, and that's going to be important. Stunt out, going to help him. Information kid, that's just so well played. Oh my word. I mean, that's what you've got to come up against if you're one of these creators. You're dropping in, you're like, yeah, let's go and try and take 4. Yeah, no, let's not try that again. Enkyo surviving, the team coming back in as they would have anyway, but that's going to allow them now to loot themselves up and get the ball rolling.
They would have been a bit disappointed to lose some of those redeploys earlier on, but certainly walked away with a glut of kills, so they'll be quite happy. Here on the other side of it is Squad MG. They have lost one already. There are a couple of big teams in the area. You can see Move Mind are going to be here, as well as Skyros, and just on the horizon, Prince Razu as well. This is a hot drop.
mixy, isn't it? And again, for Team MC, always dropping into Lowtown. When your games have not been going that well, I wonder if it's a case of maybe switching something up yet. Kruger and Co are here, team number 13, and Prince Raza, once again, I mean, a very similar fight to them. And it was a win for them last time around, if I remember correctly, and they'll be looking to try and do the same thing again. Crimson was the one to pick up the pieces, and Prodax is here with his teammates to try and hunt them down. Team MZ are here and falling into the fire. Great shots from Prodax, and once again, they wiped them. And this is the thing, I think some teams are coming into this and are just kind of being outmatched, and that absolutely can happen. But if it ain't working, stop trying to fix it by coming to the same spot. Let's mix it up and go somewhere else, a little less central, load ourselves up, somewhere a little quieter, and try and go from there. That's what I would be doing anyway. Unless I'm playing with you and you're like, let's just hit resorts over and over again.
Going for it one more time. More players flying in. This is an absolute bloodbath here. Whoever walks away with the last shot of it. I see something you don't want to see. Move mind. 3 of them appearing at the top of the stairs. Not happy at all. And this is very much a case of get away. Gonna run out of the grapples though, and there's not a lot of cover. Gets over the top here. Wingsuits to the fore. The chase is on. They really want this last one. A lot of surface area though. They're not going to know exactly where they've got to.
Yeah, always awkward, these buildings, to try and figure out where anybody has been sitting. So I think if you are Team Move Mind and he was left up alive and kicking, 1 kill and death would not necessarily be the end of the world. Just trying to add something to that points tally. Still trying to hunt this down as the team now starting to respawn back in, and I'd imagine probably not dropping to Lowtown. Picking things up though and heading over towards Hightown. I don't actually think I've dropped over here yet, if I'm honest.
Well, maybe we'll have to jump in ourselves and have a little go, but at the moment, slow and steady. Nanu is admiring the stairs. I mean, they are very nice stairs.
What is it that you like about them?
They look neat and tidy. You know, that looks like good fabric, I would say.
Okay.
Grand is the word I would probably use to describe it here. And speaking of grand amount of trouble as Porky throws all the bullets down and takes down Blade. There's a fight erupting for the rest of these teams here. Porky might have to get involved. Does have the high ground, but it's no good if you can't see anybody.
It's always a bit of an awkward fight around this area. So many different levels that you aren't expecting so much verticality to try and play with. This moment of time. Yeah, for Team Vortex. What can they get going here? This is not a good fight. Pokey and Co are no joke. Quicker than you in and amongst this roster, and we know what that man can do. Can he do enough to help his team win this fight? That's the question.
Still looking for it as well. Quicker, obviously not having the best time. Porky is holding up top here. He knows it's a very good position. Slightly running low on ammo, even though this is going to be a fully upgraded LMG. So he can hear the grapples going down. His teammates going to go down as well. Porky's been at the top here, and now he jumps down. He's going to find 1. Not going to get any more than that. Not going to get the full drop either. So might have been worth him just staying at the top.
And I think that's a full wipe as well. That might be them out in last place, to be honest with you. And having a look at where they're sitting. Let's have a little look. I'll get back to you on that one. I need to actually use my eyes here.
It won't be a great one if they do. I do think they're still alive. Look, there was a player. Oh, actually, they may have just lost it. That might be a really bad result for them.
Yeah.
No, there is a resurgence. I saw a resurgence there very briefly. I don't know whether or not they're still in.
Well, they're currently sitting in 42nd overall, Brycey, as well, so they need to start finding some games, and that does not seem like a position that is going to be easy to do to be honest with you.
Well, things are going to get better as with the compressing of the circles. As you can see, the kill feed going absolutely berserk. Everybody just throwing themselves into this one as 3 teams come together. Stephanie coming out on top here. They have 4 players. There is 1 last player running around. It's Leo No Hero. Probably not very long for this world. Trying to get out here, but basically you just have to run now with the storm the entire way, and they're hoping to get through it. On the other side of things here, Team Enkyo, this is a 1 versus 2. Technically there is a player above him, but oh, he's done well. Enkyo, though, still alive, still dancing. Looking for that player who's just flown in. It's Jukies. Oh, it's not an easy fight. It's definitely not an easy fight. Juki's looking
No,
for him
top
as well.
one.
He's worked out. He's gone up top. His teammate is going to be taken down, and Juki's might have the angle. No! Enkyo! Oh my goodness. How on earth has he won that?
I think Armor would have played a part potentially, but a really big gunfight from Enkyo once again. Some of his teams still waiting on this redeploy. Yeah, both teams fighting over it. He might be last alive at this moment in time. The redeploy, seemingly, for Gromlock is going to be able to come back in, I think. But either way, Enkyo keeping the hopes and dreams of not just the Frenchman, but Enigma as well, alive here at this moment in time, over towards the redeploy. Big fight going to go on there, and more big fights continuing here over towards Lowtown. Team's juking it out, see how it's going to go, but the circle has started to make its move, and seemingly more towards the firing range island at this moment in time. So I'm always down for a firing range, and we've already had a crazy one. Let's see how things are going to continue there.
Oh, I'll tell you what, things are going to get into more roof fighting. At the moment, see Pentagon and his team are in the area, but one player a little bit isolated. Already wingsuiting away, trying to consolidate with the team. Bit of an advantage here for Team Prince Rasso. I mean, they have the high ground at the moment. Obviously, Grapples can change that on the other side of it. Guess what? Team Fever killing people, as per usual.
As a squad wipe coming through, and I think that is going to result in Nano FPS and Kill being dropped out after what was a really good game in their previous matchup. I'm looking over towards my live map that I've got access to. I can't see them anywhere on Avalon. Bricey, that is a tough team to run into over towards another PlayStation that they always do like to utilize. An important thing to do so, and as you can see, everything come backing up with the ammo cache. They're moving over more so towards Trinity Stadium right now. Off FIFA Kill, so playing the edge of this one. Probably going to make a move over towards Hightown. And zone is now coming in and it is closing. A minute and 45 seconds remaining before that is solidified. Now just getting involved in what potentially could be the redeploy over towards this side of the map as well, making their way over towards Coastal. And now looking for a fight.
Oh.
The one that shouldn't be that good. I mean, how on earth is Spam getting away with this answer to it? Is he isn't. Taken down, that was very aggressive, and he'll be punished for it.
I think he had the information that they were up there, and they're a bit of trouble. You can already see a bit of reposition going on there, trying to get into a better position here, but it is so good here for Team Woodsy. Very much have the high ground. They now have a numbers advantage. Team Fever Kill, there's not really a winning scenario here for them. I mean, there might be an opportunity. Team Woodsy giving away some of their pressure. They're going to throw a couple of players into this fight. Team Fever Kill, the reposition has fully come in for them.
Just sometimes judging when it's best to get out of a fight or make a move elsewhere. And the judgment this time has been made to be the passive approach, and it has to be the right one sometimes. Caught here. Should be able to pick up a kill here. Yeah, they got the read on the team member from Skyros. And again, for Code, you can see running something not necessarily traditional in the sense of the meta, at least, anyway, but when it really comes down to it, when the late game is as influential, it's always nice to have these good guns, but not the end of the world if you don't. Now, this island over towards the back end of results, it can be an interesting place to be. Somehow, we've won an actual game of this Pricey from this position. I'm not quite sure how it was, but I do know the answer to it. We got carried, but irrelevant of that. It's a tough place to win from.
It very much is. I mean, you can already see the pressure just mounting here as, well, the water's not actually that good of a cover in this game.
Nope.
Oh, player, who's that laying down there? That's what I meant. The water, not great. The other player has just left. Teammates just run away. I don't know who it was, but they just went, oh, okay, I'm leaving. They found you in the water. I'm going to go the opposite direction. Try and stay alive, try and prolong the game. I don't know whether they're going to go for a redeploy or whether they'll just try and rat it out to get into that last little bit of multiplier, but that team definitely ran here. I will say this, though. The players in the water have managed to stay alive.
Somehow, somewhere. I suppose that, you know, when you talk about the water not being as great cover in this game, it isn't, but the grapples do help. You're not just as slow as you have been. The grapples underwater can be a really valuable tool. See the super yacht, though, in the middle of this, what do you call it, a lake? It's more of an estuary. Anyway, that's a good amount of cover that you can potentially find there, but a lot of people can stare at you from a few different angles. Moving over towards something we have been talking about the zombies getting involved here and teams wanting to get involved with it as well. Two teams who probably don't want to be involved with each other at this stage in the game are Gentlemates and of course Jukies and Co, who are now running with their tails between their legs. Enkyo and Co finding the gunfights. They know that this will be a wipe showstopper, trying to, well, add a little bit of a silver lining to this fight. It's not looking like it's gone Juki's way. It absolutely has not. Wiped out the face of the planet. We'll see you in the next drop potentially as Gromlock and Co will deal with them.
Enkyo, I mean, we saw them get a win already. Looking to accelerate that even further. Not only do they have the kill lead onto this one so far with 18 kills, Tunt. But all their players up, we can already tell some of them have got very good armor because I saw an orange there, they didn't pick it up. So it means that the rest of the team is probably kitted. The other side of it, we see AB Wiz going down. See Pentagon is looking to strike here. That might mean Team Angelica don't have much opportunity to continue in this game, because we've already seen some of them bite the dust.
Team Angelica have not been doing too bad by any stretch of the imagination, though. They find themselves some decent games and will likely be in that top 25. It seems so at the moment. Melbourne will take down Angelica, though, and for Team Pentagon, they could do with a couple of decent games. It hasn't necessarily been plain sailing by any stretch of the imagination. Looking over towards it, though, yeah, firing range is maybe where we are heading. Plenty of teams over just towards the right-hand side of it as well. And some of those teams on the Gentlemates going up against Team Clamp by the looks of things, or Team Stephanie, I should say. As things will continue for Gentlemates to, well, from what was a bit of a shaky start, turning into quite the game. 10 kills just to Enkyo's name. I mean, that is never a bad start. They're on 21 already, Brycey, and there's still 56 people left on the map. That is a potential big game on the cards here for Gentlemates.
Oh, they'll certainly be feeling very happy about their performance so far into this one. On the other side of it, though, this is going to be an incredible fight. Players both sides. Princess Fiona's team gets caught in as well. The HCKDs are already going for it. And, well, they're trying to get out of this. Just go for repositions. More teams turn up. See, Pentagon is now here. This is one of the issues of getting into a team fight. That is his decoy. Knows his decoy. Tries to take it out with a sniper rifle. But too many teams in one small area, Ton.
Yeah, it can be a little bit difficult to team over towards that top outpost. Might be the ones to cause a little bit of issue here. Predax and Co. Kicking about. Oh, Pentagon here with the sniper rifle drone. Oh, it's just so painful to deal with. Eventually, they will do, but that drop might just initiate the rest of the team to make their push through. Predax in the corner. He may well be able to pick up the pieces, or not quite. The wipe will come through, and it is confirmed. Pentagon and Co. finding a nice amount of kills here towards the right-hand side of the circle that it's collapsing in onto. We can see a couple of teams who really do need some points are still alive and kicking as well. Team Ruka really in a good position in the middle of this circle right now, playing for position, but you need the kills to make it really count for something. So they're looking to try and get something going, but for some of these teams, this next rotation of circle, the next pull is going to be very important.
Goy needs to just try and stay alive. Knows there's some players in the area. It's Team MZ are in the distance. They're taking some fire from some distance away. I can't even see the team that's shooting at them.
We're about to see in 10 seconds why this circle is going to end up going. And it's going to be big for some of these teams. There's a lot of ground to really transpire over, and it just points its way all the way towards kind of the middle of no man's land. A few buildings in and around this area, a little bit of water to get involved with as well, and a little bit of height. So this is going to be really interesting how some of these teams are going to position themselves. Team Flex are in a really nice spot to be able to rotate through towards this as well. Team Menage is still up and running. Team Ruka in a good spot. But the problem is that some of the teams that are left are, well, quite dangerous, to say the least. Goy just trying to stay alive here for Team Pentagon, trying to find as many kills as they possibly can. They've got Team MZ in and amongst it still, who honestly have done well after an initial fight over towards Lowtown, where they did not survive and, well, quite frankly, got wiped. They've survived all the way towards the top 13. They will eventually fall down to the hands of Team Pentagon.
There's been a few of that here. This circle is certainly causing some issues. Teams like FIFA Kill, they're already having a bad time. I'll tell you something, though. They've had a good time pretty much the entire time. Team Enkyo, 24 kills, still got all 4, already half in the circle. And it's not even that contested on their side. They are hunting somebody. As I can see, it seems like Team Bashaka, well, they're going to go down. They have been eliminated, and now they have basically half the circle to themselves. This could be a back-to-back.
Team Naja managed to find a kill on the Team FIFA kill. FIFA kill was left on his own and wiped. That's a top 10 finish, so that will just about deter their efforts for taking over Team Huskers after what was a phenomenal 37 kill game in our first drop of the day. But a big fight going on here, though. Team Pentagon seem to have the bit between their teeth at the moment. Brycey and they're just running at absolutely everybody, and you can see why. Exotic armor across the board. Melvin and Pentagon combining very, very well. Only thing for them here, they kind of probably don't want to get caught down in these caves underneath gas station. You would like to get yourself up high, if you possibly can, and I'd imagine that will be very much at the forefront of their minds. Prodigy, though, trying to get something going here. For Team Shucks, not necessarily in the best of positions, but once again, gentlemen, it's just absolutely cruising. Brycey currently sitting on around 26 kills. It's looking like another monumental game from the Frenchman.
I don't. Well, I mean, they've actually moved. They had half of the circle. They've just gone hunting. I think they're feeling the confidence here. Like we said earlier on, I think they're kitted. And since they've been kitted early on, it's allowed them to kind of accelerate and just take over vast swathes of the map. You were talking about not being trapped in the cage here. You can see the caves have become a bit of a problem. Team Flex is going to be up top. Bit of a rotate from Team Pentagon. They're going to have to try and get out of this. Team Rocket also going to be holding the high ground. Everybody has to go through them. Team Rocket actually a bit of an overextend. They haven't found everybody. Now they're going for that wingsuit reposition. Actually puts them in a better position where the circle is.
Team Rocket only on the 5 kills could do with finding some, and they will find an easy one there. Pentagon will get taken down as well, and it was actually Pentagon and Co trying to make a bit of a gas play there, and it may well have caught them out. They're now stuck in between Gentlemates and a couple of other teams. So Team Enkyo in a phenomenal spot to win this game once again. It'll be a hell of a scoreline if they can manage to close this one out. Still another 6 players alive and trying to disrupt that chance. But for Team Rocket here, this is a massive, massive opportunity to try and get some good points on the board. You're not necessarily sitting in a fantastic position in the overall standings, but unfortunately for you, you got 4 of the best French players on the planet in front of you.
Well, I'll say something, they're at least going to come second. As you can see, that these two teams are burning each other to bits, and they're going to be unhappy they've just lost Enkyo. Enkyo getting taken down here, and Team Rocket trying to get a bit of a position. Gromlock has to go for it. Bit of a third party. You can already see the hunter-killer drones flying into it at the same time. This could really undo Team Rocket. Gromlock knows he's backing them up. The reinforcements are in. There goes the first one. Now the gun's in for it. He's going to get the second. He smells the blood in the water at end. He's looking for the last player. There he will be. And he's down. He's up there. He's got away. The last one's run. It's Cooker. But that exotic armor is too much. Gentlemates. Team Enkyo. It's back-to-back.
Back-to-back games is a big statement to make, and that one is along the lines of what FIFA Kill & Co managed to be able to put up, but the first place alongside of it. Incredible work by Enkyo and Co. And look, it wasn't a game without its trepidation, right? On a couple of occasions, we've seen them go down to only 1 or 2 players. Enkyo actually in the 1v1 up against, or 1v2 up against Robstar and Jukies, pulling it off. And that just set them on this wheel of motion where they could get things rolling again. Momentum is so, so important, especially out of the early game. They came out of that smelling of roses, Brycey, and managed to wipe nearly the entire lobby. I think it's a 36 kill game coming out of them with a first place finish. That is a big haul of points, and they have started day number 2 off incredibly well. What a performance once again.
Yeah, it is just ridiculous. You are right. I mean, you think back to that position. If they had lost that against Jukies, they might not have been anywhere near this, but once they got kitted, once they were happy with it, they just kept picking up kills. And then they went hunting the final few circles. You thought maybe with the amount of kills they got, they would just go for positioning. They really didn't. They just kept going for the players and winning it out in the end here. Bringing in the streaks. I said earlier on, right, about the streaks in the like circles. That basically destroyed Team Rocket. They just couldn't do anything. There was drones flying at them and blowing up.
Yeah, the HKDs are really, really hard to deal with. One of the stronger ones, honestly, for a lot of people at home who are struggling with them as well. Shoot them out of the sky before they become a problem. But when you're in that position, end of the game, you're not thinking about what's above you. You're thinking about the gentleman slot who are right in front of you and sprinting at you with explosive RCXD cars following them. Not necessarily the best place to be in, but a really good performance there from Gentleman's Pricey. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Certainly will. Well, we're going to go to a quick break here, but there'll be more action from the Trials of Avalon right after this.
The Black Ops mayhem continues here at the Trials of Avalon. This time around, I've got Infinity and Enigma joining me on the broadcast. Boys, what a fantastic showing we've just seen from Team Enkyo. Back-to-back victories, 36 kills in that game. What did we think, Infinity? Was this an expected performance from them?
Yeah, pretty much at this point. I mean, they found their groove, right? I think we were literally sitting here watching then again number one. I was saying, oh my god, this is incredible. What the hell's happening? There's like 4 teams left. They're all in low town. They're all on top of one another. Gentlemates, what on earth are they going to do? And then they just do Gentlemates things. And that's exactly what we saw, not just in that game, but also immediately in the second game as well. I mean, I think it's just their handle of pretty much everything that is available to us in Black Ops Royale. I think you talk about kind of, you know, the Deadeye drone. I think they're one of the best teams at it. There was a moment back in game number 1 where they basically flew it through a window to take out Team Shucks. Their grasp of everything that is on offer in Avalon is genuinely incredible. And honestly, it's exactly what we'd expect out of a team like Gentlemates. So those guys, they're on fire right now. I'm glad we don't have to watch them anymore, honestly, because it'll be a breath of fresh air to see some other teams in the end zone.
Well, just a little recap with our moments of the match brought to you by AMD. Enigma, I want to get your thoughts and feelings on this because it seemed like multiple times during that game we saw a Team Jukies versus Team Enkyo showdown, especially there was one point at which they were fighting over a redeploy. Do we think this is going to be something that we see a lot more often heading into the later stages, kind of contesting those towers?
Yeah, first of all, I want to apologize to Team Jukies because I've certainly landed the caster curse on them. Called them out at the top of the show, and it's been tough going because the Gentlemates have kind of slapped you around a little bit thus far. But those fights for the redeploy towers, good question. I think this definitely becomes more common the deeper into this tournament we run. More of these teams are going to understand where they want to go to these, what timings they want to hit them, for what situations. Is it worth the investment and the potential risk if you've got a 3-man, for example? At moments, it's not. There's certainly times where you're like, actually, we could probably survive late in this as a 3-man. If you're a 1-man, then obviously it's always worth that. I think as well, when we get to tomorrow's final, all of these teams are going to be quality enough and capable enough of stacking themselves up and controlling the path towards those redeploy towers. So yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of that. Unfortunately for Jukies, it's just a case that Enkyo's running exotic armor. We saw the difference in action right there. Enkyo obviously does wonderfully well to snap, but Jukies had done the right thing. He landed on his loot, scooped it, and did what he could to protect his AL teammate. It's just unfortunately, Enkyo's got that extra 50% damage buff, and as such, just sees them through and allows them to go on and have that monster game.
All I know is that I want to know exactly what they had for breakfast because they woke up today and entered this lobby absolutely swinging. Like I mentioned with the 2 back-to-back victories, unfortunately, the same could not be said for Team FIFA Kill's performance throughout this game. We saw Spam in particular enjoying a little bit too much grapple action, getting a little bit too aggressive. Do you think that might be the downfall for Team FIFA Kill heading into the later stages, you know, where you do get that higher caliber of teams and players and what have you?
I don't think they'll make those same mistakes when it comes to tomorrow, right? I think today, the big thing is, right, you've already got such a massive safety net. They're what? I mean, again, I don't know exactly where they're at in the scoreboard, but I think last we checked, they were like 2nd place or something to that effect. They don't really have much of a stress of dropping out of the top 25 here and not making it into day number 3. So this is where we're going to start to see some of that more experimentation. Maybe they're going to go into things a little bit looser. Obviously, they don't want to lose it entirely going into day number 3, but I certainly think the stress is significantly less than it would be if they were in a situation where they're on the bubble. They're absolutely not in that. And I don't think that this is something that they would ever repeat going into day number 3. Like, we are going to see those guys locked in tomorrow.
Well, let's go ahead and revisit our overall standings. Enigma, I want your initial thoughts, feelings, any concerns. I know we had mentioned previously alongside Ton that he was hoping to see Nanu put up a bit more of a fight. What are your thoughts and feelings about those teams that are just on the cusp of making it?
I love that this is what we're talking about because, to be honest, as good as those teams are towards the top, we will see you tomorrow. You don't really matter right now. We're talking about those bubble lineups. Nanu's going to sit on the wrong side of that red dotted line that you're going to see there at 25th. So they do have to come online. If Tun's team are going to make it happen, it's got to be sooner rather than later. You don't want to be going into the last 2 drops, for example, under a hell of a lot of pressure. Puts you in a very difficult situation. Some teams, backs against the wall, they come out looking better, but there's so much quality in these lobbies that it's just a very difficult thing to climb that mountain should you fall too far down it. I'm taking a look at Team Chow, actually. They're in 23rd, dangerously close to not making it to tomorrow. That's a very strong roster that had some big pop-off moments yesterday. As these groups rotate, we've got to see some big games. Just lift yourself back up towards that top 10, that column on the left here, and keep yourself well clear of any sort of relegation issues.
And Infinity, from your perspective, what are your thoughts on, the teams? We've mentioned this time and time again, kind of a little bit of a balancing act between the amount of kills you're getting and then the placements you're getting to try and make use of those multipliers. Is this potentially an instance where we see teammates playing further apart from one another just to make sure you have at least one person to try and secure those placements?
Yeah, actually, a really good example of a team that's been doing that quite well is actually Team Just XTX. So I think they started today, I want to say on like 25th or 26th, right on the bubble. They've gone all the way up towards 21 after a couple of great performances. And some of their early game strategy, I think, has been really interesting to watch, right? They are getting those kills and they are playing pretty aggressive as a foursome, but they're also getting very late. And I think it's a team that recognizes, okay, when we're in these situations and when we're starting to lose some of these team fights, having one of those players just split away from their team, get away, just play survival for as high as a multiplier as humanly possible here. That is something I think that team is doing extremely well at the moment, and it's the strategy I think we're going to see some of these teams employ that are, again, they're on the bubble. You're very close to not making it to day number 3. Just surviving to get as high a multiplier as possible, even in games where you haven't got that many kills, I think can still be a pretty viable strategy.
What were you thinking? Do you think it's going to be a case of making very silly mistakes, having the pressure of knowing that you are just about at that cutoff point? Or do you think maybe teams are going to look to play a little bit more cautiously?
I think playing for the multiplier is a valid strat, but obviously, I mean, look, we talk often about against that 1.6. 1.6 times nothing, still nothing. So you got to go out and find some of those early kills. Do you just try and pick off teams that you think are trying to recover on the edge of gas? Maybe patrol some of those redeploy stations. Look, this guy's coming in. It's a couple of walking wounded soldiers. We can smother these and steal away some points. Little strategies like that that may just be the difference maker. We talk so often in Warzone about your floor. All of these teams can go off and have big games. You have a lot of talent here. Even those towards the bottom of the leaderboard, they'd smoke our ass any day of the week. It's all about, though, avoiding those instant wipes, those drops where you manage to just get just 3 points or so. If you can do that, that will likely then put you in a situation to see it through to tomorrow's finals.
Well, let's have a little bit of an update on our Scuff Bounty Challenge so far and see who is going to be leading the charge. Surprise, surprise, it is Team FIFA Kill. They honestly popped off earlier on in the day, but I'm a little bit heartbroken that they couldn't keep up that same performance for Game 2. But you know what? It is not over yet. There's still so much time for them to play catch up. And as you did mention, they're sitting pretty comfortably in second place as of right now. I personally am super excited to finally get to see Team Huskers play. What can you boys tell me about Huskers and the roster behind him?
So I'll take that one. It's going to be, I mean, this is the Falcons, right? Like, Huskers, he had an incredibly decorated career in the early stages of Warzone competitive. Once we moved to the global finals and the uniting, essentially, of an entire Warzone scene, there was a certain team that took over, and it was the Falcons. Now, this back in the day was Soka, Shifty, and Biffle. They ran the dynasty. They split up at the back end of last year. Soka stays with that Falcons organization. Dongi comes in, and Dongi, for many a year, we've all looked at and gone, bloody hell, this lad is one of the most technically gifted players we've ever seen. Brody, you're a multiplayer guy through and through. Think Dashi in his prime. That's what you're looking at when you're seeing Dongi out there. This guy can shoot up there. Like, it's a different game. It's insane. Noobs comes in, and he was supposed to be the glue guy. That's kind of the 3 roles that you have: the glue guy, the shooter, the anchor. Soka, actually, what he's kind of been allowed to do is Noobs is almost sat in as that anchor instead, and Soka's gone, now it's my turn to go out and shoot a bit, and he can fry up there with some of the very best in the world. He's been let off the leash, and he's certainly putting it to great effect. Now you've got Huskers joining in as well. I don't know, he kind of rounds the squad out very nicely. He's got that sniper, he's got that M&K, able to pop smokes at his feet and use it in close quarters fights. For me, as soon as we saw that these 4 were a roster, it was like, oh no, the North Americans have brought themselves a real juggernaut force, and I expect them to continue on a real hot streak through the rest of these games.
How do you see it shaping up, Infinity, with Huskers joining the squad amongst them? Is it going to be a case of the team relying on Huskers a little bit more to help them strategize how they're going to look to approach this, or has Huskers just been plopped in the middle of a team and it's up to him to try and find his footing?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think this is one of those situations where you know what you've bought, right? You've purchased an entire Falcons roster, and you're just going to let them do their thing, and Huskers going to be like, I will mold myself around you, whatever you want from me, I will do it. The amount, I mean, and go on, neighbor.
If I buy myself a Rolls Royce, I'm letting the chauffeur drive it. I know exactly what I'm doing right there. Like, that's where Brody's completely correct. I'm not driving that thing myself. Boys, you do your business. You are great at this game. You are gross. There is every chance you walk away with every major and minor this year. As good as Huskers is, and he is a talent, look, he knows what he's doing, and he's going to be right to sit at the back of the seats. I mean, Brody, if you were captain here, you pick up those guys. You know exactly what you're
exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I'm the captain and I'm picking up Enigma, Tun, and Bryce. So in that situation, I'd definitely be taking.
I was waiting for it.
You know.
How is that?
But this is, I mean, like you said, you've got so much talent and so much experience, and I think the key thing for me is so much chemistry, right? These guys have played together so long. Don't throw a spanner in that. You know, don't fix what isn't broken. It is an incredibly well-oiled machine, and I think for Huskers, he knows what he's got here. Just work with it, right? And I'm so excited to finally see it, because I think the thing is, we've seen so little of it on broadcast. We've seen these guys. I mean, I think they won the Scuff Bounty in day number 1 of an 18k damage game. These guys are incredible. I can't wait to actually finally see them in action.
What about if you are one of the, let's say, rookie teams heading into this, you know, maybe some of the creators that haven't necessarily been performing the best, when you know that you have a team like Huskers in your lobby, how on earth do you combat that?
You don't. You quite simply, you find out where they're landing and you stick yourself on the opposite side of the map. Look, there's many great things that we get to do here in Warzone, and one of them is pick where you land and take that as far as you can. If I know that, for example, those boys are landing over at Trinity Stadium, I find the point on the east side of the map and I say that looks real damn pretty to me. And that's where I head, because quite frankly, you want to pick and choose your fights. It is about kind of selecting your battles in Warzone. And if I'm trying to fight people on rotation in, I don't want it to be one of the greatest forces on the planet. Definitely not.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note as well that that might change tomorrow when the circumstances around what these games actually mean change, right? Because you've got to think, for a lot of the teams at the moment, it's all about surviving, right? It's about getting inside the top 25. So you really don't want to be fighting a big team like Team Huskers early on in the game, because that's just going to ruin your chances of getting any points and making it to day number 3. Once you've made it to day 3, the circumstances are going to change a little bit, because taking a team like Team Huskers out of the equation early on in the games can actually benefit you, gives you a lot more space. But I'll be fair, I still don't think a lot of these, should we say, lower level teams, maybe the content creator based teams, are going to proactively take that fight if they don't need to. You want to survive for as long as possible, and being in any arena with Team Huskers is not going to guarantee that.
I don't know, man. If I was them and I've managed to get a kill on Team Huskers, I'm screenshotting it, framing it, putting it in my stream background, you name it.
Yeah.
But throughout these games, we've also seen plenty of util being put to good use, especially the sniper drone. Have you guys been impressed with what we've been seeing so far?
100%. And we were having a conversation about it. I don't know if we had it on broadcast yesterday or maybe just in the green room, the digital green room, we should say, about the Deadeye drone. And one of the things that makes it so interesting is, you know, we can sit here and play with it on multiplayer or even, again, in Avalon and be like, oh, shots aren't connecting. Like, we're genuinely abysmal with it. But when you get players like these guys, some of the best players in the world at Warzone, with that Deadeye drone, leading their shots and hitting every single time, that thing is basically a one-shot down. Like, you hit it and a player is going to get downed almost immediately. And I think the thing that's been so interesting about it is the positionings that these players have actually been putting it in. It's like, again, I referenced back to drop number 1 that we saw earlier on today, where Team Shucks were basically sitting inside of a hut of some kind, and the Gentlemates brought one through the window to take those players down. Like, we're seeing more creativity with the Deadeye drone, how powerful that can be. It is such a useful tool to wipe teams, and I think it's telling that it is being used in these late game scenarios like we saw at the end of drop number 2 as well. Like, it's just so powerful. If you can get one and if you can use it, it can effectively wipe a squad all by its lonesome.
Do you reckon we're going to be seeing more of it, Enigma?
Definitely. I think a lot of these teams are catching on to the fact that it's very powerful. It's essentially a free life, right? It's you get not only the ability to put out firepower, but it's information, which knowledge is very much a power in Warzone, because there's so many different things to kind of control. You can fly that thing over the top and kind of go, right, one here, one here, one here. This is how we set up our attack plan or defensive strategy, regardless of the situation that you're in. So, yeah, they're very prevalent on the map. Would I like to see a toning down of the damage on it? Sure. But do I like it being used almost as that recon drone kind of approach? Definitely. I think that's definitely a very solid use of it right now in Black Ops Royale. It's going to be one of them that teams start to scramble over these. They kind of look for them on the map. They're kind of looting bodies, trying to put it in their back pocket. There's several streaks in this. There's things like the, I forget what it's called, but it's like the Nightmare Artillery Strike. There's the Death Machine. There's the Hand Cannon. Hand Cannon's very good, by the way, if we get the opportunity to witness that one. One shot, headshot from any range. But I think the Deadeye drone takes the biscuit for now.
And if I could jump on this and just say as well, I think the interesting thing about that is not just that Deadeye Drone is being used this late into the game, but also it's being used in concert with other streaks, right? Enigma just kind of listed off all of the streaks. One of those other streaks that is so powerful in the late game is the HKDs. When those things come down in concert with the Deadeye Drone, and we saw this at the end of game number 1, because HKD basically ended
Run
that
like
game.
hell.
Yeah, you mean, where can you go, right? And I think the thing is as well, when you've got such little space to work with, those HKDs are a nightmare, because they do a lot of damage. You have to avoid them. Even if they don't kill you, they're going to damage you enough that somebody from the opposing team is going to be able to finish you in a fight. And it's the way I think a lot of these teams are learning, okay, we've got the HKDs, we've got the Deadeye Drone. Let's not use these things separately. Let's use them at the same time to totally overwhelm our opposition. And that can go for all of these streaks, especially that hand cannon that Enigma mentioned. I used it this morning in one of my games, and I actually managed to get
tell
a couple of
everybody
kills.
how you did.
Never happens. I won a game. I won a game, guys. I can't believe it. It never happens. The COD gods, they gave me a bot lobby. I actually won a game. I got a couple of kills with the hand cannon. The point being, that thing is insane, so I definitely want to see more of that.
Well, we've spoken a lot about how important positioning is, and repositioning with the newest edition of the grapple as well as the wingsuit as well. From you guys' perspective, though, throughout the games we've seen so far, I know typically everybody always says high ground is best, but there have been a bunch of instances where it's not necessarily been the case in some of our lobbies as well. What is the best way to kind of navigate and tackle issues like that, Enigma?
I would still say that high ground is better if we're talking a very neutral kind of perspective otherwise. I think that the grapple hooks help us kind of level that playing field a little bit because you can quickly change your elevation. But for me, I think I go back to something we talked about at the top of the show. I think it's far easier to defend than it is to attack in many of these instances, and those early rotations going to allow teams to kind of set up almost a defensive position. And we talk so often about adaptability inside Warzone. We are blessed here to have this really wide sandbox and a billion different ways that you can play out engagements. But going back to one of the true fundamentals, it is just a far easier thing to be sat up on headies and defensive structures and picking off players running at you than it is to try and rip them off those headies. So that for me comes down to these end games. Are you able to put yourself in those spots where you're just welcoming the opponents into your lion's den and onto the end of your rifles?
Infinity, what are your hopes heading into this next lobby? This time around, of course, we've mentioned it before, we've got groups B and C going head to head. Hopes for this one?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're going to get to see Team Huskers play, which is obviously the kind of the big benefit of Team C, but or Group C, excuse me, but looking over towards other teams in Group C that we could potentially get a chance to take a look at for the first time, either at all or in a while. Team Zyro, that's a team that was sitting somewhere around like top 15, something to that effect at the beginning of the day, so excited to see what they are capable of. Obviously, for those of you guys who don't know, that's Zyro, Louis CM, King AJ, and Lennon, which is an incredible squad. Savvy Ultras, who have done really well, actually. I think they were like 6th or 7th on the leaderboard last time we checked. That's Savvy Ultras, Orlan, Kibbies, and Pio. That's an incredible team too. There's just a lot of talent in this group that we haven't really had the chance to see yet, and so we're finally going to get kind of a breath of fresh air. Obviously, for us here, it's a learning curve, right? Because, you know, Enigma, I know he has so much preparation whenever he goes into these Warzone events. He knows exactly where every team is going to drop. We don't really know. Like, we have no idea where these teams are going to drop, what kind of fights we're going to get, because Black Ops Royale is so new. Obviously, there's only so much you can kind of gain from watching these streams. And so I think, you know, what is it going to be like now? We've obviously seen a lot of where teams from Group B are going to be dropping, but what kind of early fights are they going to have to take when you've got these super incredible teams from Group C also in the mix?
It's a good point, because we end up with this exact thing in the competitive series, because certain teams in Europe will play one way and certain teams in North America will play one way, and then we get to a global LAN and both the one team from North America and one team from Europe go, that's my POI, I'm taking that, thank you very much, and they fight over it. And the thing is, now Group B and Group C are going to have those exact same squabbles. For Group C, by the way, anyone who's coming out of this group and has done very well on the overall leaderboard, pay extra attention to them in tomorrow's finals, just because of how stacked it seems. There's that team that was mentioned by Brody there, that UK boy band that's been put together by Zyro, obviously Team Huskers, and then this Team Savvy Ultras lineup, to mention just 3. But yeah, when you're talking about these POIs, it's going to be a case of you go into this first drop, and again, if any of those 3 teams that I just mentioned land with you, find somewhere else. I don't care how successful you've been through the rest of this afternoon. There's a lot of space on Avalon. It's a beautiful map with plenty of POIs, plenty of loot. Go and find somewhere else to start your afternoon. You don't want to risk that first life. Yeah, there's no need to in many of these instances. There's plenty of space for everyone here to kind of find their own little gap and play out from there.
You're saying you don't want them to risk that first life. I'm kind of keen to see the contention for those towers, to be quite honest with you. I think that's really where the talent's going to start to shine.
Look, from a talent perspective, a viewer perspective, and everything like that, I want everyone taking chunks out of each other, all right? I want haymakers and absolute living bells bat out of one another. But as a player, I'm advising you, look, don't waste that first redeploy token. You never know how important it could be. We saw, for example, Team Juki's get wiped early in the last game, and that's purely because they went in for a heavy fight early on, probably not fully tooled up, and lost it. And that can put you in a little bit of a regain blender then, as well as basically all the loot you had managed to get gets kind of purchased off your corpse. So, yeah, looking at some of these teams, be smart, especially those around the bubble right now. It's not been a great tournament, and you have to make sure every drop counts.
How do you reckon in Infinity the bubble teams are going to be feeling coming into this? Any nerves at all? Or do you think for a lot of them it might just be get into this and have a fun time while doing it?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of nerves, right? Because you are starting to run out of time. This is a totally different situation to what we were in yesterday when we were talking about, all right, cool, if you're one of those teams that's struggling, what do you do right now? Business as usual back then. Right now, you might be considering what can we do different to actually start to earn some real points. Because if your fortune isn't going your way, well, you're running out of time to change that. So, yeah, nerves really starting to get those teams that are on the bubble. And they're going to change things now, I think, before it's too late.
All we need is Enigma to give us a few caster curses and predictions for the teams that are already amongst that top 25, and everything will be golden. Don't worry about it. Guys, we will be back very shortly. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be diving into some Group B and Group C action.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Trials of Avalon. We're about to jump here into our next drop, and we're going to Groups B and C. We're switching up the lobby a little bit. So while we're waiting for that drop to get underway, we're going to take a look at some more of those teams. We get to talk about them. Obviously, we had a little chat, right? And we talked about some of the big boy teams that we're going to see for the first time in this group, the likes of Team Huskers and Team Savvy Ultras and Team Zyro. Let's start talking a little bit about some of the teams maybe who are not in amongst it in the top end of our leaderboard. Yep. Those teams on the bubble here in Group C. Because we've had a chance to talk a lot about those teams on the bubble in Group B. But for Group C here, teams like Lano Cannon, that team, you know, a lot of teams that are currently not in the top 25 here in Group C fighting for it.
Well, Lano Callum's a great one to bring up, actually, because they sit on the cusp. They sit 26th, about 5 points back from qualification. So that's a great place to start. This is going to be few. Brandon Scholes now in the Loco. And the Loco, hilarious content creator, can shoot as well, but definitely falls into that content creator bracket. For Brandon Scholes and few, they're those players that they kind of appear a lot in your European worlds, for example, Warzone Resurgence Series, World Series, so on. And they're definitely talented players who kind of sit on that kind of tier list of, like, do they get that jump up at some point? You manage to take a team that isn't expected to qualify through to finals. I think that puts you in a conversation for sure. And in Few and Brandon, I think that's probably what you're looking at if you're on this roster and being like, look, can you just get us over the line to get us those extra 5 points? The problem for teams like Lano Callum and a couple of these others, that like Thermaki and so on, you've had to deal with teams like Huskers all the way through the tournament. They will never be out of your lobby, so that's a very difficult place to be in.
Yeah, it is difficult, isn't it? There is no way to hide from some of these big boy rosters. And as you said, Team Huskers, I think, is the biggest issue in this lobby. 100%. Like, no doubt about it. That is the team that you want to avoid. And we had that conversation, right? If you're a team that's kind of had a POI, you had a plan, and all of a sudden that plan's kind of been dashed by the fact that a team like Team Huskers is landing around you, you need to change that strategy, right? So I am curious to see what these teams that are currently sitting on the bubble, what do they do here as we get into this next drop? You know, what kind of pathing do they employ to move around these teams? Because the thing is, I think it's been a pretty consistent thing, and this shouldn't be surprising to anybody at home, that a lot of these teams that obviously have been on top of the standings have been consistently making it in towards the top 4, top 5. You know, we're pretty much always looking, and honestly, this is incredible that we're going to get a game where we don't have Team Gentlemates actually in the game, but you know, we constantly have like Team Enkyo and Team FIFA Kill, and they're always in the conversation for the late game. You know, just trying to avoid those teams for as long as humanly possible is going to be the strategy for some of these teams sitting right on the bubble. Looking towards some of the other teams then, obviously we mentioned Team Lalo Callum. That was a team that's currently sat on the bubble. Looking at those guys, they looked good. Team Anna Moraro, that's also another team. She played last year, I believe, and got 31st in Trials of Verdansk with Clumsy and Nova, so that's a pretty fun roster. I believe I recognized some of those names. There is a lot of good names here in Group C. Looking at Group B, I mean, other threats here that we're looking at from this group, Enigma, we've still got Team Rocket in the mix, and those guys have gotten second place not once but twice now as well. So they are pretty damn good at getting towards the end of their game.
They certainly are, and they'll need to continue that just to make sure that it is smooth through to tomorrow. But we are off and underway then, dropping in for... well, drop one of this set of groupings. It will be a circle that pulls up towards the northwest, so likely somewhere towards Hightown Casino or the hills between there as a final drop spot. We are going to get, though, finally a look at Team Huskers, and it looks like they're going over towards the old Arsenal. We'll have company in Stephanie MX. This is Mirenko, that LATAM roster. Very capable of shooting for sure, but are you expecting this contest from arguably the best team in the tournament?
It wouldn't be the end of the world if you do manage to kind of loot early on and get out, but that's a bit of an issue elsewhere, a bit of an issue going down almost immediately here. We see squad number 22, that is going to be Mizzy and co going head-to-head with Jukies. And this is a team, of course, that we've had kind of mixed fortunes, I want to say, for Team Jukies throughout the event. There's been moments where maybe fights haven't gone their way. This doesn't look like it's going to be one for Robstar. He's going to have to get the hell out of Dodge super duper quick. He's only got one more grapple left to go, so wants to use it in the right fashion and is immediately going to get that munitions box to get more down. absolutely the right play there. You want to try and escape, get that thing down, get more grapples, and just keep your team alive in the moment, because everyone has their redeploy tokens. You'll still get back in, but just Robstar getting away here. Don't use your redeploy if you can avoid it, and I just don't know if he's going to be able to avoid this fight. He's prolonged the inevitable for the longest time, but Death will inevitably beat you. And a little bit of the teabag as well. Oh, man, that's just not nice.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame that we haven't seen much of this team, to be honest, because they've been in this group that we just haven't watched. And it is going to be Mizzy, Jeanette, so Mizzy and as Jeanette, Nearson, Oki, and Bubble CT. Now, that is a lineup stacked with competitive talent. And Oki and Robstar, yeah, a little bit of love shown there. Let's move over. As Gen G, well, Lennon, AJ, that boy band that we talked about, they will lay waste to MZ's roster. Over here at Clifftown, Yemen, as many of you may have known it from back in the day, the competitive multiplayer map. And yeah, they're going to continue on their mopping up of so many of the opposing teams. They've got quite a bit of space now that they've claimed all this land. In fact, there's no one within a country mile, really. Nearest team's going to be up towards Colosseum. Not something you have to worry about. So you can loot up, get yourself all the upgrade kits that this land will reward you with. Redeploy tokens as well in case anyone did die in that engagement. So an extra life blessed as well. These guys setting up great.
And the thing is as well, the positioning that Team Zyra have on the leaderboard right now, they're currently sitting at 12th coming into this matchup, is that it does benefit them for this kind of situation, right? They're not in any real panic to try and just immediately fly and find as many kills as humanly possible. They can actually just take that time to loot up, get the weapons as high level as possible, so that when it comes to later in the game, they are much more prepared for the fight. No pressure to try and get all of those kills at the moment. They are comfortable inside the top 25. Another team, though, right now, who is potentially not, is going to be Team Bashark, taking on just the one player from Team Flexi. And that player is kind of stuck right now inside this building. They're looking to try and take the fight, given the situation. I don't think there's really any escape. And I think they're just trying to play this super quietly, to be honest with you. No reason to get aggressive. That nade goes through. That's the information that Bashark needed. And Bashark doesn't necessarily need to be the one to pick up that kill. Only somebody from this team does. And, well, they are absolutely on the hunt for him. So the player will be trying to take them down. Elsewhere, looking over towards the team that we were talking about. These guys were 26th on the leaderboard coming in towards this matchup. They are going to lose a player in the process trying to escape. But still surviving. And we want these guys to have a good match if they want to try and get inside the top 25.
Certainly, and his big kills the other way as well, because Team Famaki, they are currently sat in 19th and about 25 points clear, which feels like a hell of a lot, but over 5 drops, if it starts to spiral, you can find yourself right on that cusp. So big kills for them to just continue to add points to their tally. But yeah, this squad 13 here, this is that Lano, Callum, Ross. They literally sit 5 points from safety. In fact, it's 3.5 points from safety, I think. Math was initially poor. But either way, every single kill will be worth so much more to them than a lot of these teams, especially those towards the tops. They've got to keep their wits about them here as they look to regain, not let an early stumble cause a hell of a situation for a map in front of them. You've got to, again, play around that multiplier and as many kills as you can get en route.
Here's a team that we saw doing relatively well back in day number 1. Anaya and co, of course. Anaya was pulling out a pretty interesting strategy with the helicopter to try and extend their lives and get as high a multiplier as possible during one of the drops on day number 1. They're currently involved in an entanglement with this Bashark roster, who are looking to try to escape, and this is not a great position to be in. This is back to that conversation we were talking about with the high ground versus the low ground players just trying to survive down low, and there's not really a way to do it. One player has just gotten the hell out of dodge, and that's probably for the best. Bashark is going to use the water, and Bryce was saying just a game ago that, well, the water is not that great of a place to hide, because however murky it is, you can pretty much see straight through it regardless, and there isn't really much of an escape route in the water. Player's just going to come at you with a pistol, and that's exactly what's going to happen for Bashark. But as we said, that's not the end of the world for Team Bashark. One player did manage to escape in that ensemble, but again, when you're talking about here on Avalon, having a good start to the game can really determine how your entire drop is going to go. That's not great for Team Bashark.
No, certainly isn't. Big recovery needed. And it just becomes ever more difficult the later that happens. The better loot goes elsewhere. You've got to regain with largely grey or common weapons. And they are common for a reason. Their attachments and quality are very poor. Porky here just looking to loot up some perks. The system there allows you to essentially stack, I think it's 5 maximum. Runs on a timer, but a lot of people have just figured out that actually if you just immediately equip them, it just means it's running and you don't have to worry about trying to go into your backpack and activate those perks once a fight starts to engage. This team will rotate north. Lowtown will be their next area of contest, so they've got a bit of a route yet before that. Squad 13 trying to regain here at Hightown. Have company, but oh wow, a lot of company here as Oki lands a helicopter onto the Polish lineup and slices them to bits.
Here we go again. Some of that helicopter action that we saw yesterday, that was not a great nade, Oki. Sorry, mate. I think we just cast a curse to you with the nade, but he's on the hunt here for Team Rocket. And these guys have gotten pretty late time and time again. This time, they will not. That's going to be Team Rocket. I believe that probably is going to be a full wipe, potentially, of Team Rocket. We'll find out here in just a moment. But, I mean, still, for Team Rocket, they've gotten pretty late over and over again. This is what we were talking about, right? When we were talking about kind of the differences in the fights you're going to take. That's probably not a fight that Team Rocket anticipated. This is a team coming in from Group C, excuse me, that they haven't fought for the last few games, didn't fight towards the end of yesterday. That's now a problem they're going to have to adapt to moving forward. So that's a problem for Team Rocket. Going to have to hit the regain, but for Team Mizzy and co, these guys on a roll at the moment. They're really starting to get styled out with everything. You can see what an exotic or a gold level weapon, excuse me, there in the hands of one of those players. So they'll be feeling pretty hot. Over towards Lowtown, though, looking towards some of these fights. Mojo, one player left up in this engagement, and it's Mojo himself. He's going to get cut down, and it is Team Rumi on the hunt for these kills.
A couple of big ones there on the edge of gas. Problem is now you're going to be forced to rotate, hoping that no one from that Team 16 are looking over at you. That's Savvy Ultras, a team that sat in 5th on the overall leaderboards before coming into today. These boys can shoot, an Italian roster with ex-World Series champions on it, and plenty of future talent for their country in the wings. Keybase being one of them. PO, a lot of people talking about him this year for good reason, and they're going to get high. Keybase maybe overstays his welcome, though. Gets cracked. Going to have to drop down. A little bit of a square up here. Will be quicker and Porky on the rocks. 2v3. You got to move soon. You got about 40 seconds before that circle starts to shrink up towards you. And I'm not seeing any grapple hooks available to Quicker, so he's standing his ground.
It's not the worst weapon in the world to have. It is a low-level BS Recon. Assumedly a Viper, so it's not going to be as good as a late-stage one. Gets a tag and crack on towards one. Worth saying that one of those players has now split, and here comes the grapple hook, so it's a fight from multiple different fronts here. The Porky and Quicker are going to have to take a lot of shouldering going on, and you're getting tagged from all different angles. The vector at which you can be safe from said angles is starting to get significantly smaller, and there's the slide out from both players. What a beautiful play there from Team Savvy Ultras. 3 players in 3 totally different positions, able to overwhelm the last couple of players from Team Rumi.
Yeah, great stuff there. Patient about the play. Speaking of patient, Brando Skulls is just going to line up a couple of players hovering on the helipad. This will be Hightown, and yeah, the problem is with that fight, the second you decide to engage, you're not going to be able to knock a player, that's for sure. So you've just got to hope that it forces a reposition, and what it might be aimed to do is let Aaron the Loco out, but then again, players are going to join over. Squad 17, this is Thamaki. A couple of French players, and Zach Vedati and Renzo alongside him. Solid team. And they sit currently in 19th. Again, just kind of in that position of a couple of solid games will keep them out of trouble. Any early slip-ups here, they'll be a little bit worried about relegation. They push. Aaron the Loco does very well with the movement to get himself out. Still got some work to do, though.
There's only got one grapple hook left, unless he's got munitions in the back pocket here, so going to have to use it carefully. Now all the grapples are gone. Just going to wait. Also has helper players all around here, so this is all just kind of a matter of making sure that he gets himself in a position where perhaps he can expose those players to his teammates. Either way, no need to move for really either of these two teams yet. Even if a couple of players do go down, there's a couple more from Team Lano Callum that would survive the engagement. Another player also starting to get in the mix from a team. There it is, finally the fight going down. Skulls will be cut short, and this is what I was talking about, right? Yes, you use those players inside the building, but there's a couple more that are split away from the roster. It doesn't mean the end of the world, but it does mean that if those players have used their redeploy tokens, they will need to find a redeploy tower, and those are finicky towards the end of the game. Those are positions, POIs, that a lot of teams are going to be keeping an eye on.
Without a shadow of a doubt, make the right decision if you are that squad 13. Nano Callum's roster, just go and find somewhere to try and recover. Cradle Bomb in the distance will be interesting because your pathing here will likely take you directly past this. There might be teams playing over towards it. And in fact, that might be where Squad 13 have just headed in towards the Cradle breach, which will potentially reward them with great loot, but also attract a lot of attention, and you're already walking wounded. Off towards Zyro and Co. Zyro's going to be missing for this fight. AJ's weakened up considerably. Plate's going to get in. Going to be under pressure. Pops his head up. 2 players on the rock. Out goes one of the drones. This is Chow, Swizzen, Authentics, and Sariel on the other end. But look at Squad 1. This is Rocket and Co. They're looking to push up on the back and third party this.
Yeah, this could be huge for Team Rocket. That is going to go down since start. Lets them know exactly what's happening here, so they'll know about the one plate. I don't think that has to extend so far as to potentially even see the players from behind. I think it might have done. Turned around at the very least now. One player survives from that initial engagement, so that's really unfortunate. They haven't managed to fully clean things up. It's going to mean that they have to try and keep one player back to finish that fight. There we go. Lennon does exactly that with some tasty shots, and now they can turn around and deal with Team Rocket expeditiously. Cooker tagged up. Going to have to back away here. Doesn't have a lot of room to maneuver, but he's just going to have to dip and dive while his teammates provide the cover fire from afar, and that cover fire is going to enable him to get away. But this gunfight is far from over. There are also a few more players in the area, in the vicinity, that could be a problem. Goldie gets beamed from afar, and Goldie is not going to be recoverable in that position. So the team will get away, but you will lose a player in the process.
Yeah, Lucien does just so well in all of this. You're initially engaging that forward fight. He pops out the sensor dart, recognizes that there's a potential for a flank, and actually then picks up on that third-party team, allows you to twist and engage correctly, not getting shot in the back. Zara with a big find there as well, by the way. I was a little bit worried about team economy. Plates were very low. He spots the plate box, drops it out for everybody, and look at them now. Very healthy down in that bottom left corner. So this team doing a great job. We are still in 18 teams. And so it's 1.4x for top 15. The squad are going to run considerably deeper than that. We've already seen them with a mountain of kills and punching themselves ever further up this board. We're sat in 12th. A big game here. Lift you not only inside top 10, but potentially even top 8 should you go huge.
Not going to be alone for long. Team Stylus on the hill. This is that high ground that we were talking about. They're effectively backed in towards the zone here. Have to just go for the fight, although, of course, the numbers are technically speaking in favor of Team Zyro. There's the initial challenge coming out. Ferrix will pick up the first one. Now trying to grapple away, and the grapple does not connect towards the tree. Gets beamed behind before it can do. Fortunately enough, his teammate will manage to escape. So Team Stylus survive for the moment, but again, they're starting to be damaged. You can see it there. It is just one player left alive on Team Ferrix. They might be about to cross path with a couple of players from Team Rocket as well. As we look over towards our big map view, you can see things now starting to zone in just above Trinity Stadium here towards the club. And a lot of players still in the mixer for redeploy coming through for Team Stylers. Is going to get them at least one player back in towards the mix. But all of those players coming in from the northeastern side, there's 4 teams there that will be fighting for positioning.
Yeah, every kill for Team Stylus, by the way, critically important. They sit in 24th, about 7 points ahead of safety, and it came into this map. We've already seen Team Lano Callum pick up a couple of kills. That's the team on the chase, so you need to answer with the kind of your own. Good lord, Spam, you disgusting creature. Manages to crack one on the outside. What a fight this is, by the way. This is FIFA Kill in the T1 lineup against the Falcons and Huskers. 2 juggernauts, if ever we were going to be blessed. One's knocked on the opposite side. That'll be Dongi completely clean, so that's your firepower removed from the map. Huskers might consider backing this one down. He's been knocked himself. Noob's now weak as well. Soka's very weak without any plates. And they've been forced to flee. And Noob's sat down, sent packing. The remainder of that squad 24, the current leaders of the entire tournament. And one of those moments where if you're a FIFA Kill and Co, you go, look, you've been running the entire show, but now you're in our lobbies and we're going to make sure you feel that pressure and deal with them in that fight.
Yeah, that's one of those big fights, and we were talking about, right, the fights that we haven't really seen so far with these two teams, these two groups, finally fighting off against one another. They're also on the hunt for that last remaining player that did manage to get away, but if you guys saw it there in the bottom left, you can see kind of how much util these guys actually have in these fights, and I don't think there was that much to speak of for Team Huskers. They weren't exactly ready for that fight at all. So they will have to scarper away here for the moment, just one player left alive, and that player, we can see, is scarpering around the edge of the gas to try and relocate himself towards a potential redeployment tower. Not great for Team Huskers here, and with 15 teams left in the game. Elsewhere, looking over towards the tiers now. 4 teams, all in close proximity. Team 24, that is Team Huskers' last remaining player in the mix between a lot more teams here, and one of those is going to be Savvy Ultras and Co. are taking shots across the way. towards Lano Callum that need to try and survive this fight if they can. Going out 15th wouldn't be great. Now it's going to be FIFA Kill involved in the mix as well. There goes Hisoka from Team Huskers. They are done. But for Team FIFA Kill to be in that mix, if I'm Team Lano Callum, I'm trying to get out there as soon as possible here, and you are stuck between these two teams. Kiwi's going to go down. There goes Savvy Ultras, and now it comes down to just a 4 versus 3 between these two teams. Team FIFA Kill now on the hunt for these players. Also, team from... or one other team, or one player from another team right behind this one. Shield Bubble is going to stop this. Bullets all going all the way through. They're going to shoot it until it completely dissipates and get the kill off the back of that, all reducing now to just one player from Team Lano Callum. There is a shield bubble that will keep them alive here for the moment. Loco desperately trying to get the Deadeye drone out. It would have saved it, but it takes forever to actually pull out, and it's not going to go his way. Team FIFA Kill continue to clean up kills here on the map.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Thing as well, you walk away with so much loot. I watched Spam scoop an exotic armor, so that player potentially becomes double himself because the amount of damage reduction that you get. Incredible stuff. Lennon looking to try and set up a little bit of a flank here. Can you pinch in this one FIFA Kill player trying to rotate away? That might be Spam considering the exotic armor. It's no, it's Echo. Caught, isolated from his teammates and chopped down. So that suddenly turns it into a bit of a 3v3 out here. I'm seeing you're backing off potentially if you are this T1 roster. And then it's going to spy over the top. Great shots initially will likely just force a back down and a plate, but every one of those moments where you just strip the opponent of plates, you are burning through their armor reserves, making their economy ever weaker for the later stages.
This is that Anamaro roster that we were talking about as well. One of the teams here coming into this that is not in that great of a spot at the moment in the tournament. Currently sitting 44th coming in towards this one. To get this late is pretty big, but how many frags do you actually have is the question for me. I don't think it's that many on the whole, and now you're going to start to cross path with some of the Titans in this group as well. It's King AJ on the hunt for these gunfights. Team Zyro over here. If they can get these kills, it would be huge, and that is going to be another cleanup coming through on towards Ana Marrero across the way. One more player from that team does manage to escape, and a little bit more space now being bought here by Team Zyro. They're looking to escape Team FIFA Kill, but look at the way those arrows are starting to present themselves. Enigma, they want this fight.
Certainly do. Taking a quick look at the map feed, by the way, there only appears to be one full 4-man in this. Could be wrong because a couple of hours may have stacked on top of each other, but Anaya's roster are rotating in from towards the golf club. Now, it's been all quiet for them, so they may be lacking points. An opportunity to mop up some of these wounded squads, if you shall. Lennon's going to just try and hold this rock-heady. Gas encroaching, however. So you've got to begin to figure out a path here. Maybe it's wrapping round towards the right, following your teammates. A bit of a conga line of sorts in pink. Hearing HKDs out there. I think that's been called in by either AJ or Louis, and it's forced that squad 11 of FIFA Killing Co to back off, give you space for the rotation. Top 4 now. Everyone here gets at least a 1.8. You're looking for top for the 2 times multiplier, and this is the engagement right now. Full 4-man if you are that team number 8 in the blue. However, you're up against some very strong squads to seal it out.
Team Tomaki and Team Anaya still in the play here. Now backing over, back towards Team Zyro, our Team FIFA Kill. One player might be able to catch them off guard, but they would effectively be in a 1 versus 3. Elsewhere, Team Anaya are going to be taking on that Team Anaki roster, and, well, that's an effort to try and get the drone out. It's a triple chow coming through from Team Tamaki. Barney and Vesti get the better of Runzo and Vidati, and there goes Makito as well. That is going to be Team Anaya surviving that engagement. Elsewhere, that little engagement that we were talking about between Team Zyro and Team FIFA Kill has not happened yet.
No, but it's about to rage on. Lennon gets the initial damage in. However, being tagged up, we won't allow him to plate. Unfortunately for Disrupt, getting shot from multiple locations here, down to a 2. Spam, cleaned up. Thief, Disrupt, what do you have? Well, unfortunately, you're going to be on fast side. Circle's going to start to encroach. Players off towards your right. Just seen him cross there. This is a full 3-man. So for me, this is Zyro's team's map to lose. Got a Death Machine in one pocket, and actually there goes FIFA Kill and Disrupt then. So a 3v3 to settle it all here in the roaming fields.
That's going to make lives a lot easier for Team Zyro. They already had the best position, and now that monster squad of Team FIFA Kill is towards the back of their minds. All you got to do is just hold fire. This, of course, being a lot of open space means there's not a lot of coverage to work with, and Team Anaya, they know it. They've tried to zip across towards one of the rocks to coverage, but they're still getting peppered up here. 25 before the zone closes. Now a little bit of an encroachment here. Lennon moves forward. Lennon gets cut down. A little bit easier now for Team Anaya. Moving forward from another player. It's going to be King AJ getting up close and personal. One player removed from the fight here. This is effectively a 1 versus 3 for King AJ for the moment. He's going to get help sooner rather than later. Here comes the push with the grapple. Good for a 1. Shots out on a second. They're not there. And now it just comes down to a couple of players here. One left up for Team Zyro. Louis CM and Lennon looking for the fight. Louis CM flies across and he gets the gunfight. They will get it done. Team Zyro with a positioning towards the end, open fields. They managed to pepper up those players and close it out.
Yeah, beautiful work there. Just took their time initially, just kind of assessing, okay, what is this lineup that we're against? How do we want to play around this? Is there a numbers disadvantage? I think Lennon gets caught being a little bit overeager, but other than that, beautiful work, especially from Louis and AJ there over the top, just ripping away, just continually find those little bits of flanks, those moments. You know, you spot a moment there where AJ, he takes shots at one, led on the rock, recognizes that actually is going to be a trade-out attempt coming through, so repositions, and that forces that opposing team just kind of stay in that one area and lets that rest of that Zyro roster kind of set themselves up around, find the angles, and find the clean-up kills to the victory. It'd be a big game out of them. Feels like we saw a lot of engagement, and obviously the 2 times multiplayer to boot.
Yeah, absolutely. We wanted to see some of these teams from Group C. We finally got a chance to see what they were up against, and they have surely disrupted the lobby. Obviously, Team Huskers, they kind of dropped a little bit earlier on in that one, so be kind of curious to see what the difference in the scoreboard is now between Team Huskers and Team FIFA Kill Q. Obviously, we saw the latter of those 2 teams manage to get all the way to 3rd place at the end of that game. I imagine the gap has now reduced. Either way, we'll take a look at that scoreboard here in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break first, though. We'll see you on the other side for more Trials of Avalon action.
The Trials of Avalon fun continues once more as we have just seen Team Zyro walk away victorious with a 26 kill win. Infinity, what did you make of the showing that they gave us?
Yeah, Team Zyro looked pretty damn good, honestly. I think, you know, we talk about Team Zyro as a roster that we look at the lineup and we're like, yeah, these players have 100% got it. And it's just one of those things where we have, unfortunately, not had the chance to watch them whatsoever until that last drop on Avalon. And they just look absolutely phenomenal, I think, from the word go. Just so many of the fights that they're taking, you know, the path that they're taking as well. You know, they know exactly what they're going to do. And I think the interesting thing about it is I think the tentativeness to not take fights too aggressively against these top rosters, right? I think especially in that final zone where, you know, they recognize, all right, Team FIFA Killer are to our left and we don't really want to force them. So let's just try and back off, create some space between us two for now and let somebody else deal with them for the moment. It's small stuff like that that I really enjoyed seeing from Team Zyro, and I think it's going to be interesting to see more of that moving forward into the next drop.
Well, whilst we recap our AMD moments of the match, Enigma, I want to quiz you a little bit on Team Lano Callum. You know, you mentioned at the start of this game that they were only 3 points away from making it to the top 25. What did you make of their gameplay?
You survived for a while, but unfortunately it's not with many kills. We felt like they were engaging a lot of teams and the damage might be fine. They might have ended up with some extra eliminations because other people have pinched away their kills, but we track kills here for points, and if you wanted those extra 3, you wanted probably a little bit more on top of that because you want to be making it nice and comfortable for you in your later drops. Unfortunately, I don't think that map did it for you. They have the potential to make those jumps happen, but we got to be seeing at least 10 kill games. I know you're hitting late, so you're going to get those multipliers, but yeah, we got to be seeing double digits if we really to believe that you're going to make it through to tomorrow's final.
What did you make, Enigma, of the other bubble teams that were sitting on the cusp?
We saw a little bit of Stylers. They did all right. I think it's a weird one because pretty much everyone that we got to see, they kind of did okay. So I don't really know if anyone's created a gap to those that were chasing in behind. I will say Team Thamaki, they were kind of one of those teams where if you have a bad run now, you get dragged back into that dogfight. I think they've done enough there to make the rest of their afternoon relatively comfortable. And anyone north of them right now, they're fine. So you're looking maybe, you know, a couple of squads in the other groups, which are going to be like Chow, Princess Fiona, and so on. How are they doing? And everyone just nervously looking over their shoulders and whether someone's turning it up in the chasing pack.
Guys, I know we were hyping up an awful lot at the very beginning of the day, the beginning of this game as well. How excited we were to see Team Huskers perform during the game. I'll start with you first, Infinity. What did you think of Team Huskers? Were you expecting to see more fight, more fragging coming out from them?
Yeah, I think they finished, what, like 15th, 16th, I think that's where they more or less finished in that game. So yeah. I think it's just kind of unfortunate that we kind of caught the one game where they dropped earlier on. I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to get into this next drop and Team Husker's going to make it in the final zone. Like, it's just what we kind of expect out of this roster. But from what we did see of Team Huskers, it's more or less what we expected, right? I mean, again, we had that conversation about Huskers effectively picking up Team Falcons for this tournament and, you know, not messing with the status quo of that roster. These guys, I think, kind of from what we did see, looked like they were doing it. You know, they were doing their regular thing of just flying at teams, getting the kills and moving on. It's just unfortunately sometimes you get in a situation where you can get caught with your pants down, and that did feel like what happened for Team Huskers. So I don't think that's what's going to happen here in this game. I think we're going to see more business as usual out of them. What
are your hopes, Enigma, heading into the later stages?
That those two meet up again. We get to see them take big fights against one another because Team FIFA's roster are definitely going to want to win the group stages here, and they'll be chasing just in behind, where we're going to look instead at the Group B, V, C standings. Obviously, the map that we just got to witness in front of us. Team Zyro, 52-point banger. We saw them get a lot of kills, and obviously coming out on top in the end. Team FIFA will then rock in behind that, not a surprise. But Team Anaya in third there, a huge map out of them when they needed it most. They were 34th coming into that map on the overall leaderboards. I'm really looking forward to seeing the jump that they've had, because that could lift them right up into the conversation.
100%. And I really love seeing Team Anaya as well, because the way that they played that final zone, it was kind of an interesting final zone, wasn't it, between 4 different rosters. You mentioned already Team Tamaki were in that conversation as well. But I think that the way that Team Anaya kind of played it, again, it was that kind of situation where it's like you recognize kind of what you have on the horizon and also what isn't going to be an easier fight in that situation. And they really lasered in on making sure that they removed Team Tamaki from the situation and kind of let FIFA Kill and Zyro go at it, at least initially. And it was just really interesting to see. I think that roster, who already, I think, have shown quite a little bit of creativity here in this tournament. Again, I kind of keep on referencing it, but that Team Anaya play where she was the last one left alive and brought out the helicopter to try and keep themselves alive for as high a multiplier as possible. I've enjoyed seeing Team Anaya play. It does seem like they've pushed all themselves up to 28. So another game like that, and we'll start talking about seeing this roster tomorrow in the final day.
I just want to have a quick chat about Team Jukies. Before the match that we've just seen now, they were in 11th place, so they've not necessarily dropped the most amount of places. But in that game in particular, they had pretty early team eliminations. Like, they were holding on to their redeploy tokens. And Enigma, I want to quiz you a little bit on this. Is that the best place to hold on to those redeploy tokens for as long as possible? Or are you better off joining the fight and helping out your teammates early on?
It's a tough one. It's a really situational thing to kind of talk about because it's whether the investment is worth it. If you come out on top in a team fight and you lose a couple of redeploy tokens, I'll take that. It means you walk away with better loot, you walk away with plenty of map positioning, as well as a couple of points to boot. That's kind of worth. That's almost like you're purchasing that with your redeploy token. That's fine, unless all four of you then go down in that fight. That's a real problem because there's no opportunity to regain. Brody, you've played plenty of Black Ops Royale. You know how it can be. Even if you manage to stay alive and your three teammates died, if in the next engagement all four of you are wiped, you at least have your redeploy tokens kind of sneak off to a redeploy beacon if you can. So it's very valuable to keep at least one player alive. So when we're seeing those moments where those fights happen and one player's peeling off for the hills just when the fight turns against his team, I understand stuff like that. But maybe we're being a little bit too passive when we're looking for points in those early engagements if just one of our players has been dropped.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting conversation point for those teams that are sitting on the bubble right now, right? I mean, if you're one of those players that's left alive in like a 1v3 or a 1v4, something to that effect, obviously you're not going to survive that engagement, but it might be worth trading your redeployment token for one or two frags, especially even if you can get another one on the board. It's just so huge. Obviously, it might make things more difficult later on down the line to survive for a higher level multiplier, but still, like, if you're struggling for kills, like, that's, I think, a trade that's worthy for sure to take. So just something to bear in mind, I think, for some of those teams that are currently sitting on the bubble, it may be even lower than that riskier plays are probably going to pay off dividends, I think, comparatively to playing things a little bit safer. Because we just had the conversation about Team Lana Callum, right? A team that currently are on the bubble somewhere, and they got like 3 or 4 kills in that last game. They got deep into the game, but they didn't find any kills. So I think at this point, prioritize kills as much as possible, even if it's the expense of a safety net.
I feel like the team play for Lano Callum was certainly there. They seem to be, doing a little bit of damage, playing off of one another, which was really great to see. But on the other side of the coin, I want to chat once more about Team FIFA Kill, because we saw a bit of an epic showdown of Team FIFA Kill taking on Team Huskers, obviously the top 2 teams that we have in this event so far. Do you reckon Team FIFA Kill kind of noticed that it was Huskers, started licking their lips and was like, you know what, those are the ones that we're gunning for? What do you reckon, Enigma?
Without a shadow of a doubt. That early knock comes in and you're going, boys, the fight is on. Let's square up and throw down. They want to do that dance every single lobby without a shadow of a doubt. And right now, they'll be feeling like they've made a statement, right? We slammed you in that last map. You're standing at the top of the leaderboard, not a problem, but you're in our kitchen now. Can you stand the heat? No doubt these fellas want that. That being said, Huskers team will now come back with a vengeance. They will certainly want to execute their opponents in the exact same manner that they just befell. So it's going to be a fun one. Obviously, a lot more of that comes down to tomorrow's final, but either way, right now, this is certainly going to be signs being held up and saying, hey, look, we just absolutely slaughtered you out there on the map. Don't worry about it. I'm expecting plenty of stuff in the timeline later too.
That's what I want to see more of, right? The rivalries. Go ahead, Infinity.
No, I was going to say, and it's worth saying, we're really only going to get these fights now, right, at this stage of the tournament. We start tomorrow, and you're probably not going to see Huskers and FIFA Kill going head-to-head, going throat for throat. That's probably not going to happen on, like, the first drop of the final day. Right now, with those teams being as safe as they are, you're going to see more fun fights like that because, yeah, there's a little bit of money involved. Like, you want to get as high up the leaderboard as possible, get as many kills as possible, just play as safe as possible, but still, like, again, it's all about that safety net. For those teams, they can take that fight. We can have more fun here about it because those teams are not dropping out of the top 25 in a month of Sundays. So, yeah, just fun to see those fights right now. I'm so happy that we get them.
I want the bragging rights. Honestly, if that was me, I would never shut up about it. It would get posted on the timeline, it get brought up on broadcast all the time. But I want to quiz you guys once more about how you feel that the perks have been impacting the gameplay that we've been seeing so far today and across yesterday as well.
It's an interesting system that we've got at the minute. It's a case of you can stack up to 5, you run up, you can either stow it into your backpack if you believe this might be more advantageous to you later on situationally, or you can simply put it on immediately and there's a timer in which it ticks down. I think there's pros and cons to a lot of this, and we're still figuring it out a bit. One that I really like is the paranoia, the awareness perk, if you will. It tells you if you're being looked at from a distance. If you know you've got quite a bit of a rotation on, whether you've stowed it, whether you've immediately equipped it, put that thing to great effect. Kind of lead the conga line a little bit, and as soon as your screen starts glowing, guys, we've got company. This isn't as safe a rotation as we think. For some of the other ones, it's awkward at the minute because you kind of got to go into your backpack and activate them, so teams are trying to figure out the timing of when to do that. But yeah, things like mobility, they're going to give you that extra bit of distance against an opponent who doesn't have that. It's a beautiful thing. It's just about honing in on which ones suit you and your team's playstyle the best.
How about you, Infinity? How have you been putting the perks to use?
Honestly, this is going to sound really stupid, all right? I am a low-level player, okay, right? I sit here, I'm on the custom desk for a reason, okay? I don't play the game at this level.
But you've
Honestly,
been winning.
I've been winning, yeah, but it's the bot lobbies. Let's be honest here, Brasty, all right? Let's be fair about it. Let's have a little bit of humbleness here. I never think about the perks when I play the game. I just pick them out. I just hoover those things up. I see them on the map. I'm like, yeah, that perk will help me. I'll just grab that one. And yeah, there are some definitely good ones. I think the one that helps you revive faster is a really interesting one. Obviously, I mean that is fundamentally something you're going to want every single time as much as possible. That's always fun. Yeah, I think there's perks are just kind of more of a, I want to say like a tertiary element of this game where it's just like they're there. But I think if a team is going into a fight with 0 perks versus a team with like 4 or 5 perks, I don't think it's going to fundamentally change the way that fight goes to a drastic degree. Like I think it's still going to come down to what utility you've got. It's still going to come down to those grapple hooks, to those smokes, to those sensor darts. Like I think the other elements of Black Ops Royale are so incredible that just the perk system is it's there and it's nice to have, and it can definitely help and benefit those players, but it isn't the end all be all of any given fight.
How do we think the teams have been managing with our resource management throughout the game so far?
Your pro teams are showing that they're used to having to deal with this under considerably more pressure. I think we're seeing that, whether it comes down to plates, whether it comes down to muni boxes and so on, allowing them those restocks later, or certain teams pathing their way intentionally to police stations to then use those ammo dumps. There's a lot of these teams that are kind of like, those that play in the Warzone Resurgence series, you have to make decisions in a heartbeat, and they're so used to controlling that economy as they go. And so here, you lose the ability to buy, but you gain plenty of the ability to scoop off of your opponents. And you can see that teams at times are kind of finishing a fight and going, right, everyone got what they need? All right, let's go. Filling up their pockets. So it's good to witness that. For some of our other teams, some of our more mid-pack teams, this is where they're kind of coming a cropper a little bit. You're seeing moments where they'll go into a fight, they've only got 2 plates in reserve, so they'll get cracked, and then they want to get back into the fight, but they've only managed to put 2 plates in, and so it's kind of like, well, I have to play this more passively, I can't be as aggressive on this, and so that ends up with their team being a little bit undone. So I think that teams that manage their resources better will certainly get themselves into tomorrow's final over some of those that don't at the bubble.
Infinity, what do you make of Team Baraska? They're currently the ones that we have exactly in 25th place. How do you reckon they're going to look to approach this game?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting with Team Baraska, right? I mean, that's... I'm looking for the roster right now. I've got it written down somewhere. Team Baraska have been pretty good. Anyway, every single time we've looked at Team Baraska, I think they've been, pretty phenomenal roster. And I think, you just look at the talent on that lineup. They've been sort of getting towards the middle of the games with a high-esque amount of kills. And so I think for them, just keep on doing what you're doing. Just keep on trying to get kind of that safety net of finding all the gunfights you possibly can and also playing safely. Just making sure you don't drop out the top 25, honestly. I think that's just the way you kind of play this at the moment. Just try and play as safe as possible. Don't be silly and fly at some of the high-level teams if you can try to avoid it. Just try and play, get some kills, but also don't get too aggressive with it. I think is probably the way they want to play this.
How about for the teams that are all the way at the bottom of our leaderboard and our standings right now? Could it be a case of just get kill hungry, get a little trigger happy, try and ruin FIFA Kills game?
I'm just going to say have a great time, all right? Have a wonderful afternoon, have some laughs, enjoy it with your community and your brethren. Look, it's tough, okay? We all think we're pretty good at the game, and then you step up and shoot at someone like FIFA Kill, and you're kind of reminded that there's levels to this. For some of these teams towards the bottom end, look, we've seen moments where some of these squads, for example, Rumi's team, we've seen them kind of put up fights and chip away points and do well in fights. It's just, unfortunately, for a lot of these teams, you're kind of walking away from those fights. You might have killed 4 of them, but you lost 3 of your own. So they got to do a better job in those exchanges, maybe, if they want to see themselves deeper into this event. It's going to be tough for any of them to obviously make it through to tomorrow's final, but hey, love an underdog story. Would love to see one of them suddenly pull together a massive game like Anaya's squad just did, make a run at it, and see where we end up.
What's the likelihood that we see a back-to-back win once more, this time around for Team Zyro?
I don't know. It's weird because obviously this lobby has so much talent in it. I think so much of the last set of lobbies was kind of just Team FIFA Kill versus Team Enkyo over and over again. Obviously there were other names in there, but very often that was the fight that would determine who would win those games. And so I think it would, the likelihood of us seeing kind of a back-to-back victory, especially for Team Enkyo, the way that they are phenomenally playing Black Ops Royale, was pretty high. With these lobbies, things are a little bit different, right? Because obviously we already talked about the fact that you've got Team Huskers in the mix, which we didn't see in the final zone. That's going to make things more awkward for Team Zyro if they don't fall early on. And again, I think that they will probably make it towards the end of the game. Team FIFA Kill will look to bounce back. They're also going to be involved in the mix again, and the likelihood of you beating them on a 4 versus 4 twice in a row is not exactly high, we'll say. They're still going to be involved in that engagement. And there's also all the other names in the mix as well that we got a chance to look at. There's just so many good teams here. It is very difficult, I think. When we're talking about who's the toughest group, I know we had those conversations about like Group B being a pretty tough group, but Group C has also got some nasty names in it. So, yeah. I think the Team Zyro, they've definitely got the capability of going back to back, but they've got their work cut out for them because these are not easy lobbies by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
How about from your perspective, Enigma? Who's going to be the one to watch heading into this?
That's a really tough question. I want to see Huskers and FIFA Kill kind of square up against each other again. That fight is just, I don't know, we're itching for it, right? I really want to see. I mean, there's a couple of teams right now that are kind of looking towards the bottom end. I'd love to see Anaya make another big game happen, because you've just kick-started with a great game here in this BVC matchup. And so it's like, okay, if you can look at the position right now, 114 points. You're less than 10 from safety. Before this map, you were down on 78 points. You're in 34th, seemingly well out of the picture. So now it's the case, if you can do even half as good as you did in that last map, you're now safe. You're making it to tomorrow's finals. So I'd love to see that kind of run happen. But then all of a sudden, that turns our attention down towards teams that were also in that position. Your Shiv FPSs, your Leono Heroes, and so on. If they have a big game, they can make the run. And I think it sets us up for so many beautiful storylines for these next 4 maps.
It definitely starts to pile on the pressure, right? Especially for the teams that are within range of making it into that top 25 as well. Infinity, what is the game plan, though? If you're a team captain heading into these later stages, into these later drops, are you going to be kind of encouraging your team to try and take those early fights or try and play for the long game?
Oh man, it's so difficult, right? Look, if you're a team on the bubble, I think for sure it's striking a very delicate balance between playing aggressive, hoovering up as many kills as humanly possible, but also surviving to the end game. Because again, there's been so many situations. I think it was I want to say it was Nanu FPS that got like a 12 kill game at the start of the day, and then didn't manage to actually make it anywhere past like the top 16 or something to that effect. And so their multiplier was so incredibly low that those kills are like, well, there's a lot of kills and you're getting a lot of points, but realistically, you could have got a lot more had you actually played for survival towards the end of the game instead of continually kind of running and gunning and being as aggressive as you like. And again, the other kind of factor that you got to consider here is that momentum, that kind of need, that desire for those kills in the early game is only going to ratchet up as we continue to get down the line, and there are less and less drops available until we're done with group stages. And if you're not in the top 25, then you're done entirely. So obviously there's a lot of different factors to consider, but I think it is just about striking that balance between, okay, this early game, we need to start strong, we need to get as much loot as possible and get all of these kills right out the gate, but also not being stupid with the fights you take once you get past that first and second zone here on Avalon, because it's very easy to lose control of yourself. It's very easy to lose kind of control of your path in towards the inevitable final zone if you are playing kind of a bit silly and taking fights that you probably shouldn't be.
I mean, all is not lost for a lot of these teams, right? I know we've been speaking a lot about, at least making it into the top 25. But let's not forget that it is still $10,000 on the line just for group play alone as well. So based on your placement within group play, you want to be securing yourself and your teammates that $3,000, because let's be honest, it's all going to add up, especially if you then move into, the final trial that we have tomorrow as well, where the huge chunk of change is going going to be as well. So Enigma, my question for you is, how realistic is it for us to think about teams maybe trying to contest for that first place just to make sure they can get themselves that $3,000? Because as of right now, it's between the Team FIFA Kill and Huskers.
I'd say it's probably going to sit between those two, but look, Team NKO had 2 big maps earlier back to back. They're closing that gap a little bit. They could make it interesting. We've still got 4 maps to go. All of those teams are capable of 40, 50-point games. So yeah, hoping that there's going to be, I'd love it to go into like that final drop and those 3 teams are split by like 10 points or something. That would serve us up something delicious for later.
We're here for the spice, we're here for the content and the mayhem here at the Trials of Avalon. We'll be back very shortly to dive into our next game.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Trials of Avalon. Look, we know that you want to get into the next drop, all right? We want to get into the next drop, and I promise, it's not that far away. We're just a few moments away from drop number 4 here. We got a moment, though, to talk about drop number 3. Of course, we're currently mixing in Groups B and Group C, and we're going to be doing that for the remainder of today here on the broadcast. And these two groups, I mean, again, it's been so fun, Enigma, to see Group C finally in the mix. Team Huskers, I want to see more of them in this game. I wonder whether they'll adjust their path ever so slightly so they avoid some of those bigger teams.
Yeah, it's kind of rough because they've been dominating the entire tournament thus far, including winning yesterday's Scuff Bounty. We get the first look at them on broadcast and they get eliminated in like 16th place. So I'm expecting a DM from Ahsoka later. Brother, get me off broadcast. What's going on here? So yeah, hopefully in plenty more looks, plenty of opportunities to see them pick things up. I will say Team FIFA Killer likely the best team they've come across thus far. And so it might be one of those moments, you know, sometimes you kind of come across a team, you think, oh, these guys are bots, we're going to slaughter them. Suddenly one of them knocks and you go, actually, they're all right. They're going to be a problem. But unfortunately, the fight is now against you, and you got to try and even up those odds somehow. Won't matter. We load into the next one. All those teams will be squaring up at the top. Again, hopefully they serve us up something nice for later on. But for this circle, it's pulling slightly more towards this southwestern corner. Screams of a firing range finish, or maybe just slightly northwest of that, in that open sand duney area that is a nightmare to control.
Yeah, and that could be interesting, of course, for Team 24. You can see them there on the minimap. That's going to be Team Huskers to talk about some of those early fights that we see them taking. Again, zone gravitating towards firing range could be beneficial for them, although they're going to have to get through a couple of squads to have a good time. Here's a good time of a team, though. Team Anaya, they had a pretty good time towards the end of the last game. Not such a good start this time around. They're going head-to-head and toe-to-toe with Team Chow. That's Swizz and Sariel and Offensix. That is not an easy roster by any means to try to take down. Naya currently struggling with it, dipping and diving with this low-level loot and getting overwhelmed. And that's early on in the game, Enigma. You don't really have that many options with the loot that you pick up.
You certainly don't. You got to make do with what you have. Talk so often about not only the weapons, but the archetypes. For example, the Rev, it's a great gun, recently nerfed, however, so it's very much so only effective within that, like, 15-meter range. If you pick up something that's just, I don't know, like a base level Mantis, for example, the archetype, it's just not going to be nice compared to someone finding a burner of a Razor. So, yeah, very much a look at the draw. And Barney makes the correct call here to back off, kind of reassess things, looks what's on the deck. I'm going to assume the fact that he decides to invest the upgrade token into that LMG, that is going to be a heavy metal. And every single time you find one of those upgrade kits, it just becomes ever more deadly.
Oh, yeah, 100%. That LMG is incredible. The MK78 is one of those ones that if you look for that for a heavy metal variant, it's just like, yeah, you invest everything you've got into that one weapon. We talked a little bit about Team Anaya, though, and of course they have managed to move away. They're going head-to-head with a team that would be a little bit of an easier team to take out, we shall say. That's going to be Anya Marrero and co. Of course, they got relatively late into the last game before ending up falling down. So that could be an interesting fight if Anya and co can take control of the listening post. We'll get a lot of early game loot off the back of that. It's this team, though, that we were talking about in the last game. They dropped in the middle of the game, Team Huskers. They kind of ran out of gas a little bit versus FIFA Kill and co. And so now they'll be hoping for a little bit more breathing room. They have one squad to deal with over here by the old Arsenal. That's going to be Team Bashark that we were talking about. And I think if I'm Team Bashark, I'm kind of running away a little bit scared right now. Huskers on the hunt with that helicopter. He's trying to find those players.
Yeah, absolutely not a team that you want to be landing on, especially in a recovery situation. Juki's line up, going to be fighting against the Maki. Showstopper with a knock, Vision with another, so easily makes it a 4v2. I think you lose one in the fight, you do Vision. So 2v3. Showstopper's considering playing the elevator, but if you're going to hit this, it's got to be some sort of executable strategy. Otherwise, that team holding the top is just going to beam you the minute you appear. Dog in pocket could be useful. It can more just flush out opponents, and now you're going to get the uplink as well. But another roster landing on the building could make things very interesting. That's going to be Lano, Callum, and Co, and we know how much they need the points.
Yeah, and that kind of building is kind of difficult as well. When you've got multiple kind of squads around you, there's a lot of different hidey places that you can potentially take. So something to bear in mind there for those boys. Looking over towards the listing post, we did see Ana Morero and co. We saw a little glimpse there of Stylers also getting involved in the mix for that fight. So a lot of early positioning happening, of course, for the current zone. If somebody like Enigma can analyze where that final zone is going to be, I think these players can definitely do it for sure. That feels like the game plan. That came across.
That was outrageous. That was very unnecessary, brother.
Listen, I intended it as a compliment. Just take it as a compliment, even though it didn't sound like one. Anyway, looking over towards Team 21, this is that squad that we were talking about, right? This is Ferric and co. It's Stylers that has the absolute barcode of a name right now, and they have a Team Anaya on the other side of the listing post. I have a feeling that they know either by a sensor dart or just the force that the other team is over here. So they're looking to take this fight. Team Anaya, again, they're currently, I want to say, like 27 for 28, something like that on the standard Enigma. They need this fight.
Certainly do. You are correct. Team Anaya sat very much so in the mix. I'm still reeling from the backhand you just gave me, but either way, Stylers and co. going to hold the high ground here. Just be able to peer over. Anyone trying to flee is going to need some sort of movement util. Grapple hook in the possession of Adderley. That could be one such thing. Mark 78 going to pep away. This is a tier 4, so this is going to be a purple or an epic. Reload going to take a half second, but it's going to come through completely fine. And I'd set up Versity on the wrap here. Yeah, if you can just collapse around the back of these players, trap this team in, it could open up the fight for your teammates to swarm. But so far, nothing given, and I'm seeing a common AK for Versity, so it's not going to be nice in these ranged fights, regardless of the archetype.
Yeah, the issue here, I was literally about to say, is the range, right? I mean, it's all well and good trying to take a fight like that, but ultimately, I mean, no matter how far you push up, you're probably going to have to take a long-range fight with the AK. You probably don't really want to. Have a LMG coming through for Hubini. That's going to be good for some of these long-range fights. And I think for now, things are going to slightly cool off between those teams. Again, nobody wants to make any silly moves at this point, but one thing you have to remember is, for as long as those guys remain in that stalemate, neither team will be obtaining any kills, and that certainly isn't good for Team Anaya, who you are currently sitting outside of the top 25 in that bubble. Looking over towards Cooker, living up to his name, gets a couple of kills here. Alex down for the count. This is Mojo and co on the other side. Cooker just going to try and back away. Sometimes you just miss the tree. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it's out of range. That feels like the case of Cooker. Stop trying the tree. Try a bit low on the tree, bud. There we go. Yeah. Finally, getting away. Cooker. This is awkward, though, for Cooker, right? He's on his lonesome, just trying to keep himself alive in this situation. His teammates, I assume, still have some kind of redeployment token. I don't know. There's obviously a timer on that, so they'll come back in relatively soon. If they don't have redeployment tokens, things have gone horrendously here for Cooker and co.
I think it depends on whatever Cooker's next move is. Obviously, we don't get the information, but if he's just going to play the rooftop and sit pretty for a moment, then yes, his teammates are coming back in, and there's Per to start things off. And to be honest, this is not a bad regain spot. However, you're going to have company quite quickly. So while your teammates are getting back in, there's also going to be a couple of Mojo's team resurrecting into the fight as Mojo himself tries to figure out the approach here. But the elevator shaft always poses a threat. You get your timings wrong, you walk straight into a player holding the heady. I'll tear you apart, but two men can make that push together, and they're going to.
They're on the hunt for this final kill. I mean, why not, to be fair? It is effectively a freebie. And never mind, actually, Alex going down once again to Cooker. So Cooker is just basically farming these guys at the moment. How many more kills can he get? Picks up one of those perks that we were talking about previously, and he is flying away. And there is a kind of a point, I will say, at which you kind of have to question how much you want to invest into that one player. They are desperately hunting Cooker, and it feels like they want to invest at least a little more, especially with the gas towards the back of you. Looking for the hunt against Cooker. We can see him there on the X-ray from afar. I can't imagine Cooker is anything but cooked here in this situation. Switches towards the pistol for the water. Misses every single shot. Tries to grapple away. Gets cracked up. Cooker has one more in the back pocket and actually might, at the very least, be able to pull these guys into another squad.
He's doing very well here. Staying alive in the fight. I don't think it'll be for very long as multiple other bodies start to be attracted to this ongoing engagement. Mojo will make land. But the rest of his team have managed to regain. There's actually going to be Wars' lineup that are just holding the other island. They find plenty of purchase. But your teammates have started to regain north of Hightown there. So Cooker did his job very well and racked up a couple of kills en route. So great stuff out of him. As we look at the circle, continuing to collapse around firing range. Again, screams of that sand dune area. I had an end circle myself there the other day. It's a bit of a nightmare. Sensor darts, however, will be huge. A lot of those ridges and awkward crevices where players could be lying in. You have a sensor dart for that. Helps clean up so much of the questioning.
Currently fight going down that we were talking about. This is the teams that were drawn together by Cooker. Mojo still in the mix. He's in the water. He's not going to be able to help out his teammates in this situation, so we'll lose one. And he's making a lot of noise in the water as well, it should be said. There's a lot of audio cues that Kibbies and co will be getting. One player separated out here, so even if that player does go down from the team, there should be another one perfectly fine to keep Team Mojo's alive. And there we go. In the water, they go to try and take the player down. Oh, grappling onto the cheeks. Hello. Mojo down for the count. A little slap from Avalon to finish him. But as we said, it's not the end for Team Mojo. One team split off. And we were talking about that kind of strategy. If you're in a situation where things aren't going favorably for you, splitting in a downward situation is the best thing you can possibly do.
Eye-watering re-entry there from Avalon. Incredible stuff. Very aggressive. Prodigy, by the way, has been knocked in this engagement. Will be brought back to his feet. This roster, very comfortable in terms of qualifying through. This is Shucks, Norris and co. Actually, I say that. They've slid down the leaderboard a little bit. Sat in 20th right now. And actually just 8 points clear coming into this match. So I lied to you. My apologies, chat. You've got quite a bit of work to do if you are this lineup. And I'm very surprised that they're even in that conversation. A lot of different teams fighting over the Pier District. This is going to be Emzia, as well as Squad 13 being Lano Callum. Pretty much all of these teams are going to need points. Rumi's down the list as well. So huge engagements here. And there's going to be a fourth party to this too. Zyro on the hunt. They smell blood and they will find one in Jammer.
Lot to do here if you're Rumi and co. Grabbing an upgrade kick. That'll make things a little bit easier with the Ryzen. As the Cradle Bomb comes down in close proximity. That could be tempting once this fight is done. But this is going to be a dicey one with 4 different squads involved in the mix. Tagged up. Porky just going to get away here for the moment. They are sandwiched between 2 different teams at the moment. One of those teams is going to be Lano, Callum and co. We talked about this roster as really struggling in the last game. Yeah, they survived for a long time, but they didn't really get many frags to do it. This is an opportunity here, a golden opportunity, you might say, to actually find some of those frags that you have been missing, but they equally have to be cautious. Ring around the Rosie effect being happening here with those 2 players from Team Rumi all being separated out and Team Zyro also in the mix. They have to be cautious about how they play this. They cannot get over-aggressive. He's looking for a third party. That would be the ideal situation here over by the Pier District. And they're finally going to take some shots here, but it isn't going to get them fragged just yet. And now they've revealed their position.
I think Team Lano Callum are going to be a little bit devastated that Zyro squad rock up. I think they're expecting, all right, we're against 2 teams here that are far down the leaderboard. We take these points and it marches us ever closer to tomorrow's finals. Instead, that is a titan to suddenly square up against. But if you want to make it to playing for $65,000, at least the lion's share of it, you're going to have to hold off some big company. Louisiana will find Rumi. Zyro's there on the initial cleanup. But look at the positioning. Just trying to hold if you're MZ, bait a player in, kill one, then swarm with the numbers advantage.
That's that strategy that Bryce was talking about. Sit in a room and hold it. The Team Zyro, they're on their way. Breaching clear for every single kill you can possibly get. Zyro and Lucy, I'm going to take Broseph down. There goes Cluey as well. There goes Emzia. It is a full wipe pretty much of the entire squad. Just one more left to contend with. And now in comes that other squad that we were talking about. Lano, Callum and co. But they've already lost one on the initial engagement. And it's all gone wrong very quickly. That initial engagement feels kind of like everything. They're still trying to take shots at one another. That last remaining player from Team Enzia does get wiped by Aaron, so there's at least one kill that was desired from them. But if you're Lano, Callum and co. getting out of this fight now, this is horrendous because you pretty much know if you're Team Zyro, where all these players are. Lennon on the hunt, does actually get caught out by one of the players. Aaron, can he potentially convert for a second? No, team shots will take him down. Zyro will be there for the backup, and they've started to separate these players out. Down goes one.
Yeah, Aaron actually does very well in the initial. Catches one rotating out, and he's just trying to help his teammates escape and give them some sort of outlet. Gets the initial knock, but unfortunately, you just the quality of players in this lineup. People like AJ, Louis, Zyro, Lennon, these boys, especially Lennon and AJ currently playing the competitive circuit. They're used to playing trades. They know when their teammates need backup. And they instantly arrive on the scene. If you are AJ and you've got yet more in Brandon Skulls, one player above you. After that, this has been pretty much cleaned out. Circle on its way, though, in Team 7. That's Jukies and Co. holding the pier. So you can't afford to lose bodies here. That's a massive team to square up against.
Yeah, you want to finish this fight pretty quickly. There, finally it is. Zyro going to take down Lano Callum, and now all of a sudden it becomes one of these crucial engagements. Vision already getting taken out in the feed. I believe that's happening elsewhere. So this is just the 3 remaining players, and now they will reveal their position here. Showstopper, a little bit of a stair glitch, going to surprise King AJ. Beautiful start to this engagement here, and of course the big thing for Team Vyro is they really have no choice but to try and take this fight. Showstopper attacked from up top here, gonna get shut down by Louis CM. Now one remaining player, Jukies, will have to try and fly away. Getting out of this funfair is not easy. There's a lot of coverage here in this area, but still, any attempt to escape here, your only real path is to hit the water, and that is something that Zyro and Louis CM are keeping an eagle eye on. And I think they might be fed up of waiting. They are just gonna full send it at Jukies. A 2 versus 1. They have the numbers. They're going to try and hunt for him, but do they spot him out in the Ferris wheel? There we go. Oh, God, the hide-and-seek game has not gone your way. And for Team Jukies, it looked like a great position, but it all falls apart.
Yeah, the problem is you're just outnumbered from the start. So while the surprise comes through to turn it into an instant 3v3, unfortunately you lose Robstar immediately. So it just turns that numbers advantage back in your opponent's favor. Both of those teams have to hang out there. There's a redeploy tower right there to set you up for this late game situation. So Jukies has no choice and gets surrounded, swarmed, and eventually smothered out of the map. Another early exit for them, unfortunately. I do feel like I cursed the boys a little bit earlier on. That's my bad. We'll look over. It's going to be FIFA Kills lineup alongside this T1 squad that are hunting down the lead of the entire tournament. They want to make a statement going on to the rest of the day and finding kills onto Chow's team. Again, another very big roster in the fight. Squad 8 will be a Naya. We know that they need points and big, and Stylus also just kind of hanging around here. So a lot of engagement at firing range. A map that has seen many a bit of blood over the years of Call of Duty, and I expect we're going to see plenty more here.
Yeah, it's that TP kill in the mix. That's the big issue here. Of course, Anaya, again, one of those teams that needs to survive for as long as possible, and being stuck between Team FIFA Kill and Team Stylers, it's not an ideal place to be. Helicopter in the air for Disrupt to try and remove that player and get them out. What's Team Stylers on the other side? Redeployment is going to come down here, so an option to escape if they need it. They're getting peppered up from across the way. I think that might actually be Mizzy and co also involved in the mix here, but Spam taking the shots across the way, finding to spot out one of those players. Anaya and Natalie are down and a kill already involved. All they have to do now is full send it at this team, and it's just never a roster that you want to see coming through your doorway. It's going to be Team FIFA Kill T1 wiping Anaya and co, and that's down to 15th place for that roster. That is not an ideal finish for a roster that was already just outside the bubble. They need to have more consistent finishes like that did in that previous game. That's not great.
Yeah, I'm just curious about how many points any of the teams have around the bubble right now. I don't think I've seen anyone do well. We saw Chow's roster in trouble there. We saw Stada's roster in trouble. Anaya's roster in trouble. I know Callum wasn't doing well earlier on. All of those bubble rosters feeling the pressure of qualification for Wednesday's finals. Mizzy and their roster, we haven't had much chance to talk about them. They have been having an incredible tournament. Coming into this map, they were sat 5th. And when you look at it, Nielsen, Oki, and Bobble is as competitively sweaty as it gets. A squad capable of massive games. We'll find another kill on the outskirts of the circle here. Team 16 starting to approach, though. That's Savvy Ultras. Those Italians will more than happily square up in this fight. The far north, that's Shucks Norris's roster. They will be walking in with the gas, knowing that their back is protected and that they can focus the fight going forward.
Going back towards this team here. Stylers and co, they're getting involved with Team Huskers. We haven't actually checked in with Team Huskers in a hot minute, to be fair. Where they've been, turns out they are still in the mix, albeit down to 2 or 3 players. It's hard to tell all those arrows stacked on top of one another, but I think it is going to be 2 involved in this position with 10 kills to their name. Stylers, though, on the hunt here for Authentics. Gets it down on towards 1. Now looking for another kill and switches over towards a knife accidentally. I think he just wanted to switch to his main weapon to actually finish this gunfight. And there it is. Finally, that's going to be Team Mojo down in 12th place. The numbers really starting to thin out now. And we put ourselves in a situation where Team Huskers and Castellina are right on top of one another. One player from Castellina just trying to keep as quiet as possible while Noobs and Dongy are on the hunt for these gunfights.
Just the two available to you if you are the tournament leaders. It's about picking up whatever you can. Top 10 now found for the 1.6 multiplier. Top 5 is your 1.8 Prodigy, dear God! Slam Savvy Ultras absolutely tucks him into bed. Great work from him. Won't get the opportunity to put the plates in. Shimmy, shake, just trying to stay alive here. Re-engages, maybe a little bit too quickly. Orlan mops things up, the Italian. However, his team lay in ruins. And at this point, his best bet is just to wait out for top 5 and hope for the multiplier bonus while everyone else scrambles over this rotation south towards the listening post. He'll actually settle over the bridge. So do you hold the North Island or the South? Either way, you are gambling on this pull, and it's actually going to drag itself towards the north. So for Noobs, Dongi, and everyone else trying to make this crossing, it is through hellfire.
Yeah, Team FIFA Kill actually versus Team Zyro is a potential opportunity here. Noobs and Dongi, of course, on the other side, and there is one player from Catalina still in the mix, still trying to play quiet while Stylers are doing their best team swimming impression through towards that zone. Dongi just taking pot shots at Team FIFA Kill across the way. Stylers now have found out Catalina, and there is no safe place here in the final lobby as we go down to our final 5 teams. And it's actually going to be Zyro and Louis Cien now. They've been unearthed from that lower bridge position. They were in a great spot for the rotation, and now it's Team FIFA Kill on top of the castle.
Indeed, Bullet's going to bang out from Noobs, though, rocking this MXR. Noobs actually finds Habini amongst the mix. And to be honest, getting these kills on the players down below is the best you can really hope for. That might be the end of all that. Two players actually going to be sat in behind this FIFA Kill roster. Got to be wary of them. This is one player from Squad Chow and one player from Squad Savvy Ultras. But I tell you what, FIFA Kill's lineup have dealt with Huskers in a heartbeat here towards the end. There goes Orland and Sariel to boot. And you mopped up pretty much every single kill in those final engagements. Glorious stuff, and we'll march them ever closer to taking the lead in this entire tournament.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? For really the second game in a row, it feels like how things go versus Team Zyro decides how the game is going to go, because albeit Team Huskers were involved in the mix there towards the end, I think it's when they managed to take the players out down low. That's when their fortunes totally change. And of course, it also helps that they were really the only squad there with all 4 players alive, I think. I think the closest was Team Stylers. They had 3 in the water. Team Huskers were down to a couple of players. Team Zyro obviously down to just Zyro and Louis CM below the bridge. But again, as soon as they got those players down below the bridge, as soon as they had control of the rotation, it was all really on the last remaining players from Team Huskers, and of course those 2 little players all by the lonesome to try and figure things out on the positioning. And it's so difficult when you're facing down a full squad of 4. Team FIFA Kill in full force here. No back-to-back victory for Team Zyro this time around as they take drop number 4 here, folks. We're still going to be sticking with Group B versus Group C for the remainder of the day, and we got another game from that group coming up, but we're going to go to a quick break first. On the other side, more action from Trials of Avalon.
Boy, oh boy, have the Trials of Avalon certainly delivered so far. Brycey, Ton, I'm super excited to chit chat a little bit more about all of the Black Ops Royale action we've had thus far. In particular, though, I want to highlight teams like, for example, Huskers. Yesterday, we were so excited to finally be able to watch them on broadcast. Yesterday, they had 3 wins, 185 kills. But then today, heading into today, what do you think the reasoning for such a big downfall has been, Bryce? Do you think it might have been a case of other teams playing unexpectedly?
I think it was probably Danhausen. Gave him a bit of a curse as they get mentioned into this one, but truthfully, we'll have to kind of find out. But I mean, here's the benefit, right? Is that yes, maybe they have slowed down a little bit, but still, right at the top, still having a good time. You could say, you know, on the other hand, some teams have stepped up. FIFA Kill, Enkyo, really putting the numbers down. If anything, Team Enkyo so far has been kind of the standout today, really rocketing up.
How about for you, Ton? How have you been enjoying it?
I've been enjoying it, but I just think as far as their fall off, I honestly don't think it's maybe that much to read into just yet. I think, you know, coming into today, they were above and beyond the #1 team that were kind of sitting there after day one. They know they will have qualified up into their qualification process in the top 25 to see them once again tomorrow. I'm not too worried for them just yet. I think they're saving their A game once again for when it really does matter, and that is tomorrow. So yeah, no, it's interesting seeing them going up against different matchups and whatnot. But yeah, no, not too concerned for them whatsoever, Jasmine.
I feel like for some of the teams, those bubble teams that were lower down in the leaderboard, Team Anaya, for example, they were 28th before heading into this drop that we've just seen here. I feel like this is certainly their time to shine, right? What is the best case scenario for them heading into the later stages of the tournament? Do you want those bubble teams to be playing a little bit more aggressively, trying to secure those kills?
Yeah, I would say so. I think realistically, you need to do it now, don't you? It can't be a case of just sitting around and waiting for it to happen anymore. It's very easy to go through and just at the beginning of this tournament say, okay, let's see how things go. We'll get into the punch, start rolling with the punches. But then, of course, if you start faltering behind, then you start chasing your tail, and then all of a sudden things get desperate. You need to make sure you find those kills at every single potential opportunity. So, yeah, no hanging about any longer. Absolutely not.
How about from your perspective, Bryce? What do you reckon the bubble teams are going to be looking to do heading into a lobby like this when you do have those teams with incredible firepower, like Huskers, for example, who's been shutting them down in all of the previous games that we saw from yesterday? Heading into today, what is their best case scenario?
I think for me, so here's kind of the thing I've been looking at while we were watching those games going forward, right? We talk about the teams at the top. The teams at the top are very entertaining. That's kind of the key about this. Very entertaining, getting lots of kills, right? Problem is, it's not that big of a deal for us moving forward from this point. The bubble teams, as we get into it, it's actually kind of a tight kind of pack. The problem is with those teams in the bubble field is that there aren't going to be massive swings, so they're actually a little bit further apart than you think they are. Because, you know, they're like, oh, they're only 10 points away from this team. And if you're a team, Huskers, FIFA Killer, Enkyo, yeah, 10 points is nothing. You know, you've been picking that up pretty much within the first couple of minutes. For the bubble teams, that's their average per game. So they're really going to struggle to kind of break that down the way they want to here. But we'll see how they get on.
Well, taking a look once more at our Scuff Bounty Challenge that's been underway for today, the team with the highest amount of kills in a single game. I wish I could say I was surprised. It is honestly just no surprise that Team FIFA Kill are leading the charge. But if you are joining us in the chat, make sure you head on over to all of our lovely creators' pages and let them know that they are within contention to try and get their community 4 Scuff controllers. I know everybody is keen to get their hands on one of those ones. I know I'd certainly love one. You guys mentioned it gives you an aim buff as well.
Well, I'd hate to say what my aim looked like without it at this stage, Jasmine, honestly. Yeah, but no, it's going to be interesting to see if anybody can break that 37-point kill. That is it's one of those that is going to be difficult to beat, I think. But let's see. A few more games to go. One of these teams could definitely do it.
Well, I'm keen to take a look at our overall standings. I want to hone in a little bit more at some of those bubble teams. So, Bryce, I'll come to you first. You can give me your thoughts on the ones that we've got in the contention.
Well, so here's the way I've been looking at it. Realistically, you have to kind of throw the nets wide open. On that bubble, 25-26, you know, it's not that much of a difference, you know. 3 kills would put you technically over the line, but going down there, and then there's a 15-point bump, and you start getting a little bit out of it. I mean, realistically, anybody under 100 is almost certainly not going to make it. If you've not been performing now, you're not going to beat your average by 4 times. For the rest of them here, I think you're kind of safe if you're looking at maybe, if we go for Shucks Norris, I think that's kind of where you're roughly looking a bit safe for this one, as long as they don't do nothing for the final games going on. There are 3 to go, but they should be okay. Everyone below that, up until I'd say Team Decoy, Team Nanu, like, they're in contention. That's the bubble for me. It's not going to be that big of a swing here. We may even end with just a kind of a fight off between like Princess Fiona and a couple of them up to like Team Stylers. There's not that much space, but they're not gaining that many points.
I know Tan Nanu was one that you had certainly highlighted before. They were almost there. They almost had it within reach. What do you reckon the game plan would be for them heading into this next one?
Kind of the same again. They're putting up decent kills for the most part when we have been paying attention to them, but it's about trying to get that good finish on top of that as well. So look, you've just got to try and put it all together. You only have a few more games to do, so it's do or die, quite literally.
Do or die. Let's get the show on the road.
All right, well, time for this drop. Everybody looks like they're into the lobby and getting ready for this one. At the top of the tables, everybody's sitting pretty happy here. Of course, a little bit of a change from yesterday. FIFA Kill overtaking Team Enkyo have also had a pretty big day themselves. But on the other side of it, the bubble teams, we'll have to keep an eye on them as they go around the map here. Like I said, don't expect lightning in the bottle. It might happen, it might not, but the more likely here is the grind out for the final 3 drops. These teams will be trying to punch above their average so far. It's just a big ask to do so, you know. We've had so many games already, and now we get here. I was like, where are you going to get 40 points from?
Well, that's it, isn't it? It's like saying what they're going to have to do, but what have they been doing is not finishing remotely in those kind of positions. Look, if you're going through every single one of these drops, that each of these teams gets the opportunity to do so, and if you're not being able to put up 30 or 40-point games on a regular basis, you are not going to make that top 25. But wait until we got that top 25 together in a group, obviously, as well, Brycey. That's going to be crazy when we start our match point finals tomorrow. We got a solo YOLO as well. We are, well, weeding out the weeds to a certain degree, unfortunately for the creators underneath it. I just called you weeds, but irrelevant of that, you need to step it up. You need to bring something to the table. There is very little time left to do so, but yeah, look, we can only present the opportunity for them and see how they're going to be able to do it, but executing is another thing entirely.
Well, let's have a little look at these teams here. Maybe a change of tactic is just what the doctor ordered. Well, we're going to start off with our front runners here. Team FIFA Kill, 448.6 points. They've been doing exactly what we thought they would do. And they have actually managed to not only close the gap, but massively overtake Team Huskers in the course of the day. Still, with 3 drops to go and the swings that we are seeing in some of these points, it could be a very different story. An interesting one here we've spoken about earlier. What we just saw on our screen was a player finding 2 upgrade tokens that they have left. None of the guns on the floor they thought was worth it for them to take yet.
That might be an opportunity to do so. Maybe for FIFA. Seems that way. And yeah, look, I think, you know, we talked about at the top of the show when it does come down to those upgrades. I mean, wow. I mean, look, blessed be the rich at this stage. I mean, like, that is just like one of those scenarios. You could look at it and you're like, okay, cool. He's probably coming out of there with a gold gun, a relatively decent one at that. And I think as well for early game, any gold gun at this stage of the game is going to do you a big favor. Fighting going on over towards the firing range now. See if anyone was able to acquire those upgrades. Koga in hand here now for Ziddy. Can they spin this one around? This is going to be a big fight between Team Anaja and the opposition here. How's it going to go down? Authentics will be the first one to find it. It's a big fight going down, just going the opposite direction though. Swizzin & Co. finding the gunfights, Chow, etc. Finding everything they need to. Great job from them, and just no answer back from the other side.
One player left up top. They're trying to get out of it. It's not going to be good enough. And now for Swizzin, they're just going to collect the spoils of battle and keep on moving. I mean, the fact that they're also right next to the redeploy. Easy peasy. Teammate back in with 3 players up. It goes up very quickly.
And for Team Chow, you know, they're not quite home just safe right now. 154 points. The cutoff right now is 141's not good enough. So all it takes is a couple of teams beneath them to have a decent enough game, and then you are very much in the firing line. However, that being said, you did just wipe one of those teams who you were, well, relatively close to in Team Anaja, so that's always going to help you along the line. Of course, they will be back into the game, and they will be back up and running very, very quickly. We're going for a different POI after that gunfight, and, well, team fight doesn't go their way. Still, 24 teams remaining. Zone starting to close. We have a slightly southwesterly zone pull. Keep it an eye on how things are going. Maybe going towards the Pierre District, firing range, or trading post. It's many different places we could be heading here on Avalon.
We're going to take a look. This is a team that, I'll be honest with you, has been doing okay, but I've been looking to do a little bit more than okay as we kind of go through it. I mean, they're still sitting in 20th place. They're still okay, but I mean, even this team really being near that bubble is something I probably wasn't expecting. Maybe a little bit of a higher average they'll have to pull out of this game just to make sure they're safe. But there we are, a little bit light on the ground for fights here. I mean, a roof fight, this is going to go on for a while. Nobody's going to really send it too quickly unless they get a drop. And, well, that's not the greatest gun. I thought he had just a pistol there, but it's okay. That's the hand cannon he had out.
I would look over towards Team Bashak. I mean, this is where you need to have your incredible games. You're only a few games away, and you are nearly 100 points adrift. Same to be said here, though, for squad number 6 in Team Skyros. This is really, really difficult for them to manage to find a way back into things. Quite far down the leaderboard right now, sitting 43rd out of 48. It's just, it's very unlikely from this position for these two squads that they're going to be able to make it. It takes something quite special, Bruce.
Well, sometimes one big game can flip it, but that's much easier said than done when you've got the monsters who have been doing it time after time still alive and will obviously be trying to rip you out as well. Roof fights are some of the more awkward ones. That sniper already banging. Calls are going to be made here. A little bit of flank going on for the sniper, but it is going to be a team to back off. That's for Shark. They've decided they don't want any of this. They must either feel outmaneuvered or outgunned. There's more kills now starting to erupt as teams eventually find each other.
Seems like with the fights that we've been watching anyway, teams have been able to loot up. Well, plenty are going on over towards the winery. Here now for Mizzet and Co. Let's see if they can find anything against Mojo. Trying to hold them down, and again, these are the kind of teams that need to be finding some sort of wins. They need to be finding some very, very decent games, and very, very quickly. Nice, and with some good shots. Bubble was able to put a couple of gunfights in. Fun fact for you here, Bryce. The first game I ever had on Black Ops 7 this year was up against Bubble CT. It didn't go well.
No, it's always a little bit of a bad time. We find someone who's very good at the game, and they're like, "Oh, right, I see them. They're casting against me here." That's happened to me a couple of times in rank play. I tell you, not the most fun of experience, but at least you kind of get to benchmark yourself against some of the very best in the world.
Yeah, not very good then. Not very good at all.
No, it's really humiliating, if I'm being honest.
Moving over now, back towards Lotan. And for team number 10 and Bashok again. Tough to really see where things are going to go for them. Savvy Ultras and Co are kicking around here as well. Try to keep an eye on how they're doing. And again, I think for some of these teams, you just need to be able to find a decent enough game to get yourself in and amongst the mix. Team Mizzet, though, they're absolutely fine. Team Savvy Ultras obviously doing fantastically. But this is not the team you want to be running into, though, if you are Bashok and Co.
There's a crater bomb nearby as well. The winner of this could rotate fast potentially, but here we go. Grapple in hand. Massive amount of just taking them on and said, all right, I'm having it. Going for them as well, but outnumbered. The rest of the team slowly starting to fly in to get it. Those plates will be slapped back into the carrier as a fight erupts from the top here. Orange armor working out. Savage Ultra going in as well. Their attack has worked. The rest of the team now, that's back off. For Shark, well, they've backed off once. They're going to have to back off again here. They do lose that one, and I'll tell you something, that's a really good attack by Savage Ultra. I think they saved that player.
Just about. It's the player that came through with the grapple. And just sent things in a bit of a difficult situation here for team number 10 and team Bashok. They're going to have to back on down. One player still remaining in and around Lowtown. But they have actually been joined here by Skyrose and Co. Who have actually been over towards Lowtown for quite some time, and they're trying to get something going, but may well just be too late in the day to find a way back into this tournament. A lot of this has now been decided. There's probably around 10 or 15 teams fighting over 5 spots.
Yeah, it's not the easiest. I mean, that's the kind of thing here is that if you're a team anywhere in this area, you kind of have to change what you've been doing, and the best way to do that is to be aggressive and try and win a big team wipe. That's 4 points right in the bag before multipliers. You do that twice, you're in a good run here, and just trying to pick off a couple of kills and survive to the late game might just be enough to put you in a safe position.
Quicker will get taken down by Lennon. Players who will have come up against each other, well, plenty of times. So your team's already dropping. Circle 2 is only just closing. Gonna get to see which direction it's heading, but over towards Squad 5, and it's Flex and Co seeing what they can find, and unfortunately for them, it was FIFA kill. They'll manage to find that fight rather easily down towards the southwest side of the map. You can't really see what's going on over towards it, but I promise you it's there. Over towards the lighthouse. But now the fight is going to start ensuing over towards Lowtown. Said the Cryobong was going to be influential. And for certain teams, it's going to be crucial. I mean, you look at team number 10, you look at Bashok and Co, they need to be able to find something. As you can see, things now kicking off for Team Savvy Ultras, who want to get in and amongst this as best as they can. Bashok and Co trying to third-party this, and are going to get away with a couple of kills, and maybe something else as well. Exotic weapons on the go. It looks as if it is just going to come down to the zombie kills that you need to be able to find. You can then drop in and try and get a hold of something out of the crate that will pop. You all kind of know it from zombies days. Seeing if you get the rub of the green here, Bryce. See, typically it is always relocated every single time that you pop it, but I mean, that's besides the point.
It's very true, actually. It was quite annoying. Gotta be careful here. There are smokes to be down. Is that... If they allowed their players to get up, they have. Team Bashok may have made a little bit of a misplay here. Savvy's Ultras had players down. And now, with the player up, the reinforcements have arrived and they're gonna wipe them. Oh my god, that's about as bad as that could have possibly have gone. I was about to say, Team Bashok could have had an opportunity here for a team that is so far down our leaderboards to get some points, get some exotics, and get out. But what they've actually done is lost their lives completely.
Not ideal by any stretch. But then that's the stick or twist, the risk reward of what goes on over towards those cryo bombs. But either way, speaking of Mixie, we're over towards the firing range, and Team FIFA Kill are here. Chow H1 and Co are here. Stylus and Co are here as well, and Stylus and Co are gone in the blink of an eye. Two different teams just collapsing on them, and the chopper is very much out and flying about the gap here for FIFA Kill and Co. The match completely wipe out everybody here on firing range, and now it's an opportunity just to regain, just to get some more ammo and get themselves running once again. You take these opportunities all day long. The damage has been done, and now you have a redeploy here as well. If you really do need it, you can stop teams coming in for the reinforcements, but a team who does want to get involved is Team Huskers. This should be a big fight.
Oh, here they go. Sitting 1 and 2 on the leaderboards. Huskers has phoned in. He says enough is enough. They're down in kills. They're down in the leaderboard. But they are certainly not down in bravery. Already taking a couple of fights here as they start to rock in. So much surface areas, everybody. Sniper drones going out as well. I don't know if they've actually got anybody with it here. Dongies are going to make a fight. They are pushing them back. Team FIFA Kill are running. They are on the back foot. It's going to be a 3 versus 3, and it's Team Huskers that are going to walk away with this. Everybody down. Team FIFA Kill. Do they have the respawns enabled? Because that could be the biggest scout they could have taken here, Team Huskers.
My word, they ran upon them and dealt with them as well, Bricey. Even just one drop coming in, I believe it was onto Noobs, and everybody else cleanly getting rid of everybody from Team FIFA Kill. It looks as if they are still alive and kicking here. I can see one flying over the top of firing range, but it doesn't seem as if you've got many members actually alive at all with those redeploys. So it's going to have to be a regain somehow, some way. But then that is a big indication to what we're going to be seeing in match point finals tomorrow. When it gets to that stage, teams like Huskers and Co are going to start landing on teams that they know are potentially a threat. That was a rehearsal, if you like, of what could happen when the chips well and truly down. Incredible work, and Huskers and Co very much come out on top of that one.
Yeah, so the map, Team Chuck Norris. Having a little bit of a long-range gunfight. They don't seem particularly impressed here. The resources are not high. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, Wars does not have the plates. Shucks doesn't have any spares. Gibbs has just picked up a full stack, so maybe we'll be sharing those out here as well. But looks like there's been a fight go down onto this side at the same time. That's between Tamaki and Lenny Maria. Don't know if that player's getting away here. There's a lot of grapples in action, Ton.
Doesn't look that way. As the aggression will continue to come through here for Team Tamaki. It's always horrible when you're in the water. You know they're not too far away. Just going to swing as deep as possible for Lenny Maria. Get out of there, but also be able to breathe. Oh, very, very weak. Another teammate on your roster, though, is in a position to keep things going. The grapple hooks actually work extremely well in these positions. And these bullets are unrelenting. I think she might be able to get away here. Grapple in hand. See you later. I wonder if the chase is continuing. I'm not 100% sure. Teammate just in front as well. Seems like the chase is continuing.
Who are they running towards, though? That's the other question. I just have to look at the mini-map. There's some big teams on the shore, including this one.
That's a big fight. That's Landon Co taking down Ananja. And that may well be them out. I'll double-check on our map feed, but that could be a big, big moment with those kills coming through.
That team we talked about before, Lenny Maria, are in the water and they've been spotted. This is now the Aquaman team because they are staying in the water for some time. There's one snipe. Let's go for the reload. That's probably the only thing that saved them there. You can see them. I mean, we can see them really clearly thanks to Codcaster, but Kinga is looking all the way out as the team start to come to blows over the waterways.
AJ trying to find the shots. Finds another, and it's just such a difficult one to try and actually pull off, but there you go. They'll eventually finish their dinner. Good work from the PR District side of things. It's a pretty popular drop over towards this side and normal games, and it's worked out well in this circle. As you can see, things starting to converge now. 20 seconds until the circle starts to close further. Well, maybe towards the middle of the map. We're going to have plenty of water involvement as we get towards the latter stages of this one, but these teams will be, honestly, probably benefiting from a sniper, to be honest with you. If King AJ can start hitting shots anyway, that's a little bit more like it. Looking to try and ring them out as quickly as you possibly can. Some of these teams still kind of figuring out where you're going with the sniper side of things, but King AJ clearly doing well enough with it. Nice spot here, actually, for Lennon and co, to be honest with you. They're right on the edge of the circle. They can make a transition over towards the middle of that circle pretty easily for the most part. Might have to get over some water. That could be the only issue, but right now, there is still plenty of area that is alive and kicking. Lady Maria eventually going down. I feel like she's been chased for about half an hour.
Well, the most unfortunate part of that was the fact that the pistol turret was out, kind of gave it away. I mean, they absolutely had no chance to stay out of this one. And for this team here, I mean, realistically, obviously bullets going down range here, but the likelihood of getting anything you actually need in terms of points is very low. I do wonder whether it's time to get a bit more aggressive.
Easier said than done, though, isn't it? It's all very well flying the teams, but you do actually have to dispatch of them. Lead down here. And a little bit of trouble for Team Tamaki. Just going to run straight into somebody you really didn't run into either, and that is going to be Mojo and Co. Can they manage to find a fight here? I'm not 100% sure. Adrenaline just surviving momentarily. LX...
Well, I don't know if you can take
still
this.
Alive. Yeah, no, can he not? I'm not sure.
4 grapples. I mean, that's going to be really close, as I say. But Danny isn't going to get back out of it. The zone here is really not something you want to mess with. It is very, very difficult. On this side of here, we've got Team Rocket. They are waiting their time.
I'm really playing close towards the edge of the zone, and I think for them as well, 3 players on the list, you're kind of in between a rock and a hard place, aren't you? You want to get aggressive, but for them, I mean, what, they're 20 points or so away from the bubble right now. They're sitting around 163, whilst Baraska and Co, who were the other team, who were down there 144, so less than 20. So an okay placement for them at this stage in the game is actually not bad. You can see them really playing kind of positionally. 3 kills already, 2... well, Per's name at least anyway. Having a look over towards how the rest of the team are beaten too, and they got 9 in total, so that's not too bad of a game. So a decent little placement here probably puts them safe.
Here comes the fight. Team Huskers just looking to clean up what they can here, but old Polo Jerry is looking for some sort of reliable cover. This is not particularly great. Sort of wading in the water here. We have seen, actually, Team Huskers have been using that helicopter to pretty devastating effect. They have put them in 2nd place in terms of kills here. Oh, that's taken the lead, actually.
Yep, no, they'll be really, really close. FIFA killing Co being taken down. No doubt they'll be taking the lead at this stage. Some great shots coming out here and some armor really to deal with. Some exotic on top of it and just absolutely melted. The shooting squad is very much here. And just having a look over towards this zone, they're in a really good position for this. But there's a couple of teams that need to cross some water or just get in the water. Circle is closing in 30 seconds. Or is continuing to close in the next 30 seconds, I should say. Sniper join us out. What can you do with it? Not the easiest thing in the world to use, as I've repeated on multiple different occasions, but maybe just making me look as bad as I potentially am. Hisoka hitting his shots from all kind of angles.
Oh, it's not easy to hit this. Oh, it's one. Anti-aircraft fire erupting there. They'll try to keep it alive. At the moment, this is looking very positive. The team of Huskers, we can already see on our mini-map that they're one of the only teams with everybody roaming, and they're one of the most powerful teams in this competition. This will be almost a bit of a padding of their score for them if they can continue this and keep a good position. I mean, it's not too bad. They've taken some high ground here, and 2 teams Rocket is going up against it, but there's Porky. Porky gets a couple. Unfortunately, just go down. There is a little bit of reinforcement for this one. It's going to be Roomy. That player goes out. They get the wipe here. Unfortunately, you've made too much noise. Here comes Huskers and crew. They're up top. They're in a good position, and they are going to wipe that one out as well. It's now just this last player in the water. Keep on swimming, because you ain't winning this one. Team Huskers, all 4 players diving for the death, and down they go. That is a win to Huskers & Co.
Another one on the board for the boys, and honestly, what an impressive performance, to be honest with you. It was the run-up of FIFA Kill & Co inside a firing range that would have probably secured it in their minds, to be honest. And as mentioned, is that not just a dress rehearsal for what we're potentially going to be seeing tomorrow when some of these teams need that pressure put on them? And we can see that Huskers and Co, absolutely no question whatsoever, they're happy to apply that pressure. Incredible work from them to take this drop. And look, I think that reestablishes them over towards the top side of things. But it's nice to get that kind of win, Bryce. You'll be feeling very, very confident heading into tomorrow.
It certainly is. Well, we'll get you all the scores and the next drop in just a little while. Before then, though, the Trials of Avalon will be right back after this break.
This is the Trials of Avalon, where we have just seen Team Huskers walk away victorious with a 21 kill game. Tan, I want to come to you first. Talk me through the motions as they ended up taking on Team FIFA Kill. That was super aggro.
It was very aggro. We've seen FIFA Kill and Co get extremely aggro on somebody over towards firing range, and then a taste of their very own medicine. I mean, look, with the chopper play came in, I'm sure we're going to see it through the highlights, but I mean, that was uber aggressive. I don't think, they would have been selective about who they're going up against. They would have seen the action already going down. They make their movement and kind of go from there. I think it was a big moment in the general, I would say, atmosphere of these next couple of days. I think for them to run up on them and as cleanly as they did, dispatch of FIFA Kill and Co. Quite the statement, to say the least, to be honest with you. It was really well played across the board. I think they only had one player drop, barely any armor taken. It was from this fight, actually, wasn't it? It was Stylers and Co. who was going up against Chowich 1, and then FIFA Kill and Co. got involved, and they come and pick this one up. But then it's when everybody else comes on through. Dongy and Co., I mean, they barely drop anybody. What does Noobs maybe drop, and that's just about it. Everybody else cleanly wiped. I think maybe 3 armor plates had to be broken across the Team Huskers squad. So, I mean, that's just ridiculous play. They've went through and absolutely wiped them. Big statement play.
I would like to think, though, they had a peek, so saw that it was FIFA Kill and the rest of the squad, and wanted to claim their very own revenge after being taken down by Team FIFA Kill. I'm loving these AMD moments of the match, though, because I feel like it perfectly encapsulates the chaos that we saw throughout it. Once again, we're seeing the drone coming on through as well. Bryce, talk me through Huskers. Was this the caliber of play you were expecting and hoping to see from them from the start of today?
So it's an interesting one. I mean, yes, obviously very good gameplay, but their method of engaging is a little bit different for that one. I mean, if you go all the way back to the FIFA Kill, they've been using that helicopter not only for mobility, but also to kind of dictate how they engage. And one of the ways that they've been engaged, in fact, we saw it 3 times just in those clips, is the sniper drone. That was out in the FIFA Kill fight, it was out in the final circles, and they've been using it to almost kind of take a player out of the game every single time. Obviously, you kind of put one of your own players into a little bit of a stationary point, and they're not in the gunfights, but you make the other team panic. We saw that with FIFA Kill's team. They had to start backpedaling. They did not choose that engagement, and it punished them. So Huskers are probably going to do it the exact same this time around.
It is also worth noting as well, obviously we've been speaking about the top 25 that progress on through to tomorrow, but the top 16 from group play alone are also competing for $10,000. How much realistically do you think this is going to have an impact on the team starting to get a little bit kill hungry now, even if they are sitting pretty comfortably in the top 25?
I don't think it'll disrupt them too much. I think the teams over towards the very top end is obviously going to influence them as well. But I think for a lot of these squads, if you are in and around 16th, look, you're probably pretty safe. I'm just having a little look at the standings. I'm sure we're going to get some up-to-date ones in a second. But if you are in that top 16, I think, look, it's something worth playing for. But at the same time, I think everyone just has to play their game and see where the chips lie. I think sometimes if you're one of these teams who are, you can't nitpick at how you're going. If you are one of the bubble teams, you need to really be aggressive. But outside of that, I think just a good placement overall would be preferred from any of them.
I was really surprised that heading into this game as well, Team Bashark were previously 41st in the standings, and yet they came out guns blazing. They wanted to take every and any fight as well. What is it about these teams that are lower down in the standings now finally starting to find some life coming into them?
Nothing to lose. That's the real simple of it. I mean, you are quite a way out here, and it means even with Team Bashark, I mean, a run now from their position, they are 100 points clear with 2 drops to go. It means you need to drop, not just, here's the thing, it's not just 50 points you need to drop. You need to drop 50 points plus whatever your competition are dropping, which means you would need to set record scoring pace that we would only expect of the top 3 teams. So, I mean, to go from where you are on this list to, the very best and dropping record numbers for 2 games in a row, probably a little bit out there.
Well, I'm super excited to dive into their next game. Before we do that, Tan, I want your quick thoughts as I throw it over to you on Team Rocket. What did you make of their performance?
Really, honestly, a really good positioning from them, to be honest with you, all the way through. They only had 3 players, and they did very well with it.
All right, we'll go ahead, boys. Hop into the next drop.
All right, thank you very much. It's time for the next drop in the Trials of Avalon. So far, these teams have been throwing caution to the wind and getting the kills, and, well, we're going to see more of the same because some of these teams are still sitting on that bubble, and some of the top-scoring teams, it's maybe just a bit of an ego game now, especially with Huskers taking down FIFA Kill on that last one. Maybe revenge is on the cards, but for everybody else, it's trying to survive.
Yeah, I know. I think if you're anybody else, you look at those rosters and how they're able to find so many kills, and then you get worried about them in the late game because they have so much loot and so much of an advantage over you, and then that's just at a level playing field as well, right? If they're coming in looted to the teeth with exotics across the board, yeah, it's never ideal. So I think for some of these teams, maybe try and get in amongst them. I know that's maybe a scary thought, but I think sometimes you can find a drop, and look, anyone in this lobby can kind of kill anyone to a certain degree, right? It doesn't take a great deal early in the game. If somebody doesn't have armor, you find a good gun, you can get the better of somebody. So I think if you're looking over towards teams like that, do you maybe just take a little bit of a gamble, go for maybe a bit of an ego child, to be honest with you, if you're sitting in and around that bubble. But it is very, very risky to pull off that kind of scenario. I'm maybe just chatting rubbish here, but I think it's one of those where if you can get rid of one of those big teams off the map, there's maybe more kills on offer, if you kind of get what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm spitballing, Brycey. It's still going to be very difficult to do. I just kind of wanted to retouch just on what we were saying at the very, very end. 4-team Rocket there, I kind of want to explain a little bit better. They only had 3 players in the game throughout and still managed, what was it, a top 3 or top 4 placing? That really could have helped them get it over the line. Looking over towards the overall standings, we don't have a direct up-to-date one, but, you know, they're in a pretty decent position now. They should be pretty safe off the back of that one, so really good job there.
They certainly should. I'm just taking a look here at the drop going on, as I think everybody is jumping out of the planes around about now. There we go. Wonderful timing for that one. And to your point, Ton, about going for those big teams at this point,
It's risky.
it is. Well, here's the thing. I'm unsure. I'm in two minds about it. If you are a team sitting at the top, do you worry too much about being at the very top at this point, knowing that tomorrow, obviously, we're playing match point? It could be a lot of fun. On the other side of it, it's always going to be a risk because, you know, Huskers managed to pull off a very successful takedown at FIFA Kill, but there's no telling that would go the same way again.
Let's see how it's going to go down here, though. And drop number 6 of the day. As we're on board with Ahsoka and Cole. The closer, as he's likely called. I mean, look, I think realistically, if Ahsoka and crew can kind of play like this tomorrow, then this squad are going to be a real big problem. And that's kind of what we're looking towards for a team like that now. For them to be taking things away. When we do get towards the latter stages of things here. Now on board, though, for Team Tamaki. Not the best of starts. He ran into Jukis and Kohu. I want to say by their standards, a relatively mediocre tournament so far. But realistically speaking, they just want to get through to that final day.
Well, we'll see how this one all pays out. Maybe this is your opportunity to try out some crazy tactics. Looks like they're going to go for a bit of a bounty there as well. But I expect the fight to kick off between these two without much longer occurring. We can already see that Lenny Maria is in a position to potentially fight this. I just don't know if they know that Team Jukies is here.
On board now, though, with Big Daddy G-Man and squad. Seeing what they can bring to the table. Decent shots coming through. Just about getting rid of Clamp. Trauma Kit not helping things out there, of course. Testament, can he be there to pick up the pieces? Medzen is. Going over towards the other end of this fight as well, as Stephanie MX and Co will try and get out of this gunfight. Really good start, though. Yeah, by Big Daddy G-Man and the squad.
We'll back off. Not entirely enthused about this. Obviously, just farming some bots here. Oh, the dog's inside and they haven't taken it down yet. Fortunately, it's not as lethal as it can be in multiplayer. We'll have a quick go and take it down. It's more useful as a distraction in some of these fights. But they seem pretty happy to sit how they are at the moment. Teammate now coming back into it. In the sky, Stylers and Co.
Have to be careful. There is a shooting squad causing a lot of problems. A couple of shooting squads, actually. You can see bullets coming from, well, multiple different directions as they head over towards the Coliseum side of the map. Having a look over towards the map feed as well. Very heavy on the east side pull here. is this circle. So this is the reason they're making their move. Bashak and Co being dropped down though by Savvy Ultras and Co. And if you... No, Team Stellars, you probably have to get out of that chopper that's on fire. That wouldn't have been a problem if they piloted like you, Brycey, low and fast.
Exactly. You know, they can't hit you if they can't see you. I mean, obviously the terrain can hit pretty hard, which is sometimes the issue. But speaking of hitting hard, a bit of a fight going down there. Rocket takes down the player that jumps in on his head. The rest of the teammates not actually in a position to help or trade.
And Rocket very split here.
Very split.
Extremely split. Looking to try and just, well, make the most of the terrain around this map. Can you manage to find a way out? Rocket should be dead to rights, really. Thankfully for him, Stylers and Co don't necessarily have a wealthy arsenal to play with. Krunuka's actually going to get dropped there as well. Rocket going to find another one. Is he just doing it all on his own? How on earth is this happening? Is the reinforcements now starting to come through? Squad number 20, Lucien, Lennon and Co starting to get involved for Team Zaro. A little bit of Coliseum control would go a long way here. Having a look over towards where the circle is. Just that full amount of squads that are coming in from the top left-hand side of the map. Residences Winery already cut off. But King AJ and Co just trying to dispatch of Team Rocket as quickly as they can.
Well, trying to stay alive here, but we just jumped into the very end of that fight. That's Lenny, Maria, and Tamaki. I mean, they actually fought last time. There's like some reinforcements happening on top. I don't think those players are landing. They might do. A couple of them are hovering. You can see maybe below them as well. There are certainly at least one of these players is flying. We can tell that there's been Lano Callum have decided to congregate here, Ton.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward spot because you are going to have to start making your way from Hightown pretty quickly. And you're going to be running into a very heavily populated area of Lowtown right this second. As we can see, the circle starting now to move further towards the car factory on the very southeast side of the map. So imagine that a few teams are probably going to have to cross some water here. That's me presuming, and you know what that usually does. But still, this fight over towards the bridge of Hightown. Gotta be so careful. Awkward one for both these two teams. And Team Lano Callum and Team Lenny Maria, who at this moment in time aren't necessarily setting the world on fire with their placements. Could do with the gunfight going their way. Just will find the first one, and they may well just start to get aggressive as well. Aaron trying to find something, gets gunned, and that is just such a clean wipe. Just seeing Clap doing a great job, and if you're Brandon and Fuchsate, you need to get the hell out of Dodge it.
Just locking in. Brandon is waiting for it. So we're still a player as well. There's some grapples going forward as well, but Clapped gets caught. They were waiting. They were ready. And they open the taps on the guns and everybody falls. One player left here. There's a little bit of a pinch going on though. This is a 2 versus 2. I think that player also went down.
They've done incredibly well here. That is a technical 2 versus 4 round here, I think, by the looks of things. They may well have one more player they have to get rid of. But a sensational job. Problem is now they have to get going. The gas is going to be a massive factor. Justin might have actually played a complete blinder here. Picks him out the sky. And Brandon's skills is dealt with. Now you've got the height and you've got the cover. What a fight between these two teams. I'm not sure that's going to do a great deal. If that takes him down, I don't know what to tell you, but Brandon's skills are going to be dealt with. That is well played from Justin.
That's a fully kitted Peacekeeper. That gun at this range is unbelievable lethal, but keep an eye out. He's going to jump straight into somebody here. Needs to get that gun out very quickly. And, well, going for it. That's blue armor. That's a Peacekeeper fully kitted. That is an excellent kill as well, Justin. Now looking for the last one more. Oh, not going to work. Reinforcements flying in from the team. There's a pistol fight. Clapped is desperately trying to win this one with nothing but a sidearm, and does so.
Gets himself a little bit of loot. Gets himself a little bit of loot as well. He can get himself out and hopefully get a bit of a regain for the squad. Now on board, though, with Team Chow HO. And again, haven't necessarily set the world on fire either. They've been pretty solid across the board. We'll be definitely seeing them tomorrow, I presume. Barring an absolute, well, catastrophic end to their day. Prodigy will find a kill on the Sariel, though, and Authentics really does have to be careful now. Don't want to get too mixy with Shucks and Co. Shucks and Wars are down, but Prodigy and Cabs can do some damage, no doubt.
Oh, Prodigy wants to get involved here. They have the numbers. Oh, this is not looking good. Reinforcements are arriving, but unfortunately, so are the enemy, and that's another player jumping in, and Wars says, all right, I'll back beef. I'll take the loot and we'll continue on.
Going to be able to maybe get a couple more players back up and running. And put themselves in a better position. Team chat still here, though. Wasn't code. Don't want to get too mixy on this one. Looking over to how they're doing at this moment in time. Not in the worst of spots. 6 kills to name. Would have liked some more. There's number 7. They may well have added some more as well along the way. Incredible work from them. 4 squads have now been wiped here. Circle number 3 is very much closing. And closing down towards the southeast side. We've got so many people over towards Chop Shop. That is going to be a real interesting fight as that continues to break out. So many of these squads still not in a very good position to solidify a good placement. A long way to go, no doubt, but some teams have got some work to do and some ground to cover.
But they are throwing everything in through the windows here, and now they're going themselves. A couple of grapples going in. Player picked the wrong window. They're back-to-back here. Stylers and Co. have really sort of set this one up, but that is an unbelievable kill. They've dropped them. They've let them fall right into the trap of this one, and now Team Zyro, they thought they had the better position. Maybe not anymore.
And I think, you know, the coordinated drones through each and every single window, apart from the one that the opposition are in, look good on cam. Felt like I was in an advert for Call of Duty, but irrelevant of that. They haven't necessarily executed this as well as they would have liked to. But Lennon, he's already found one. You know what this guy can do on the map, Zyro or another, and there's the collapse that you needed to see. Lennon with a couple. The follow-up from Zyro. And there's the wipe. Team Stylers out of this one. And drop number 6 of the day.
On the other side of it, footsteps echoing outside. Brandon Skulls is saying there's nothing in here. He's going to go for it. Does not win that one. Trauma kit coming into play. And that is unfortunate. Decided had to try and get something going. Isn't going to happen. And now as we go up towards one of the high points in the map here, 2 more teams going for it. Cradle bomb in the distance. Well, they've got a player up top here, Ton.
Yeah, they have to be careful with that, though, because you can be picked out of that tower relatively easily. Javex, Flex, Unpakete, and Nala just trying to deal with this fight as quickly as they can. It's Team MZ here, who are now in a lot of trouble, having to get the hell out of dodge. Flex just shooting into thin air right now, though. Wasting those bullets as the rest of the team starting to get aggressive here with the grapple hooks, just trying to move around. As Dudas, how on earth are you getting away with this one? Well, the answer is you're absolutely not. Unpakete and the Spanish squad finding a way through, and that's a pretty easy wipe. TM's here very much dropped and not looking too great for that squad right there. I've always been struggling and seemingly out of this drop already.
Our team's ready. Getting their teeth kicked in. We can see on the minimap here a couple of fights are about to kick off on the northwest side. Heliport could become a bit of a bloodbath there. We already know. That's going to be Team FIFA Kill holding out a couple of others. It looks like Jukies is there. Also going to be Mizit, which we haven't seen an awful lot of this tournament.
They're not doing badly either. I was having to catch up on some of the standings. Obviously, I mean, we have 48 teams. I do apologize if I don't know exactly where every single team is sitting in the standing, but they're 7th right now, Bryce. They're not doing bad at all.
All that says to me is there's some big guns about to all go to war. The other side of it, this is very much this will be an epic regain if they can make it. This is a difficult one for Team Chow. 1 player left.
Mind you, Bryce, I mean, Team Chow, before this game, were only 9 points away from the bubble. I mean, it's helping that Authentics is so. This doesn't happen to me when I'm looking for a regain. I tell you what, I don't find any of these upgrades. Armor as well to his name. He's got a big problem, though, and the fact that there just isn't going to be a lot of ground where you can freely get a redeploy off. Typically towards our warehouse, there is one over towards this side. Doesn't seem as if it's there in this drop in particular. But a big fight here going on between Team Shucks Norris and Mizit and Co. Shucks and Co could do with finding something here. They're relatively safe. Actually, I would say they are very safe. They're currently sitting in 14th. They should be absolutely fine, but it's a big fight as far as the overall game goes. Woz will get taken down by Oki. Now some shots coming through from him as well. Over towards this lower side. Brilliant positioning. Great shots. Isn't able to finish his dinner. And a member of Team Shucks will be able to just about get away. He's getting chased down, though. And Nayasin will secure that one. Gabs gets dealt with.
Be careful then, stay alive in this water here. I mean, this is where it starts getting a little bit tight. We can see where the circle will pull very, very shortly. This team's a little bit separated. Needs to get back into it under a little bit of fire, but shouldn't really go down in that scenario. It is accurate, but not that accurate in that range with the velocity and the drop.
Looking over towards some of the kills that have already been going down.
Time here comes the fight.
Oh, yeah.
I think I've just seen Fever Kill's team move a little bit in. Sending in the drone.
Looking over towards Team Huskers. Still in this game. More further down towards the south side of this current circle. Let's see if I can go more towards the north. Fight a gas station now going down. Team Menage, are they going to be able to get the better of this one? They can really do with the kills. They are very much on the cusp of not making it through. I don't believe that was an entire wipe by the looks of things. No, they did still have somebody alive and kicking momentarily. I think they still do. Yes, they do. One player landing over towards the water treatment side, as you can see on the minimap in the top left corner. So they will live to fight another day, but could do with some big games coming through. They're currently about 12 adrift.
Well, let's have a little look. At the moment, there's technically 3 teams here, and Huskers holding the bridge. Managed to get one. That'll be Team Roomy. Getting wiped out to the last. Team Rocket are also going to be here, but the big bads of Team Huskers also waiting for anybody to come through.
Oh, there's a lot of big bads kicking about here, Bryce, so don't you worry. Flexing Co. Now underneath. Trying to find something, but Huskers. We're on board with Hisoka. They're going to try and find something. And not quite as confident as they would like to be here in this situation. Picate finding some good shots and want to get aggressive onto this as well. When you smell blood in the water, it doesn't matter whose blood it is. You got to chase it. Huskers will find one under Flex, and is he going to be able to find anything else here against the Spanish? Not quite. Javix will find one on the Huskers, looking to try and get that one finished off, and he does so. Noobsan says back 2v2 momentarily between these two squads. I like it.
What's the move? There's a player right above. This has become a little bit of a dangerous fight for both teams. They're not entirely happy with the positioning for it. 2 versus 2 on the bridge. Huskers are technically holding. This is what they're doing. They've got reinforcements coming in as well here, but they're not the only teams.
Oh.
Gas now pushing forward, and everybody scrambling to get safe.
As a usefully placed shot. Watch for the wires on the bridge. And Picate is out of that. Thank you very much. He's hijacked it. Incredible work, and now you can already see Team FIFA Kill actually getting in amongst this fight as well, with Hisoka and Co not too far away. Interesting scrap going on the west side of this circle. Clamp a big kill on No Authentics, and that will be a drop now. Good work as Chowich 1 and Co have been dealt with. And Stephanie MX and Co live to fight another day. And Picate just trying to survive for his team. Flex down and now out. So Picate just going to try and probably play for a placement here. 10 teams remaining. Wouldn't be a bad thing for them whatsoever. Currently looking at where they're sitting, Bryce. I'll get back to you in a second, but Team Flex currently 20 seconds, so a decent placement for them here does a lot.
Well, as long as you're flying, you ain't dying. So you can keep doing that for as long as possible. Obviously, not really going to get many more kills unless we throw the helicopter at someone, but hey, that's quite effective nowadays. A couple more kills going through. This circle has shrunk, and judging on the minimap, the teams have already moved in. There's only going to be one team kind of left out in the cold, and that's Team Stephanie. But it does mean that when we go into this field, there's going to be a lot of contests going down. I can already see in the minimap, FIFA Kill and Mizit are about to come to blows again. I mean, FIFA Kill have the advantage. Team Huskers and FIFA Kill are about to combine, by the way. 11 and 24. They are not a million miles away from here. Here we go. Team Huskers again running up on Team FIFA Kill. They have the better position one more time. Oh, they keep doing it to them.
It's bullying. It's absolutely bullying at this stage. They were caught in between a rock and a hard place. Hisoka and Co wait around and wipe them off the face of the map in back-to-back games. And that is such a mentality difference in the sense of what you feel tomorrow. If you're FIFA Kill and Co now, are you channeling over towards Huskers, Noobs, Hisoka, and Dongi? I don't know if you are. That's 2 games in a row they've sent you packing.
Oh, they got that Fever Kill Seeger missile on. They went absolutely for it as soon as they could tell, had the better position. And now they have 4 up. They'll be trying to clean up as much as possible. On the other side of it, Mojo here does have 4. They are very central. The only problem they will have is this is not the highest position as fights kick off on the other side of the map here. Vehicles are being thrown. Everybody's trying to dive in. They're trying to run them over. This is not working. They can't turn tight enough. It's not going the way they want it to. That player jumps out and goes down. And there will be Team Zyro that, well, they survive by dodging the vehicle. Unfortunately, out of the frying pan and into the Huskers.
And Team Stephanie MX, not a terrible game at all, but they got about a 50-point deficit to close down. Not ideal. You needed a win there. Only 4 teams remaining. Brycey, this, well, I was about to say it's anyone's game, but to be honest with you, it looks like it might be Hisoka and Co. and Paquette flying down, just trying to survive. Living on a wing and a prayer at this moment in time, getting hunted down. Hisoka and Co. again. Just inevitable at this stage. We were asking the question earlier on in the day, oh, you know, have they dropped off a little bit? Yeah, have 2 games on your forehead.
Come in swinging right towards the end here. Only going to be a couple of teams left. I think it's Mojo and Co. They've been in the safe zone for a while here, but
yeah, here we go.
this will be the issue that I spoke about. They are on the low ground. They will have to go up here. The other side of it, Mizit have got 1 player left. Going to be playing for 2nd place.
Yeah, if you miss it, you just try and keep
in.
things rolling here and try and play for that 2nd place. Bubble ain't going to be able to do a great deal. He might catch 1 or 2 off guard.
Oh, no!
This is less than ideal. The streak's coming in. Hisoka will deal with 1. Curious to see what Bubble's going to do, but this should be a squad wipe. It's just so easy. Positioning A1 once again, Bryce.
Easy in the end. The streaks come flying. The teams start dying, and Huskers back to back with the W's. Big game, big plays, big players. And that has certainly been the way they've been going for this one. Not just the most kills, but another win. I'll tell you something, it's getting spicy at the top ton.
It's getting very spicy up towards the top side of things, and I mean, Huskers are still starting to blow it out of the water. Really, really good performance for them once again. And how often am I talking about their positioning on the minimap when we're looking towards these latter stages? They just always seem to find themselves in a fantastic spot. And in fairness, you know, Team Flex give them a really good fight, but they didn't finish them off. And that was the detriment to, well, the entire rest of the lobby, who managed to get wiped as well. Team Huskers, once again, seemingly on top, Brycey.
They certainly are. Well, we'll find out how that's affected things right after this break. Don't go anywhere. More Trials of Avalon after this.
My goodness, the Trials of Avalon have absolutely delivered because we've just seen Team Huskers walk away victorious one more time. 28 kills to their name. But boys, we're about to head into the final drop. This is what it all boils down to, what it all comes down to. And it's all to play for a lot of our teams. Team Anaya in particular, I feel like they've been putting up a pretty good performance, especially today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every single time we've seen Team Anaya, they've been getting really late in towards these zones, right? And I think the thing is for them as well, they're not getting a massive amount of kills, right? Let's not, dice this as in any way that it actually is. They're not like completely sweeping the board. They're not destroying teams. They're not getting a huge amount of kills every single game, but they're getting enough kills and they're surviving long enough into these games that they've put themselves in a position where, yeah, they can absolutely be in the top 25 right now. And they've been a really enjoyable team to watch as well. I think the amount of times we've seen them in really dicey situations and then they've somehow managed to find a way out of it. Again, they're definitely one of the most enjoyable squads we've had a chance to watch for. And now they are one of our teams that we're going to be focused on here in this final drop. If they can keep things up, if they can have an incredible final game, they will be inside our top 25.
Just having a peek at our AMD moments of the match, we just saw Team Lano Callum as well. Enigma, what have you been making of their performance so far?
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad. That's basically where this team are kind of sitting right now. And yeah, Lano Callum, unfortunately, it feels they're going to just disappear out of sight a little bit here. It felt like early on in the day, they could have made the run. They've got to have a big game, basically. By far their biggest of the tournament so far, if they're going to make it through. I'd love to see that happen. I'm always a fan of an underdog story and a fan of the couple of players on that roster. But it might be a bridge too far. Again, happy to be proven wrong, but it's just the last couple of games, I feel like they've been neither here nor there, so that doesn't fill me with confidence.
Just focusing a little bit more on the match that we just saw, we once again saw the showdown of Team Huskers versus Team FIFA Kill going head-to-head one more time as well. Is this like a rivalry we're going to continue seeing when we head into tomorrow's games, do you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so, right? I mean, these are just two of the biggest teams on the map. I think we were talking a little bit about what our current standings are going into the final sort of drop here, and there's just like a huge gulf for those two teams and for NKO between everybody else and those top three teams. And so if, you see these two teams here going head-to-head, there's a little bit of jostling for position right now today that, again, I think Tung kind of very briefly touched upon it tomorrow, might add a little bit of tentativeness for those teams going into tomorrow, right? Because if you know that you're going to be on the same path constantly, which is what's happened. I think this is the third time it happened in the last game between those two teams. That is something that maybe the team that's been on the kind of the worst end of that stick is probably going to want to avoid in the final day. So yeah, I think winning that fight is pretty crucial for Huskers, bouncing back after what happened in the first time around to beat them not once but twice in back-to-back games, I think is a huge boost of confidence for that Huskers team.
If you guys had to guess which team so far overall has had the most amount of kills in a single game, obviously there's been a lot of games that have taken place, a lot of fragging as well. Who would you say is sitting at the top of our Scuff Bounty leaderboard?
I'd be surprised if it's not that 5th kill roster still from earlier. I feel like they had an absolute monster moment there. I think that the Huskers roster will now put themselves on that top 5 leaderboard, but I don't think it breaks what we had earlier on. Unfortunately for NKO and Co, the Silver Surfer situation continues as they, I believe, will sit in second. Obviously, we'll get a good look at that at some point, I'm sure, but I'd be amazed if anyone's managed to top that FIFA kill score. What was it, mid-30s? That's a hell of a feat.
How about you, Infinity?
No, I agree. I think Team FIFA Kill, when you put like numbers like that down in any given game, it's going to be difficult to beat. Again, given the caliber of players here, 30 kill game is very impressive, and it is one of those situations where to get a game like that, you kind of have to rely on a lot of the teams, like for example Team Huskers, falling earlier on in the game to get something like that, because obviously they're going to be sweeping up a lot of kills on the board. So yeah, I can't imagine we're going to see anything like that here in the final game. Team FIFA Kill, they might have it in the bag.
I don't know, heading into today, I kind of expected and low-key hoped that Team Huskers would be sitting at the top of our leaderboard, purely because when we take a look at yesterday's games, they had something crazy, like 185 kills in a single day. To me, was a little bit wild. Why do you think it might be that they're looking a little bit quieter today? Obviously, they've not been playing bad. They've just had 2 back-to-back wins as well. But what do you think might be contributing to a bit of a quieter performance?
I think it's a mix of things. Foot off the gas, maybe a little bit. Trying out a couple of different things. So you're ready for finals tomorrow. That's more important to them. And then also maybe a case of you've just had some stiffer opposition in these later games. When you start to get into that flow, your third, fourth drop of the afternoon, you've come up against the FIFA Kill roster, and they've proven themselves a formidable force, a bit of a thorn in the side. So, and I'll be straight honest with you, I don't want Husker squad to win it again. They had the 4 scuffs yesterday. We want to hand them out to very different communities today. So yeah, I'm hoping that they haven't made the jump, even though they were deserved winners yesterday. Today, now I want them being handed out to someone over on this damn continent. Give it out to Europeans.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there any European bias there, mate? Like, just a smidge?
Teensy bit. Gotta go with it. You know, that's how it is. Someone's got to root for the boys.
I'm a little bit worried now, though, because you're notorious for, bestowing a caster curse onto our teams that you start rooting for.
Ah, crap. Yeah, you're right. You're completely right. Yeah, I'm bad for that. Yeah, Enigma the caster curse does live on. So if I say that Huskers, I want them to win, does that mean a 3-kill game here out early makes the finals very interesting to see who takes first place? Never know. Could happen. Of course, so many different things that could go down here. We're talking about Scuff Bounty leaders. We all know what we want to get down to, though, at some point. It's going to be that bubble conversation. Looking forward to it.
Oh, yeah. Let's just have a brief chit-chat about the teams that are in contention so far. Which teams are you really hoping to see step up as we head into our final drop?
Oh, man. I think so. The conversation worth having here is probably the conversation around teams that we are actually watching in this group. Obviously, there's a lot of teams over in Groups A and Group D that are currently fighting off against one another in their final drop as well. I'm not too sure if they've actually got into that drop, so we can't really focus too much on them. As for teams that are on the bubble, obviously, there's a couple that are inside. Chow is one of them, I believe. I think they were 22nd last time we checked. I don't know where they're at right now on the board, but that's an incredible roster. To see them on the bubble has been very interesting, because it's always felt like, for the most part, every time we've been on board with Team Chow, whenever they've been in a fight, they've either been on the better side of that fight and come out victorious, or if they haven't, they've been very good at getting away and staying alive in the game. So I'm kind of surprised that they haven't hit flow state and managed to find a way through these games. They are one of our teams here that is kind of in danger, especially if those teams that are on the bubble in Groups A and Group D do extremely well of kind of petering off and actually dropping out at the final 25. So definitely one of our teams to watch here.
Enigma, I just want to highlight that you had Chow as a team to watch at the very start of the broadcast yesterday. Let it be known.
Look, the caster curse lives on, all right? I'm going to get tattooed on my chest at some point, and every time it just lines up, I'll just pop the shirt. Because I am bad for this. It's a proven fact. It's a phenomenon. And the thing is, I get teams sometimes sending me messages, why do you never gas me up? Because if I did, you'd have the worst day of your life. So, I try and keep it relatively calm. You are right about Chow, though. Definitely right. This is a very strong team. The one thing I'll give to, Sariel, Authentics, and Swizen is they are a roster competing in the Warzone Resurgence series and have looked phenomenal there. The Warzone Resurgence series is, as the name suggests, based on Resurgence. It is a fast-paced, incredibly chaotic mode, very different to playing out Big Map. The strategies are incredibly different, and here on Big Map, you've got to value, for example, playing your life a lot more. On Resurgence, you can kind of throw yourself at something over and over and over again, continues to hit that brick wall until eventually you burst through. And maybe that's just something that's undoing them a little bit here. Maybe they need to temper their pace and their expectations a little bit. I think this is a team that I'm hoping to see grow big time into tomorrow's final. Obviously, they've got to get there first. My gut feeling is they should be safe, but we haven't seen the leaderboard just yet, but it looks mightily bloody close considering all the early numbers.
Do you see anybody really changing up strategies now? Maybe playing a little bit safer? I know we've spoken before about this 10K that is on the line, and I think that's really where the contention between Team FIFA Kill and Huskers ends up being, because, first place ends up getting an extra $3,000 under their belt.
I don't know if it's wise to change strategies now, if I'm honest. I know we've had this conversation over and over again about, at what point do you change the strategy? But, I don't know. Do you really want to throw a curveball on the last game when you really need to have a good game? Oh, that is a risky thing to do.
I don't hate it, I mean, a little bit of extra cash never hurt anybody, but taking a look at our Scuff Bounty Challenge, shock horror, you were correct. Team FIFA Kill is still leading the charge on this leaderboard. I also want to give shout out to Team Miss It as well. I feel like they've been performing pretty well. Unfortunately, we've not necessarily had the opportunity to watch them a whole lot, but what can you tell me about that roster?
So for Mizzy & Co, this is a lineup that It's kind of like peeling together some incredibly straight shooters from the comp scene. Really random the way it comes together. Mizzy and Nearson, Frenchmen, so I guess I see the connection there. Nearson, he plays for what were called the ESC lineup. Very strong team, just missed out on qualifying automatically for the Warzone finals this week. But they're kind of one of those teams that you know can have these big banger pop-off games because they possess the firepower of someone like Nearson. Oki for years has been touted as this like superstar slayer. He used to play with FIFA Kill. He's had moments on huge rosters. He's back with FIFA again. And it feels like he's always kind of like, okay, you could pop off and just take over this entire map if you want, but he's a little bit inconsistent there. But yeah, you know, you have one of those on games and Jesus Christ, that boy fries. Bobo's a smart player. He actually has coached for some teams as well, even at the Esports World Cup. So he kind of had his mind. Mizzy's like ability to glue in a little bit because he used to compete as well. The other two's ability to frag out. It's kind of not it's a little bit of a, maybe we missed this team. Maybe we just didn't pick them up enough because we were looking at all these other superstar stacked rosters. But this is a very solid lineup. Even then, I think they're punching way above their expected rate, and fair play to them because they've been sat inside that top 5 consistently all the way through the afternoon, despite the many massive juggernauts in front of them.
Do you think they could be the dark horses heading into tomorrow?
I don't see them winning it. I see them kind of being good enough to again stick out that top 5, take a lot of prize money, but I don't think we've seen the evidence yet. And I wonder if Brody agrees with me there or not because I can see him kind of tutting his head a little bit. But where they're going to be?
No, I totally agree with you. I'll be perfectly frank in saying I'll be the boring guy here. Honestly, at this rate, maybe things will change tomorrow. I don't know. Obviously, it would be a very different mix with obviously all the different groups and such. Things have been kind of tumultuous for some of these teams. Honestly, I would be surprised if anybody besides Huskers, FIFA Kill, and Enkyo took it tomorrow. Obviously, we want things to be as competitive as they can be, but just looking at the kill discrepancy, the score discrepancy, and honestly, the way we've seen those teams play over the course of the last couple of days, I would be surprised if anybody outside of those 3 teams took it. I don't think any of us on the desk here are going to predict anybody else.
Well, chatting a little bit more about that point disparity between all of the teams. Boy, oh boy, you were not kidding. They certainly are leading the charge, as it were. But what we really want to be focusing on is those bubble teams. How viable is it for Team Nanu to come on back up? Because I know earlier on in the day, they were certainly sitting on the borderline, and they could have made it happen earlier on.
Yeah, I think they just had a couple of bad games, right? And again, I think the one that comes to mind for me for Team Nano was I think it was literally the first drop of the day where they dropped something akin to a 14 kill game. But again, 14 kill games are great. That's a lot of points on the board. You're still not getting that far into the game, and I think that's the issue. Is again, it's that delicate balance between you want to have high kill games, but also you want to try and get as far into the game as possible. And I think if you're not going to be able to strike that balance correctly, things are going to go awry, and that feels like what's happened for Team Nano. It is worth saying though, they are on the border. They're currently sitting at 26th. We are not going to get to see what happens with their last drop, but it would not surprise me whatsoever to be on the other side of that dotted line there between 25th and 26th at the end of the day.
Who else are we thinking has got some potential here, Enigma?
I've kind of said their name a few times this afternoon, and maybe that's why they're sitting just the wrong side of the dotted line. But Team Anaya, I'd love to see them make that move. 141.4 currently. They'd need a hell of a game to do it, but they managed one earlier on. They had one pretty hot game. I think it was 30-odd points. If they did that again right now, they may well clinch the spot. Remains to be seen. I'm not going to kind of hold my breath, though, because, again, this guy lays the curse pretty thick.
Oh yeah, you certainly do. Well, it's about time for us to dive into our final drop here of group play at the Trials of Avalon. Boys, take it away.
Thank you so much. One more drop, and we are really going to be lasering in on the teams that currently sit on the bubble here as we drop into this one. You guys know already who has been dominating the entire day. Obviously, we've got a lot of incredible teams in the mix here. This is not about them for this final drop. Yeah, it would be awesome to see who's going to come out on top of the final group stage, who's going to be first on the global leaderboard. But if anything, those teams that we mentioned, Chow, Mizzy, all these guys, or excuse me, Anaya, these teams are the ones that we want to focus in on here for this final conversation, because if they go down early on, it's done. Their entire tournament could be over.
Yeah, it well and truly could be, and you want that destiny to be in your own hands. You don't want to watch it slip through your fingertips and hope and pray for a result elsewhere. For Anaya, if you fall early, that's it. You are done, quite simply. For folks like Stylers and Chow, you could still make it through, but it's going to be a very nervous watch over your shoulder. Because remember, it's not just everyone performing in this lobby, it's also what's going on elsewhere. So you're kind of going to be flicking through Twitch streams. Oh, dear God, please die. Don't get enough points to leap over us. So yeah, it's very, very tight. Stylers in particular, your two places above being dropped out. That's, you know, you're talking less than 5 points. You've got to get off to a great start. So for me, I mean, I'm talking about, you know, your Stylers, your Chows, and so on. Land safe. Don't be going in for hot contests. Land somewhere where you're going to be able to slowly rotate in, pick off bits and pieces, maybe even try and throttle some of those redeploy beacons. And for all of our deliberation, our theorizing about how it might go, my brother, let's get into the final drop of the day. And the circle is actually one of the more relatively central circles that we've had through this entire tournament, potentially pulling slightly off towards the east, so maybe right in the middle of those hills, smack bang in the middle of that middle land.
Yeah, and that is going to help Team Chow out, by the way. So they're going to be, I believe, squad number 9 on our list. And they're basically smack bang into the middle of where that could potentially go. Obviously, there is a variety of different options as to where this zone could go by the final zone. But still, they're in a really good position. They're not going to have to struggle that much. Of course, they are going to fight Team Mojo early on. And that's been a fight, generally speaking, that they haven't won. But almost immediately here, they're going to pick up the gunfights right off the rip. And that is about as perfect as you could possibly ask for Team Chow. They needed to have a good start. You could not afford to lose that fight versus Team Mojo. So you wipe those 3 players down, and that gives you effectively pick of the litter as far as resorts is concerned. This entire area, which has a ton of loot to work with, is yours. You are going to be well equipped for the next fight you take.
Yeah, I've just spotted Swizzen as well, find a trauma kit. Those things are incredibly useful. Square up against someone, think that you've managed to crack them and you've got the upper edge in the fight. You spot that trauma kit symbol and you are pretty much recognizing mid-gunfight that you're going to lose this one. So, yeah, it can turn the tide of the fight in a heartbeat. Beautiful stuff for them. And you mentioned it yourself there, resorts. Another beautiful POI on this map. I really love just roaming around. Very pretty. But also, resorts going to be just stacked with so much loot. Set you up in the best way possible. Another one of the teams that we really want to focus on. Again, these guys are currently qualifying for tomorrow's finals by around about 5 points. That is nothing in the grand scheme of things. I'll be looking over their shoulder at squads like Phylaxi, Nanu, Princess Fiona, Funky, and another team in this lobby, which is going to be Anaya.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. So obviously we get the chance to look at the map right now, see where those teams are at. Team Anaya are going to be landing in firing range, which is just a stone's throw away from the listing post that Team Stylers have currently got control of. So when this zone inevitably pulls in, those teams are going to clash. Obviously, there is another squad in the mixer too that could throw a spanner in the works. That's actually Team Flexi, who is probably safe. I think they're 20 points above the barrier, and that gives them a bit of a safe kind of buffer away from dropping out of the top 25. But I mean, if Team Flexi have a terrible game, there is a potential chance, a smidgen of a chance that they might be done and dusted. Either way, it makes things very interesting to see a trifecta of teams that I had written down on my notes very closely paired together. Elsewhere, though, looking over towards the service station, this is team number 9 that we were talking about. That's Chow, once again involved in a fight versus Mojo, and well, 1 kill going down in favor of Team Mojo. This is not going well for the roster whatsoever. They are relatively spread thin here. 1 player down, and there's 1 player very far removed here. If it doesn't go well, Ison goes down. There's the trade coming through from Authentics, and now it's just down to a couple of players here for Team Mojo.
Yeah, 2v2. We'll set you up here. Mojo needs to get a plate back in, so he's out of the fight momentarily. Pinch setup coming through for Chow's roster. It will be a double layer of action instead for Mojo, and I think the regroup might come through in a moment. Just pause, take a breath, assess. Bullet's going to ring out. LX gets clipped from the window towards the side. There's the trauma kit keeping the opposition player alive for long enough. Mojo down to 1 bullet of health. LX having to reposition and doesn't have any plates remaining, so needs to win this next fight.
Yeah, good for Team Chow, though. Good coverage there on that fight. Now it's a 2 versus 1 on the player towards the rooftops. Authentics gets cut down, and now it's just going to be the 1 player on the cross. The problem is for that player is he's already been spotted out. They knew that he crossed. Swizzen does manage to beam Mojo, and he will last long enough that his teammate's able to come back through. So what was a 1 versus 1 for Alex all of a sudden becomes infinitely more complicated because, yes, from a full squad perspective it is, and they're going to fly at each other here. Alex, not the crispiest of shots, gets beamed up, down to about 60% HP. Will be able to armor up only once because he doesn't have that much more in the inventory. Everybody's starting to land around him here, and all of a sudden this becomes a significantly more populated fight.
Huge there, though, because Alex actually found a trauma kit off of the body of Authentics earlier on. He's going to put that in. Won't keep his eye up for long, though. He's down and out. LX next to fall. No, turns, burns. Sariel sat down on the rooftop. Just about going to stay in this one. You've no plates, though. Smoke. Going to try and fake an escape route. Look like you're repositioning. Actually going to find a grapple and a couple of plates off of the deck. And is able to escape for a moment, but look at those red arrows. They're turning and facing. Alex
trying to get the fight. Has been tagged up once again. Down to 60%, gets beamed. And he will go down, and after that ensemble of fights over and over again, it will be Team Chow crucially surviving the engagement. Now we turn our attention back towards the heliport. This is Team Stylers, again, a team on the bubble against Team Arumi. They look to have got the better of them. Elsewhere, we saw Mojo going down to another team that was involved in that fight against Team Chow. So something that Team Chow might have to worry about here. Either way, towards heliport, it looks like Team Stylers are chilling here for the moment. Just trying to keep a track of how many kills the roster has got, because of course, it isn't just about surviving, it's also about getting as many kills as possible. Really, I think when you're on the bubble, you want to have like a 20, 25 point game if you possibly can, just to walk away safely, because anything lower than that, and you might be in danger.
Yeah, you don't want to be sitting nervous about it. FIFA kill with maybe a little bit of extra love for Few there. Few absolute gentlemen of the space, so maybe just a bit of friendly banter, but it certainly won't feel that way right now, as that roster desperately need points. For FIFA Killing Cup, inglorious through this tournament, it's about trying to close the gap. It would be a momentous map to do so, because it's unlikely that Soka & Co are going to be lacking on kills. Speaking of which, get to take a look at them. Noob's trying to grapple hook his way up into this engagement, and Soka will, of course, need very little support. Unpaquette, the first to fall. Nala over the top, trying to provide some sort of coverage, but I'd argue that you've not succeeded in that and you're about to become outnumbered.
Yeah, you don't have the numbers here for this situation, and well, you certainly don't have the advantage when you're facing down Team Huskers. You might have the high ground though. Flexi going to down one, might have to back out the fight. Now Nala needs to get involved. Shots over. Beautiful for the first. Unfortunately, again, it's the fact that you're outnumbered puts yourself at such a disadvantage. There goes Flexi and Nala. That is the wipe. I don't know if it's a full wipe though. Obviously, Codcaster can be a little devious at times. If that's a full wipe, we're only in zone 2. We talked about that buffer that Flexi had brought for themselves. They're about 20 points or so in the lead away from the bubble. I don't know if that's going to be enough to salvage them. It should be, in all theoretical, but at the end of the day, you never know with these kind of events.
No, agreed. Going to be watching nervously. It'll be a long wait. With 22 teams still in the fight, and the local will find Jammer amongst the chaos. This Lano Callum roster, I mean, we've kind of talked about them being out of the picture, 31 points back. Would need something ridiculous. Do I see it happening? No. Again, would love an underdog story to come through. Squad 17 that you're playing up against here, just trying to position around them, set up some sort of flank if you are Few. This crouch walk will let you move quite quietly. Gives that up for a second to find the upgrade, but may have alerted a few folks to his presence here. We'll check back in on that later, because Adley and Cup, they've got company, and you can hear Hunter Killers.
Now on the other side of this fight, you've got Savvy Ultras. Oh god, this is a fight they've had before. It's not a fight, generally speaking. I'd expect them to win. Versti's going to have to get back up off the back of that HKT drop. You've lost Anaya in the fight as well. Players pretty separated here. I'd imagine there's probably a sensor dart down here for Savvy Ultras. Orlan, though, gets taken out of the picture. Versti shots out on towards a second, not able to get away cleanly, and now it's all just down to 1 or 2 in the fight. Banny looking desperately to try and dip and dive away here. Back towards a plate. Only has 1 to work with, so there's going to be a disadvantage in this fight no matter what they do. Now there's more players coming in from Savvy Ultras here. Banny is stuck between a rock and many hard places here in Lowtown. The good news is here in Lowtown, there's a lot of verticality in this area, and there's just no getting away from the HKDs. That's Banny done and out. And even at this stage, again, there is a query about whether or not the redeployment token is there. I'd imagine it is, but still, bouncing back when you're in this position, not good for Anaya whatsoever.
No, certainly not. Going to have to be the regain of the century if they're going to make this qualification happen. Habini wrestling with a helicopter there for a moment. Chronica's going to drop in. Rumi just continuing to struggle. Chronica's going to set up this next hit as well. Suspect a sensor dart has been dropped there because Porky was all too obvious. I think one of the Rumi roster did manage to flee, and I'm pretty sure we saw them get knocked earlier. If that is the case, yeah, you've got 2 players likely looking for a redeploy beacon, and we know how much teams like to send towards those should they hear them go live. So very, very difficult situation for a team that desperately need points. Honestly, completely out of the picture, really. It's all about this Stylers roster, and they'll be very happy to nick away a couple of points now.
Yeah, they are basically slap bang in the middle of the zone at the moment, in the middle of the circle. So they will have kind of pick the lure as far as where they want to go is concerned. I'll be chilling for the moment. Again, it's all about how many points they've got. I don't think they've got that many kills at the moment. Fuser Now looking for the redeploy here for this team. Of course, Lano Callum would do well to get back into the top 25 after the last couple of games they had where they were removed early. The fact that 3 players are down probably doesn't bode well for them either. But Fuser, I think, probably should be able to get away with this. I don't think anybody is going to be able to stop it in time. The closest team for them is going to be Team Rocket, and I don't think they really care whether more players come back in at the moment. So there will be a chance for recovery for Team Lano Callum. Obviously, how much loot they get is, well, questionable for sure. Elsewhere, looking for Unpakate. Separated away from Flexi. We talked about these guys earlier. They got wiped, and now they themselves are on for recovery. They've got a bit of a weird path through. They have to try and get through Casey, Lena, and then potentially Tomaki. Not the worst path in the world for Flexi if they want to recover.
It's not. That's a good call out. Swizzen sense the dot. We'll pick up on where this Zyro team is located. Huge fight on our hands. Again, Chow need all the points. Zyro's roster will be comfortably through right now. In fact, they're sat in 8th, so a very good afternoon at the office. Bullets exchanged. Zyro's initially broken back down. Opposing player will push this. Pink on pink action. Zyro's trying to find some way into the fight. Isolated, shut down. Swizzen finds the first, turns it into a 3v3 as Chow's been picked up elsewhere.
Yeah, worth saying, by the way, there is another player in the mix here from Team Lini Muri. You can see him kind of roaming around on the minimap. Not too sure if they're just flying in, but either way, they are there. Could potentially throw a spanner in the works for either of these two teams. But Sariel just going to wait. Has ideas. Authentics peeking out, trying to salvage his teammates. He's going to be down and ends up getting talked down at the end. King AJ with a big down there. And that's just going to leave Sariel all by their lonesome here in a 1 versus 3. How long can you survive? You know, longer. Sariel down for the count. And again, we're not sure at this point whether that is a full wipe. We'll have to see whether they're able to come back. But either way, that's a fight you didn't really want to take, and you have to take it. You end up losing it. Even if you do recover, it's the question of what are you going to recover with at this point?
Yeah, they initially play it very well. You isolate Zyro, find that pick. I'm not sure how Chow gets knocked elsewhere, but that then levels up the fight. And I think you actually split as a 2 and a 1, kind of between where AJ and Co rest. So that then means a very difficult regain in the middle of a fight against a very aggressive team. Swizzen's landed here, and it is not with any sort of safety. Thamaki's squad will roll up. Verdati deletes Swizzen. Didn't come up with a wipe, so I'm going to assume that there are still redeploy tokens active. Timer needs to count through first. The problem is, again, that team needs every single point they can muster. They'll have to land, hopefully find a pocket of space, and go about picking up loot that has not been scooped by other teams, which means it's the worst of the lot. A hellish situation to be in.
Yeah, just to confirm, by the way, it looks like Team Chow are out for now. So, whatever they finished with, they will be done. And they were not in a good place for multiplayer whatsoever either, by the way. They finished, what, 18th or 19th or something to that effect. So, yeah, that's not a good position to be in. Does make things interesting, doesn't it, for potential implications with the top 25. Another roster that are in a not-so-great spot at the moment is going to be Anaya. This is one of those games that we talked about, right, where this roster is surviving late into the game, but they've kind of been surviving the entire game and not really getting the better of many teams in the fights. Anaya Callum trying, I think, maybe not to give any other kills to any other teams, but, well, he's not going to survive that long, and in his efforts to get out of the water, he ends up drowning, and it is going to be Team Huskers that takes him down. So I think that's probably going to be it for Team Lano Callum in the tournament.
Yeah, Codcast giving us the squad white bug, but you've got to assume that that is them done and dusted. I wonder if he thought he had a... Oh my god! Soka with the zig and a zag using the grapple puts it to incredible effect and absolutely slams that team. Holy cow. That guy, again, for so long, he's been the patient player, the anchor, the mastermind, releasing his 2 hounds in front of him while playing a very patient and passive game. This year, he's been unleashed. And my God, it feels like we were holding back Satan himself at times. What a phenomenal talent.
I just love the fact that we've got North American players playing in this tournament solely because we get him in the tournament, solely because we get Falcons, right? Obviously, for the first time, we get international players playing here in the Trials Series. Oh, what a present for us here on the casting desk. We saw there on the minimap, by the way, we were talking about Team Anaya. They're a team that obviously are on the bubble right now. They've employed kind of a split 2-2 strategy, something to keep an eye out for as something that really hasn't worked that well, I want to say, on the whole. For survivability, it works wonders. Outside of that, actually winning fights, you're putting yourself in a perpetual 2 versus 4, and it isn't necessarily the best thing in the world. Speaking about survivability, King AJ trying to survive over here by the Roman Canal. Almost movements his way out of the fight, but never mind. And I think there might be some extra love from this team on towards that player. Really shouldn't be a surprise given how close-knit the UK community here is in Warzone.
Yeah, quite a lot of the Europeans have played with each other over the years and plenty of times against one another. There'll be a little bit of extra just in those love taps, you know, making a statement ahead of tomorrow for those finals. The Spanish squad will seize control of the aqueduct. This big bridge-like structure that separates so much open area around you, gives you the high ground, lets you control a lot of landmass. Rotating over towards a player from Stephanie MX's roster. That's that LATAM team. Plenty of fights going on here just off towards the west of the canal. Vedati deals with Savvy Ultra as that team eliminated. Down to our top 12. Top 10 will be your 1.6 multiplier, so expect a couple of teams to slow down. But have you spotted that there's a couple of Shucks Norris players just lying in the grass pretty much right next to you, if we're to believe that minimap?
It looks kind of funny, doesn't it?
It's the cave underneath. That's where they're at.
Yeah, and there is another player coming in from Shucks Norris that will have to make their way over towards the cave. So actually, it wouldn't surprise me if they do manage to spot things out. But Vidati's just going to bring a streak down on towards Team Jukies. That's going to make things awkward for Team Jukies in this fight. Also worth saying that Team Shucks, they might well be in the cave, but do not be surprised if they pop their heads out and try and take this fight versus Team Jukies and Vidati and co. Shots out for Vidati. That's one of those players from Team Jukies that we were talking about down for the count. And look at them. You can see it in the top left window minimap. Team Huskers now starting to get involved in this fight. There is so much open space and really, by proxy, not a lot of coverage to work with. And Vidati's like, yeah, we don't have any coverage to work with. We're going to get some ourselves. Get in a vehicle, get the hell out of Dodge, reposition here, make our lives a lot easier.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this. Felt like you were under a lot of pressure. Then again, it doesn't help when you drive straight into an opposing team. That's going to be Mizzy on the other end, so a huge fight about to ensue. A lot of French players in this engagement as well. Always a little bit of extra national love in that. Vidati's going to get the plates in. Can you reset? Economy isn't great for a lot of players here. I'm only seeing 2 players with enough to replenish a full carrier. Thamaki's going to pop a nade out, collects nothing. Renzo's got one of those annoying point turrets to deal with. As you try and square up here, look at all the plates go in. Look at what's left. It isn't very much for that team. And you're in a straight 4-on-4.
Oh, look at this as well on the other side. We talk about one team that's trying to survive desperately. It's Team Anaya and co. That 2-2 split strategy has worked out for them. They've survived until the final 9, but over towards the other side. These fights between Vidati and Mizzy going in their favor at the moment here. Down to a 2 versus 2 reposition. One player down, trying to finish them off. Also getting coverage over the top will be that player who is going to be down. Zach moving up here. Finishes off Bubble. And now those last 2 players might actually walk into another fight. One of those players, again, from Shucks, is still hanging about and could potentially ruin the day of either of these teams, and Team Huskers on the other side. So things are going to get incredibly mixy here. Streak down now from the heavens. Flying away is one of those players from Team Mizzy. Down below, is the reposition going to be good enough? You can shoot through that, and Zach is trying desperately to do it without jumping down. He's going to have to go for the jump here. Has the coverage from up top as well, and there's the kill on towards Nielsen and co. Another wipe coming through, and some positioning gained there for Vidati and co.
Yeah, did a very good job of just setting themselves up in the defensive posture. It wasn't all focused forward one way, watching all of your flanks, ensuring that Renzo, for example, trying to hit that rotation, was caught out, and that then shut down the push, forced Nielsen to drop low. And great map knowledge, knowing you can bang through those caches. A lot of folks usually give that up, but well aware in the end. Get a quick look at our wider view as we enter the final fight. 5 teams left, and who's got a full 4? Huskers rotating up from the southwest corner. There will be 2 teams inside a circle, and a couple of bodies down towards this western point, hanging out for their dear life. Havix going through his best with the 2 players up on the rock from Anaya's roster, and how they desperately need these points.
Absolutely they do. They need these kills. They need this kill, to be honest with you. And they also kind of need to do it with the idea that the gas is pushing them out of this position. The gas is most certainly going to affect Flexi's the remaining player here for sure. And finally, there goes Havoc. So another point on the board here, down to the final point. And they've spotted some coverage. They're going straight for the tunnel. This is going to force that last remaining player from Huskers out, and there goes one. They should be able to get in the tunnel, but, I mean, I don't know how long they're going to last. There's not really that much coverage in the tunnel, and they're about to run straight into Anaya and co. There's the kill coming through. It's actually Huskers that picks up that one. So now it's Huskers pushing through towards the tunnel as well. 3 teams left.
Got to assume there's a sensor dart in action here. You can see a couple of heads turning, swiveling, and you spot what is left of this Thamaki roster. Vidati with that M15 just going to try and peek up, but loses another plate. Plenty of them if you can spread them between the team here, but you are down to just 3 men against the 4. Look at that big rotation coming in. Number 24, the Arrow, just looking to collapse in from the side. Sets up a pinch, smother, swarm, and remove them off the map.
Yeah, you've got numbers to do this as well. 4 players up for Team Huskers. Here comes the smothering. Oh, Magito down. 2 more to go, and now you've put this into an even fight. Players from both sides. The pincer maneuver is in, and Vidati and co. They feel like they're stuck. They're being stuck in a vice and absolutely squeezed to death. Vidati down, and now it's all down to the players that were inside that tunnel. They need to get this 2 times multiplayer they can, and their backs are well and truly against the wall. A 2 versus 4, 0 coverage, and I can't imagine you've got that much in the way of resources as well. They've got no way out of this tunnel now as well. They are going to have to take damage. I think this Team Huskers roster is just going to shoot for it.
I'd be very surprised if they don't get aggressive on this, even though you have to take damage en route in. Sentinel, I've told you there's 2 players down here. Exotic Armor's going to be the first to break. That's Noob's getting knocked. Barney with the first initially. Adeli's over the top. Actually, then goes the second as well. Noob's sat down on this one. Dongi as well. Soka and Husker is going to try and cover over. Soka's got 15 kills here. Considering the res, does get it through somehow. Adeli with another. That's onto Huskers, but Exotic Armor will seal the deal, and you will get the trade come through. Beautiful work from Team Huskers to take yet another map win on the day. We said it there towards the end. They're probably going to send for this. They know that A, scuff bounty, B, a hell of a lot more points, and C, just damn well dominance and all the bragging rights that team won walking into tomorrow's finals.
Honestly, there was a moment there when that nade was thrown and there was a couple of downs in the mix. I was like, hold on. Maybe there's a chance that Team Anaya can do this, but obviously then my mind was immediately rectified by Team Huskers doing what they do best, which is just doing disgusting stuff. That's yet another dub for Team Huskers. They will take the final drop of the day, but perhaps good implications for Team Anaya. They were on the bubble, and now they finish 2nd place in the final drop of the day. Let's bring the whole gang back to see what they thought of that final game.
We're back, baby, and boy, oh boy, did Team Huskers deliver once more. A 40-plus kill game under their belt. Bryce, do you reckon they headed into this game, they were like, you know what, let's just head in guns blazing. We've got nothing to lose at this point.
Honestly, I think so. I think for me, it was one of the ones where they just kind of have really built on the tactics they've always had, right? Mobility and over-swarming a team. And it's worked out. You've also seen some of the big teams go down pretty early. And when those teams don't get the kills, there are more available. And that's what they capitalized on. That was maybe the biggest game we've seen in the Trials of Avalon so far.
How are you, Tan, how are you feeling about the bubble teams? How do you feel that they performed? Because I was pretty surprised with Team Anaya.
Some have clutched up when they really did need to. Of course, we'll let the admins do their jobs and figure out the points, because I've, thrown myself under that bus on too many occasions, to be honest with you. But no, I think when you needed to have those games, I think you look at Team Anaya, they've looked the more likely out of all of them, to be honest with you. When we have seen a couple of performances, they are really trying to have some decent kill games. It's not just about survivability. At that stage in the game, it did need to be about survivability. Of course, you've got plenty of players around you. You don't have your full squad. And they did a really good job to pick up a couple of kills on the outside of that, as well as a 2nd place. So I'd like to think they might be okay, but let's allow the admins to make that decision for me there. Jazz, I don't want to necessarily put myself in that spot.
I'm crossing my fingers, man. I feel like they absolutely deserve it, especially during those final moments of the final drop as well, when it all really comes down to it is when it really matters. But in Infinity Enigma, recapping a little bit our AMD moments of the match, were there any other moments that really stood out to you?
Oh, man. I mean, where do we start? I mean, obviously that final play from Huskers, I think, was brilliant. Not even just kind of the pushing towards the tunnel, but actually, I think very specifically, the push, the pincer movement on towards Vidati and co, right? And I think the thing is as well, they immediately recognized, all right, look, we've got the numbers to make this kind of push play. And just given how good they are, even if they put themselves in a situation where they have to fight a 2v3, either against Vitatica and co. or Anaya and co., whoever's in that situation, I think they've got the confidence to win it. But it's just the way that they kind of pincered around those teams, those players. Those guys had no idea what they were fighting whatsoever, and it's just so well timed. Again, it's that thing we were talking about, right, where you bring a roster like Team Falcons into the mix here, and it's just that pre-established chemistry, that pre-established skill. Huskers knew exactly what he was doing when he was bringing these guys into the Trials of Avalon.
Yeah, I think Brody's picked the right moment. It's that moment. It's them understanding when to pump the brakes and when to apply the gas. And there's very few better. They understand that, we can run over most teams in this death ball fashion, sure, but we want to go for the Scoff Bounty, which means that we're essentially looking to pick up as many of these final kills as we can. We can't afford for us to be lackadaisical about this, so we're going to send one on the flank and then drop in a sensor dart, use all the information that we have to then swarm this team. And that then sets them up for a very easy end game, because you walk away with what? 5 kills there. I'm not sure if that will be the difference, but either way, it's a moment of, if you've gotten that engagement wrong, yes, you're still going to win the tournament or the current group standings, but have you taken the bounty? They didn't leave it up to chance. They were ruthless in the way they executed it.
Enigma, do you think at this moment in time, all of those bubble teams are kind of holding their breaths, eagerly awaiting those leaderboards to come up?
Oh, yeah, it is squeaky bum time. It is a difficult situation right now. You stand up, you're taking your chair with you. It's going to be very nervy. You've got, again, $55,000, I think it is, still left on the line for tomorrow. Solo YOLO to kick things off, but then it all gets down to a very mixy finals. Yeah, that's going to be, you are most certainly right now keeping an eye on that leaderboard and hoping and praying and daring not hold your breath.
Were there any teams that you guys had expected to maybe perform a little bit better heading into today's matches?
I honestly...
It's a difficult one. So simply because realistically, it's such a stacked set of groups. That's the issue. You can say like, Team Stylers, like they could have been right there at the top, and we've seen it before. Same with Shucks Norris. Maybe they could have been top 3, but there are so many good teams into this one that it is very, very difficult to say, oh, they should have performed better. The truth is that there are monsters everywhere on Avalon, and you're bound to run into one sooner rather than later. So getting a consistently high-level game is very, very difficult. So yes, you can be disappointed that these teams haven't pushed higher, but there are levels to this.
I think for me, looking at Team Nano, I honestly, I've highlighted them quite a few times whenever we've been on board with them, which felt like quite a decent amount, where they were finding some good moments. But I don't know if they would have made it. Unfortunately for them, I think they maybe just ran out of steam at the wrong time. Teams like that, I would have maybe expected maybe a little bit more. Honestly, Team Rumi, I kind of wanted to see more of as well. We didn't really see them do a great deal whatsoever for them. Going on to a couple of others, I'm trying to just remember. Team Juki's, it's before our final game, we're sitting in 12th, maybe expecting a little bit more of them. I'm aware I don't want to try and take every single team that somebody wants to speak about, but just spitballing to a certain degree. But yeah, I mean, I think Team Chow is obviously a big one as well for a lot of people that would have said along those lines too. There's a couple of surprises though, but ultimately teams would have just been aiming for that top 25. If they can get there, they have an opportunity to right the wrongs of these last 2 days, if they want to call it that, over tomorrow's game.
I think instead of teams that maybe underperformed, I think I want to highlight two that really kind of stood out for all the right reasons. Team Becky Jew. This is that Bodsy and Joshy roster that we saw appearing in the late circles quite often yesterday. Don't think a lot of us would have had them making top 25. They've done it more than comfortably. And Team Woodsy as well. They're another team that, again, will make it very comfortable up there around the Team Juki's level of points. I don't think we would have put them two in the same league coming into the tournament. So both squads had a fantastic first 2 days. Do I see either of them winning the tournament tomorrow? No, but you could be walking away with a hell of a lot of prize money. What a story that would be, considering just how far out of the picture us, fans, and everyone else would probably have had you initially.
I don't know if heading into today I would have anticipated Team Huskers walking away with 3 victories under their belt. They've absolutely dominated the games today, and I think maybe Team FIFA Kill are feeling a little bit scared facing off against them. What do we think?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's one of those though that like you can have a look at it and see how well they've been playing, Team Huskers, but at the same time it is just group stages, and both those teams will know you have to bring that into a match point tomorrow. That's where it has to be. That's where it's most important. We knew they were both going to qualify. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter where they did. They are very much going to be at the top, them alongside the Enkyo squad as well. Those are the 3 teams I'm keeping an eye on tomorrow. There's potentially a 4th there with Shifty and Co as well. But yeah, there's a lot of teams to keep an eye on. They were just happy to get through the top 25. Go from there.
Enigma, I'd mentioned at the start of today's broadcast that FIFA Kill had mentioned that, he was well aware of the fact that him and the team had some things they needed to work on trading each other a little bit better. Do you feel like that reflected in their gameplay that we saw throughout today?
Tough one, because I know that the second we finished the tournament last night, FIFA Kill and his roster went straight into scrims for the Warzone Resurgence series. So I don't know how much time you had to do those conversations, to have that VOD review and so on going into the games today. I'm not sure if there is a scrim active tonight. So as a team, they may just sit down and go, okay, we're going to focus on how to make sure we do the best we can tomorrow, which potentially levels them up, aware that there's so much money available to them before they then focus ahead of a big task this weekend.
Well, regardless, they certainly did put up a good fight. I feel like we saw them trying out a little bit more today as well. But alas, it does not matter because Team Huskers swoop on in with the highest amount of kills in a single game, securing themselves 46 kills in one game. You know what that means, boys? They get 4 free Scuff controllers to give away to their community as well. I feel like that's bragging rights in itself, surely.
Just throwing Scuff controllers around the gaff at this stage.
They've certainly got a couple. I would actually say that the interesting thing about this is Team FIFA Kill set that kill record right at the start of the day, and Huskers beat it in the very last game of the day. So right up until that last drop, Team FIFA Kill were winning this.
Yeah, and the other thing I think is crazy about this, by the way, is just the discrepancy. Like, it might not seem like a lot, like 9 kills is like, oh yeah, there's 9 kills. But like, I think to set something like that in the final game of the game, it just absolutely goes to show how bonkers that last game was. Like, the pace that Team Huskers was setting, like, it cannot be understated. 46 kills in any game of Warzone is just bizarre. So yeah, shout out to those guys for setting that kind of record, especially given they only had to beat 37. Like, you didn't have to go that hard, guys.
You say only Infinity, but is this you telling me that you're actively beating 37 kills?
Oh, absolutely. Listen, 37 kills, that's more kills than Chris Tunner's got in his entire career. So, it's just incredible. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is a lot. It is a lot to beat. So, just shout out to Team Huskers. That is an insane stat line.
Enigma, I saw you keen to jump in there. What were you going to say?
When you think about it, the 46 is actually kind of nuts. Like, I don't think I've ever put that up in a multiplayer map. Like, that is ridiculous. That is an insane number. Like, sure, pubs, but when we're talking ranked, we're talking best players in the world. We're talking, like, once you stack all those factors together, it's like 46 kills. How many was the total in the entire lobby? What percentage of that have you walked away with? Terrifying stuff. Shows the ceiling that these guys have. Tomorrow will, of course, be match points, so it's about closing. They're not showing any difficulty in terms of winning maps, and they're also not showing much difficulty in terms of hitting match point, because if they do that again, what's that, 46 times 2? Anyone? Math? 92 points?
92.
Anyone?
2, yeah.
Yeah, so they'd be more than halfway there off one map. Early bath tomorrow, guys. Lovely stuff. We'll get around that quickly.
It's interesting you kind of mentioned the math onto that one. Theoretically, there is, 184 kills in the lobby without redeployed towers, so they've hit 25% of all of the kills they could possibly do. So it is genuinely quite a substantial kind of engagement they've managed to find themselves in. It is truly ridiculous when you think about how much room that is to cover and how many teams you have to take down.
Bryce, what do you think the game plan is going to be for all of our teams, though, heading into tomorrow as we start to take a look, of course, at the top 25 teams? What is the game plan heading into tomorrow's games?
I think probably just copy from the best here. Realistically, I did like Huskers' tactics, helicopter and sniper drones. They've used those multiple times. They're picking their engagements and they're moving fast. We spoke a lot about guns going into this. I don't think that's the key to their game plan at all. They've just been very, very mobile. They've taken good position and using the helicopter to do so when they have it. They don't always do so. Using the grapples when they don't. And yeah, every time you use a streak, it has to be very, very effective for it. Don't just kind of throw them away. Huskers and his team go into an engagement with almost a plan that's coming out of nowhere.
I completely agree with you. I feel like tomorrow is certainly going to deliver plenty of mayhem, plenty of chaos. But on that note, it was kind of no surprise. Team Huskers walk away as our champions, securing themselves an extra $3,000 before they head into tomorrow's matches as well. Surely it's got to be a feel-good feeling for them. You reckon they're going to be playing with a little bit more confidence tomorrow, Infinity? What do you think?
Oh my god! Look at the discrepancy, by the way, as well. Like, it isn't just they didn't just win 631 points. That is a grand total of about. I'm not going to give you the exact maths because I'm terrible at maths, but about 130 points or so above the second place team in Team FIFA Kill. That is genuinely wild to get that kind of stat line. It almost feels kind of unfair, doesn't it? You know, bringing Team Falcons into this tournament, Huskers, you knew exactly what it was bloody doing with that roster. Yeah, I mean they'll just be elated with that for sure, and it's just such a massive confidence boost. Like, let it be known, this roster has well enough confidence anyway, given the fact that the achievements between all of those players, even Huskers, the team captain, have so much in the trophy cabinet. They're going to be so confident.
Can we go back to the standings? And see
Yeah,
how close it was
can
there?
we keep the standings
Yeah,
up for a
finish
little bit
talking.
longer, please? We still have plenty more yip-yapping to do over here. Anybody, did you catch that? How many points Team Anaya ended up progressing?
Points. Anaya's team getting by 0.6 points. That is ridiculous. We said that they needed a big game to pop off at the end. Oh my god, they achieved it. How far back were they? Like 21 points? They must have gone huge right there at the end. We knew that they survived until the late circle. We said about making sure you stay in for the multiplier, but you had to find kills along the way, and they get it done just about, finishing in 25th place. We'll see them into tomorrow's finals, and that in itself is a hell of a bloody achievement.
Well, it's a very close run. I mean, we've got, what, 3 teams just below the bubble there that could have jumped up. Phalanxi, yeah, you are right. That is 0.6. And then, well, Nano, they're only just over the bubble as well. I mean, this could have been a bit of a different swing for them. There are so many teams so close. Obviously, when you do come down to, I mean, Team Stars were probably a little bit safe in terms of swinging out there with a 10-point swing, but it has been a very close bubble towards the end. I almost kind of wish you could put like gold tags on those teams that are playing in those final games to see what they get up to, but it really did come down to it, and consistency is key. We've played so many rounds that I bet you're just probably panicking about that one time you died a bit early.
Anybody else want to add on to that?
That's scary. I think literally what is the 0.6 is, it's not even one gunfight really, is it? Like it's barely anything. It's placing one placement higher within the top 15 along the line. Somebody else just dropping seconds before you. That is the difference maker. But honestly, deserved from Team Anaya. You've seen the big play that had to be made towards the latter stages. And just the fact that they managed to pull off a couple of kills up against Team Huskers in a 2 versus 4 made all the difference in the end. Fully tippable and fully deserved.
Yeah, and if I could just tag onto that as well.
Yeah.
I think it's just like the thing we have to focus on is the minute decisions that Team Anaya made in that final game as well. Like I think we talked about it right on the map. You know, they went for the 2-2 split that we've discussed kind of to death of how dangerous that can be. Like it ended up being great for their survival because when half of that squad went down, the other half was in a much better spot to survive. Even that decision to go into the tunnel towards the end of the game to get second place, like Team Anaya, you know, they absolutely deserve that for getting. I mean, they didn't just kind of luck into getting inside the bubble. Like they absolutely deserved it for all the little minute decisions they made in that final game. Like they did everything right.
It was very much a case of that final fight, them being able to survive for as long as they did, because they didn't necessarily get the most amount of kills, but again, it's all thanks to that multiplier, and it was very well strategized on part of their team. Absolutely. Enigma, did you anticipate Anaya being the team to make it on through?
I was really hopeful and I said so I'm very surprised that you've managed to overcome the curse there, because that's bloody impressive all by itself. But I think very glad just because of the fact that you've had 2 big games to get yourself there. Yeah, congratulations to them. Looking forward to seeing them tomorrow.
Well, I believe we have an interview ready and waiting with none other than Huskers himself. I have to give you a huge congratulations, Husker, on the epic victory. But I want to start off by asking you, heading into today, had you anticipating you'd have such a dominant showing? You had 3 back-to-back wins today.
Thank you very much, first of all. And yeah, I mean, we were definitely confident going into today because I think we led today with like a 50-point lead or something. So we're definitely feeling comfortable initially. I know at one point after like the 2nd or 3rd game, we were actually behind FIFA's team by a few points. So that's when we kind of really had to like lock in even harder and really take it even more serious. But ultimately, we came out on top, and we just feel even better going into the finals tomorrow.
Very well done, honestly. Boyos, I know you're keen to have a chit chat. Go for it.
Yeah, I was gonna kind of jump in here, and it's an interesting tactic that we kind of saw you utilize many times. With basically, you seem to have sniper drones and a helicopter for almost every single fight. I'm guessing mobility and street usage was a kind of a core component of how you were able to kind of rack up so many kills.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of using the heli, especially on mouse and key. It's a little easier to fly the heli and kind of maneuver it. So I kind of used it multiple ways. One, it was a great vehicle to, traverse the map quickly to get from fight to fight. And I was also able to use it kind of as like a killing machine in a few fights because it's actually quite easy to splat people with it. And it's weird. The heli, it'll be like very delicate in certain situations. Like sometimes you'll just try to land it gently and it'll hurt the vehicle. And then other times I can like fly at someone at the ground and like do a 360 and splat them and then it barely touches it. So yeah, I was definitely taking advantage of like those weird mechanics with it right now.
No, 100%. I'm a very much a fan of helicopter piloting myself, and it seemed to work out. You certainly able to keep the momentum going for the majority of the game.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely instrumental in us getting a lot of those higher kill games. So we're gonna plan on keep using that strat going into the finals. Maybe have a couple other things up our sleeve, and see how we turn out.
Awesome. I look forward to it.
I think for me as well, we'll dive down the line here. Were we intentionally jumping on FIFA Kills team on every single occasion? You wiped them 2 games in a row, and I know for a fact you boys were absolutely chuckling at that when it happened.
Oh, for sure. I mean, well, especially those last couple games when we knew that they were just right behind us or we were right behind them. That was like definitely a big focus to, if we got the opportunity to take the fight on their team and we had the upper hand, we couldn't miss out on that. But yeah, no, I mean, we took great joy in wiping them those last 2 games, especially. And it was crazy because the very last game, they actually landed on us off rip. There was like a crazy clip of right after jumping out of the plane, there were 3 of them that were literally chasing Hisoka out of the plane. And so like from my visual in the heli, I could see him flying away and there were 3 guys right behind him. But they ended up failing with their attempt to kind of like isolate one of us off rip. And then yeah, and then I think shortly after we wiped them that first time in that last game, then we pulled a bounty, and it was one of them. So we instantly knew their position, and we knew that they didn't have any more free reses. So again, we just kind of waited till the right time, and we just full sent it at them.
Yeah, good rehearsal for tomorrow.
Yeah, listen, you guys got the better of those fights more often than not, Huskers. Black Ops Royale is pretty new, right? I mean, obviously, we're still kind of getting used to things here. One of the ways you guys kind of navigated around a lot of these fights was some of the new equipment we have here in Avalon, right? The Deadeye drone, the HKD is coming through, the streaks, obviously,
right.
We're having a ton of fun with the grapple hook. Talk to me a little bit about kind of how you guys were with that equipment, how much fun you were having with that Deadeye drone, which is incredibly overpowered, by the way.
It is. I agree with that. It's crazy because sometimes it's just so hard to hit it out of the sky when someone is controlling it. But yeah, it's a great tool. I mean, I agree it does need to be nerfed, but it's the Deadeye drone's a great kill streak to have. It's like for me personally, as me being kind of more of a support player on this team, there were a few situations or a few times throughout the tourney so far where I was kind of in a safe spot and I could call in the Deadeye drone and kind of use that to help them win a fight and even like get a full. Like there was one time where Hisoka downed a guy top stadium and we were kind of like on the lower level, and so I quickly called in the drone, just flew up and got that full, and that instantly helped us in that later fight because that team ended up being a man down after that. So yeah, definitely wise to use what you have on the map.
Absolutely.
Huskers, so first of all, obviously, congratulations. I want to ask 2 relatively quick questions here. The first one is, you're obviously playing alongside Hisoka. Now, he's known as the big brain, the closer, all those things. But if you kind of grabbed him by the chin and said, look, I'm actually the captain here, who's calling the shots on that roster?
No, not this time. Hisoka is definitely one of the best IGLs in the game. I do have IGL experience on other teams, but I knew that Hisoka, he was more suited for that job for this time around, and especially with the other 2 guys, Noobs and Dongi, also being incredible players and great slayers. I just felt like my best role for this team was just playing more of a support player and, getting live pings and just calming where people are at on the map. And like I mentioned before, like using a Deadeye drone in that one situation. So I feel like that fit my role best, and it seems to be doing really well.
Oh, yeah, I mean, certainly being incredibly effective. I guess continuing to touch on the team, you've obviously played in some incredible rosters over the years, taking away championships after all. But where does this Falcons roster stack in terms of your all-time list? How good are these boys?
They're definitely at the top. I mean, it's one of the best teams I've played with. The way I would put it is playing with them, it feels so effortless, you know, winning games or getting high kill games. Because
Yeah.
when you have three guys like that who are just literally the best players in the world, like your own confidence is just up there as well, and it just makes it so easy to play with them.
I just want to give you a congratulations again, Huskers, on an epic victory for today. But heading into tomorrow, my final question for you, do you have any fighting words for the rest of the lobby if they're watching right now?
Any fighting words? I mean, they know who we are. They know how good we are. If they want to try doing something like landing on us, just be ready, because we'll be ready for them, and we'll have some tricks up our sleeve just in case in the back pocket if anyone tries something sneaky on us. So.
And try they absolutely shall. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast, Huskers, and congratulations once again.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Boys, I'm sincerely hoping someone tries dropping in on them tomorrow. What do you reckon, Bryce? You reckon our teams are feeling brave enough for it?
Absolutely not. I mean, that is a very confident team, laid back right towards the end. The truth is, like I said, that's all risk versus reward. If you're going to try and throw down, yes, you might take out one team. Problem being is it's only one team you're going to take out and you're risking your own life. There's still plenty of other teams you're in the running against here. So you're taking all of the risk and everybody else gets the reward? No, that doesn't sound like a good strategy to me.
Going down the line really quick, Tana, I want your prediction for tomorrow. How do we anticipate tomorrow's games going? Is it going to be chaos, mayhem?
Oh, it's a chaos all the way through, I would imagine. Honestly, when we get down to match point, that's when things do start to get a little bit crazy as well. That's where I could see some teams start to land on them if they're in the lead. They need to get them out of the game sooner rather than later. We've seen the EWC teams really employing that strategy. So let's see how things are going to go down, but it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, same. I think it's going to be really interesting tomorrow to see kind of the strategies change and evolve throughout the day. Match point is always a ton of fun to sit there and even watch, so to get to commentate over those games is just going to be a ton of fun. And I think the interesting thing is it is going to be, I think, the peak of what this entire tournament is going to be like, because, these last few days we've had all of these different kind of mixed groups going head to head. Tomorrow it will be the best 25 teams in the tournament going head to head. We're going to have a ton of different early engagements with all these teams with their landing spots. I cannot wait to see what the best of the best in Europe have to offer.
Agreed with everything that's been said. All roads lead to this. We think it's been exciting so far. We think we've seen incredible moments. Nothing stacks up like finals for all that cheddar. Going to be a glorious moment alongside you and all of the incredible people in chat. And of course, our amazing production team in the back. Can't wait.
Of course, it is worth noting as well, we also have the Solo YOLO event that is taking place tomorrow as well. $5,000 on the line for that one. But on that note, I'm super excited for a hectic tomorrow, so we'll catch you then.